taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listening at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listening at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more. Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so bad for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so bad for you. I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone's there. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me. Try to stop, never stop. So all is fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one, it can't run. Try to stop, never find another me.
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. imagine. All of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I'd do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down?
stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. When no one's help, when it's time for action, headlines and cashes. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think it gon' be me, good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to
Ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it
Hello and welcome everyone to the summer split of the PCS, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I'm going to be your host tonight, Vestian, and alongside me, a very familiar face, we have Shock.
Well, feels good to be back, here on the PCS in split number 2. I think it's going to be very, very exciting. We're going to get to it in a bit, but there's been so many roster changes. I think almost every team, if not every team, has had something change. So it should make the games very, very exciting just for the whole split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might see a whole different sort of standings as we end out the split coming up. Obviously, we've got 6 weeks of regular split again, same as last split. And I mean, there's so much excitement coming around. We got Maple coming back. I mean, Mission, who was probably the best mid laner, you'd say, last split. He's now gone into DCG. And so, I mean, that probably levels up their team a whole bunch. But Maple coming back is massive.
Yeah, I think those are both pretty big changes. And I think Split 2 in general tends to be more competitive than Split 1, which is kind of insane to think because I think Split 1 of the PCS, just last split was very, very competitive. I think if you guys remember, we had so many teams in that like 4th place position for basically the entire split. And then even in the playoffs, right? Like how many 3-2s did we have? I think it was 4 in a row or something.
4 or 5, yeah. I mean, the whole thing, pretty much every game, I think, almost was a 3-2, excluding the LCO games, as well as the finals was obviously a 3-0. PSG winning over Frank, which actually is one of our games tonight. I think that's probably something to look forward to. But yeah, so much going on this split. I mean, I don't really know how to guess what's happening. I predict PSG to win. But then, honestly, I think there's so much to be discovered yet.
Yeah, there really is. I think the thing with the roster changes is that a lot of the time, players can look a lot better when they have the right environment or the right teammates around them. And I think that's potentially like, the likes of Mission, where I think he was probably the best mid, but he had some shaky games here and there, but maybe now we'll have a more stable roster around him. As we take a look at today's matches, and if you look down there, game number 5, Frank Esports versus PSG Town, a rematch of our grand final from last split. That has to be the game of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think one of the maybe fan favorites, at least over in Taiwan, is probably going to be Halpigs versus Flying Oyster, because they do have Godtone, who is one of the most famous streamers for League of Legends over in Taiwan, joining Halpigs. Obviously, Halpigs didn't have the greatest performance last split. We'll see if his joining, obviously, he's a veteran of the game, not so much of pro play. This is his first time coming into pro play, but playing the game as a streamer and top-tier challenger gameplay for years and years. Got to add something to the team for sure. As well as Western Point have taken over the spot of Sem9. A lot of roster changes in that team as well, so have to see if they can put on a better performance. Duish team also with some roster swaps, so we'll have to see. I mean, those two teams obviously coming in at the bottom of the split, last split, will be hoping to see them do better. But here you see the Team Impunity, entirely new team, LJW, Arashi, Shera, Blaze, and Smurf. They're from a variety of countries, I think mainly Malaysia and Singapore. They do still have Atlan as the substitute AD carry on this roster. Obviously, we will not be seeing him today, but I think this is really a dark horse. You don't really know much about them, so we'll have to see as they come in the future game.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, when we're talking about roster changes, normally we're thinking a player here and there, but Impunity, after coming 3rd last split, changed their entire roster, which you feel like might be because some of their players have gone to different places, but either way, they've brought back some of the old, some of the new, in their new roster here, and we're just going to have to see how they go, because we don't really know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Impunity coming 3rd last split was the best performance the organization has seen. So we'll have to see if the returning roster is going to be able to put up a similar sort of fight in this region. It does seem to be like there might have to be a level up of the players. I mean, again, Driver was phenomenal up in the top lane last split. Atlan came into form near the end of the split. And Mission, I mean, he's been around for a long time, and he performs no matter what team he goes to. So a lot of key players that are missing, but we'll have to see how these guys can put it on now that they're back together.
Yeah, there are big shoes to fill. You mentioned the likes of Mission as well as Driver, who are just, the real heavy hitters of this Impunity lineup. But I think with a whole new lineup, it brings some excitement. They can play some new things, and there's maybe even the potential that the other teams aren't as familiar with these players, right? It gives you the opportunity to bring in some curveballs or something, perhaps in that week 1. But over here on the other side, Type A J team, it is Driver, Lava, Minji, Bruce, and Enso. So it is Driver who's going up against his previous team, Impunity, although Driver was on J team, I believe, last year.
Yeah, he was, I believe, summer last year. He was on J team. He's come back to the organization. Obviously must have left on good terms, which is really good to see, obviously. Minji, Lalva still staying here, as well as I believe Enso was still already here. So I mean, I'm excited to see how they perform now with the addition of Driver. I said before how strong he looked coming into the end of the split particularly. And I think a lot of the meta top laners have remained fairly similar. I mean, we have Cassante and Renekton, which we saw a lot during the spring split. And then there is also, I believe, Jax is still up there in the pick rate. So champs that Driver certainly is familiar with as we take a look here at some of the welcome homes for Driver.
Yeah, so Driver, he was the most improved player of the previous split, and I think, what we're kind of saying about Driver here is he really came into his own on the second half of the split, and I think that's actually the same for J-Team as well. Towards the end, unfortunately didn't quite make it into the playoffs, but we're starting to be a very competitive team. We see here, he's played 67 games already for J-Team, so no surprise really to be back here.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And I think he's probably who I look for in this team because they were sort of bottom of the barrel team for the majority of the spring split. Obviously, there was like 4 teams competing for 6th, I believe, at the end of it, and they didn't quite make it. They were very close. But now with a player like Driver, you certainly can look to make it into even the toppest side of the bracket.
Yeah, I think having that consistent top lane threat is very, very important. I think it's very difficult to be kind of a one-threat team, which I think that, J-Team before, kind of known for their inconsistency, often would have, the likes of Minju, likes of Bruce pop off, but not often at the same time. And I think one thing Driver did very well is that he was consistent, right? He was very, just solid no matter what matchup, no matter what kind of strong side, weak side, however he had to play. He always managed to kind of put up the numbers for his team.
Yeah, and a lot of the time when he was weak side, he'd even find sort of, optimistic, very, very positive trades, shall I say. And even, some people would dive him, he'd get kills. I mean, even some of the utility he was offering on champs that aren't known for the utility, like Jax. I remember one of the most impressive plays of the split. He managed to find just a Q4-man stun on the champ. So, I mean, a huge player to pick up. Come back to Taipei J-Team, and I think, I mean, again, we don't really know how this game's really going to look because I'm not so familiar with how Impunity are, especially now that it's been almost a year since they were together.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it is pretty impossible to predict with how little we know about Impunity's roster. Honestly, kind of want to give it to J-Team just based off what I know from Driver, but it really feels like we're stabbing in the dark here.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to touch on too is at the end of the sort of split, Minji started to play a lot better than he was in early, so another player we can look towards, but we will head it now into the champion select. We see Cassante Maokai banned from Impunity, and Azir Vi is the answer from J-Team. So I think mostly these bans are what we saw in the spring split, maybe Azir being the only difference, but for the most part, things staying the same as we saw.
And I want to see if LeBlanc will be banned away here. It is patch 13.12, so it is the strongest Shiv patch. Nico is taken away instead, so potentially giving over the LeBlanc. And you have to think it will be prioritized here. It's probably the strongest mid laner on the patch, maybe behind Nico, and it is locked in.
Yeah, well, I think giving that away, you have to have a strong answer because I think LeBlanc, with the current static Shiv on the on 13.2, sorry, as you said, I think it's hard to ever play against her. I mean, Tristana has been a very prominent mid lane pick internationally so far in the summer split. But I don't know how well it will do into LeBlanc necessarily, because she can kind of just poke you away with static Shiv these days.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. I think Tristana in the laning phase heavily favored up against LeBlanc, at least in the 1v1. Obviously, do have to be scared of the ganks, but you're right, it can kind of be difficult in the mid game once LeBlanc reaches that static Shiv, but it's perhaps hoping that he can snowball the game before it gets to that point. There's obviously the chance of it going bot lane, but you have to feel like it's a mid lane with Tristana.
Yeah, I think with LeBlanc being first pick, you're pretty safe to just instantly answer with your mid lane pick. There's not too much to be worried about. Sejuani will be the second pick here for J-Team, and it is going to be, I mean, one of the most staple champions we've seen this year everywhere around the globe. It is going to be locked in. Wukong has been the answer we've always seen. That is also going to be locked in, so not much is changing here between splits.
Yeah, not in the jungle, but I think the other lanes at least might see some new flavors come through. Jax is the hover and it is grabbed here, so a takeaway from Driver also denies the Sejuani Jax combo. And I wonder, will they pick a top laner now? I mean, there is the likes of the Gragas. Yeah, is locked in, so a very good matchup up against the Jax, and a champ the Drivers looked very comfortable on before. So it looks like both teams have decided to drop their bot lane, which maybe means that this 80 carry pool can be attacked.
Yeah, definitely. What do you attack, though, if you're going for the 80 carry sort of bans? I mean, Zarya, Aphelios seem to be pretty strong in the current meta.
Yeah, I kind of like the Aphelios. It looks like they're going to go for supports instead. Maybe want to take away some of that follow-up engage with the Wukong. Maybe I'm just happy taking away their priority ADC and leaving that support for counterpick. So we'll have to see. It is Braum as the counter, so denies the Sejuani Braum combo, which is very, very good for skirmishing, obviously. Can also be used to invade the buff at level 1, which can be another thing that's very difficult to deal with.
I wonder if either team here looks to ban Milio, because I feel like Milio is an extremely strong champ, can be paired with Lucian, even stronger than I think Nami Lucian was in previous patches. So I think Milio might be looked at by one of the teams here. Blitzcrank will, however, be the ban for J-Team.
Blitzcrank is kind of a strange takeaway, but the Milio answer ban comes out. Now, I would expect J-Team, are they going to take away a strong support, or would they prefer to pick ADC and counter pick? Looks like they're hovering towards the Nautilus. Might be worried about the melee support ball being targeted too much. I do like this more. I think taking a blind ADC and counter picking with your support on 5 probably is the better use of that red side counter pick. And Aphelios, very strong ADC on the patch, is the lock-in.
Yeah, definitely a strong pick here. I think Aphelios can have problems if he is set at all behind with trying to deal with LeBlanc, Wukong, and Jax. But if you are able to sort of stay somewhat even and get your items online, get to maybe 3 items, you do start to take over a game entirely. Kai'Sa, extremely strong champion, again with Static Shiv. Guinsoo's or AP are both options here that are viable for the Kai'Sa nowadays. And it is Kai'Sa Nautilus, probably 2 of the most well-matched AD carries there are in the game.
Yeah, Kai'Sa Nautilus, bit of a timeless classic at this point. And Impunity, I mean, they've really gone for the full threat comp. Just go forward, try and get kills, try and dive. J-Team, on the other hand, they have a bit more of a kite back comp, something that's a bit more difficult to execute. Definitely requires a bit more finesse when it comes to those team fights. And Renata is the lock-in, which I think deals pretty well with the side of Impunity. Overall, I think if J-Team can pull it off, I feel like they have the better comp, but it's not an easy comp to pull off.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And I wonder if, we saw obviously in playoffs Yubel playing this Tristana and pretty much just used it to sit in the side lane the entire game. And I have to feel like Minji might opt to do something similar. She should be getting an advantage in the side lane against LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc fares better in the 5v5 skirmish as you can just sort of dart in and out, throw out your abilities. I feel like that will be sort of the way this this sort of micro is played.
Yeah, will be really interesting. I think on this side of Impunity, I'm kind of glad that they have gone for something like this because I think it's very easy to just pick something safe and standard in your first game. But have gone with a very aggressive comp, and I think it can be good as well. Sometimes people play too safe on stage and will give you too much if you do play those aggressive options. So I do like it, and I think, for me at least, I'm looking towards this Tristana-LeBlanc matchup quite a lot. LeBlanc, obviously one of the very strong power picks on this patch. For those of you that are unaware, it is LeBlanc with the Static Shiv Night Harvester build, which gives LeBlanc a ton of wave clear, as well as a lot of poke. It's very, very difficult to deal with, but the way people have been trying to deal with it is kind of putting her behind before that point. Before Static Shiv, you are relatively weak, you're not particularly good at skirmishing, and you just don't have the kind of damage that you would normally. So that's maybe where the Tristana can look to get some damage done, get some plates, push the LeBlanc in, but there's always the threat of that gank setup, especially with the Wukong.
Yeah, absolutely. Sejuani obviously not as strong at ganking, particularly when you are not a melee champion. So maybe, I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see a bit of priority for the junglers around bot lane as well, because I feel like the Aphelios does need to sort of get some items behind him before he can have an impact here, especially having to deal with LeBlanc if she is not put behind. So we are now going to load onto the Rift. It is a different animation. It looks pretty sick, I have to think. And here we are, Summer Split 2023.
Yeah, our first game. Feels good to be back, and I'm liking the comps we've seen so far. Maybe some level 1 invade on the top side. Looks like it will just be a ward dropped on the red. Was maybe thinking about faking it, but decided to commit. And take a look at the runes. Driver, he's gone for the Absolute Focus Scorch Comet page. No more scaling.
Yeah, and we have fleet footwork on LeBlanc, of course, getting a little bit of movement speed from that as well as slight amounts of healing.
I'm a little surprised by the comment. I feel like most Gragas up against Jax do opt for the phase rush instead, but maybe just feel confident that you can disengage the trades anyway, even without the movement speed. Just save their E for when Jax jumps on you. We'll have to see how the matchup plays out. Yeah, I have confidence in Driver.
Driver is one of the most sort of exciting top laners there is to watch. Very aggressive in his play generally, and I think he's got a good matchup here, so he's opted to try and get a lead and extend that for himself. Trades going on mid already. Pretty even, all things considered.
I think LeBlanc had bone plating there, and it was procced. Both junglers opting for that solo start, so just allowing all the lanes to start in lane. Level 1 hook.
Yeah, Inso getting poked out a little bit here, but Aphelios range level 1 should be able to return the damage nicely there, and all should be fine as well in the bot lane. But Minji here looking aggressive, trying to get as much damage with that bomb on Tristana as possible.
Yeah, doing a good job here. Just keep pushing this in. Knows that he can't really get ganked at least before level 2. Even then, LeBlanc kind of unlikely to take the chain by that point. But so far, a little bit of action in every lane, but nothing to write home about, at least just yet.
Well, top lane health is definitely in favor of Driver as the wave pushes towards him.
Yeah, heavy trade in bot lane as well. Blaze lost a lot of HP there. Just on the way out.
Things looking good so far for J-Team. Now, you've been in the position before. It's the first game of the split returning. How do you feel? Like, are there any nerves? Or, like, what are you sort of your mindset going in as it's, like, in the team?
I feel like for most people, you kind of see it as a new beginning in a way. I'd say there wouldn't be too many nerves. It would be more excitement, I think, to kind of see what you have, especially when you are, you know, a kind of re-put back together roster on the side of Impunity here. And Lalva is pathing towards bot. Blaze has lost a lot of HP and might find themselves in danger of getting dived on this crashed wave.
Yeah, both Sums no heal, though, importantly. So Lalva looking, is in fog, will be spotted out now as there is a wave, but Wukong should be able to thwart that off.
Yeah, it is pushed away, but Blaze still lost a significant amount of CS under the tower. And that's really not the start you want.
Ooh. LJW extremely low here as Driver just trying to trade as can't get that wave in, and level up will give him a little bit of health back, but Driver certainly not letting this farm go away for free.
Yeah, he's going to keep that wave in that very difficult position there. And there's no jungle help to break it. Blaze, he commits to a recall very early, but all he can buy is a longsword and a potion. I think Bruce is going to be in such a good spot. Minji.
Oh, nice foresight to avoid that gank there and remain healthy in his lane.
It was looked at there. Managing to avoid those ganks is very, very crucial. And LJW, he goes home, just buys himself some magic resist. Up against that Gragas Sejuani does make sense. Probably wants to go towards those Merc Treads very early. And I'm looking to see what Bruce buys here. Can he buy anything that's going to allow him to really, you know, abuse bot lane? Maybe not. Minji, he should have W up by now. Chain misses.
Ooh, Minji is playing towards the correct side of the map as Lalva comes in, return damage. There is no invisibility available here. Wukong going to get stunned up. It is extremely low. Are they going to be able to find it? Lalva, first blood.
Very nice play there, I think, from Lalva to counter gank. That is very, very important that Tristana is just allowed to push, and they're rewarded for their efforts. I think that first blood, especially on the Sejuani, you know, can be very, very difficult to deal with a tank accelerated so early. We'll manage to crash the wave as well. And going back to the bot lane, it's now 2 longswords for Bruce, so we'll have that AD advantage and can probably use it to get himself a bit more. We'll get a replay of it. So Lalva, he was in the area. I don't believe they had a ward on Wukong. But like you said, Minji, you know, hugging to the correct side of the map. And actually, side of Impunity, they knew that Lalva was around here, just not respecting. I feel like it's a big mistake there from Arashi to keep chasing.
Yeah. Oh well. First blood of the first game back does go towards J-Team, so a good start for them as LJW trying to find a trade onto Driver, and maybe we're seeing why he's supposed to take Phase Rush, is going to waddle away here. No mana, very low on health as LJW goes forward, but Lalva has arrived. Flash available for Jax here. Does land the slow, but that will be all.
The Driver almost punished for greeting his reset there. Oh, and a lot of damage comes out onto the LeBlanc. It's even the Vamp Scepter, I think, picked up by Minji here, which is very, very nice. Hook comes out.
Hook comes out, yeah. It is going to be Inso getting extremely low, but there is no follow-up. A lot of damage from Inferno coming out for Bruce, and ultimately, that trade does go in favor of J-Team.
Yeah, I think especially with Bruce being healthy here, can just keep staying in lane.
Ooh, Arashi finds a timing, but maybe it's just too late as J-Team do manage to find the hook here onto Bruce. Is he going to be able to get away? He does have flash available, but maybe holding it for too long. Ghost used, rooted up. Bruce flashes. Oh, he does avoid the killer instinct, but what a close fight there as Lalva now headed down as well. It's just chaos in the bottom lane so far.
Yeah, a lot of sums burn. Lalva, he might be able to get Arashi here.
Yeah, Arashi, no flash available. It is just going to be a quick scope there, and Lalva picks up a second.
And Blaze is in trouble. Solo kill in the mid lane here, going to be picked up by Minji. And bot lane's in trouble too.
Yeah, it is going to be Blaze going down. What are they going to be able to do here? Is Smurf going to go down as well? He does get rooted up, but not enough follow-up damage for now. Does Lalva hang around? The wave is approaching. He does come down here, but
yeah, I think if they can cancel them one more time, they can probably look for more. Looks like they'll be unable to, but the damage really is already done. denying Blaze that gold onto the bot side is very, very difficult. And so far, it seems like Impunity kind of just being outplayed across the board, in the lanes, in those 1v1s and 2v2s. Even the solo kill picked up mid there for Minji, maybe showing why Tristana is a good matchup into this LeBlanc.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of it does come down to Lauva being in the right place at the right time, a couple of those ganks, but also credit to Minji always playing around the correct side as we take a look towards this kill.
And Shera, I think he just looks like he used 2 dashes forward, took a lot of damage in return, and I guess just greeted it. It is quite difficult, I think, as this LeBlanc. You really need to get towards that Shiv, and you can't afford to give up waves. At the same time, against a champ like Tristana, who is, with the Vamp Scepter, got both lifesteal and push, it can be very difficult to stay in lane. And I want to see, did he dash forward? Yeah, dashed forward, was punished there by Minji. Nice flash to get himself out as well. Very nice.
Yep, and now another replay, another kill for Lauva. Pretty simple, just was able to catch the Wukong by surprise.
And poor Blaze, I wonder how many waves he's lost this game. Is already so far behind, and I believe Kaiser's a Shiv rusher as well. Goes to the Shiv Nash's Rageblade build, I think it is. So really not a good start here for Impunity. They have a lot of pick tools. Potentially is a way for them to get back into this game, but so far kind of losing across the board.
Yeah, we also saw the Kimtech Drake be picked up there by J-Team as well, so got that on the board to start stacking those dragons, which will remain just as important as they did last split, so look to that as a sort of win con for most teams.
Lava, he's going to try sneak this. He does have priority in both mid and top, so he should be able to pick that up. On the bot side though, J-Team, they should be aware that they are heavily weak-sided at this point, just need to do their best not to die. And they look pretty safe. I mean, they have full HP. They do have Flash and Enso. Bruce, though, he could be vulnerable without his thumbs and the wave pushing out. Just need to play it slow here.
Yeah, looks like more plates probably going over here to Minji in that middle lane. Have to see where the Rift Herald goes, but I think both bot and mid are feasible options. And Smurf does go in, going to get rooted and pulled back. Have to be careful not to overextend here as Bruce and Enso, but for now, just finding a lot of damage onto that Nautilus.
Yeah, so much damage on the way out. Will it bait Bruce into playing too aggressive?
He's going to get it. He finds a Cyclone. It is going to be answered, though. A lot of damage found onto Bruce. He's low. Arashi going in. Blaze going in. It is going to be a kill found. Bruce goes down. Arashi super low, but that is going to be all. 1 kill over to Impunity.
Oh, so close there. Bruce, he just got a little bit greedy at the end. Tried to pick himself up a kill and couldn't quite get it. Was very close, though. And I think Blaze picking up that kill. Very important for him, getting the Kaiser back into the game. Looks like the wave can be frozen though, so Bruce is going to get at least some of this gold.
I honestly thought with that hostile takeover, Bruce should have been safe to live, but maybe stepped up a little bit too much and let Blaze get that killer instinct and find the kill, but it was a war of inches just there as recall will be stopped. Chain lands. Not too much of a trade. Actually, Jirax letting the bomb get stacked up quite well by Minji. Pretty even trade all things considered, however.
Yeah, a lot of damage taken on his tower though. Minji, I don't think he has W. No, it's not up for 5 more seconds. Didn't actually get that reset, so can't look for any sort of punish here anymore. Most likely will just look to back off. He might have the Bork by now if that's what he's going for.
Yeah, could be the Bork, I believe, and he'll take a look at the replay of bot lane.
Yeah, so a lot of damage traded onto the Nautilus initially. Kind of, baits Bruce into going forward. So not a bad start by any means, but I believe Renata hits 6. Yeah, she hits 6 off the cannon. If the trigger had been pulled slightly earlier, I think this might have worked. But I think Bruce was out. Unfortunately, decides to walk back in and finds himself a victim of Blaze. Was so close to trading one back as well.
Yeah, he would have lived if he was able to get that kill as well. So really was such a close call.
Maybe looking for a repeat play on Bruce. He does have sums up there, though, and Love is in the area.
Bruce. Ooh. Oh, the hook doesn't land, and there will be no follow-up for now as Arashi running for his life. But Lauva finds a frozen tomb. Are they going to be able to take down the Nautilus here? It looks like they will, so another kill now onto Bruce.
Yeah, very nice pickup there. And with Minji coming down, should be able to deny even more waves onto Blaze's. Kaiser was trying to find himself a way back into the game, but is now ripped away from him. And it's already 7 plates picked up for J-Team to Impunity 0. It's about to be even more here. The gold lead is starting to get out of control.
Yes, another 2 plates there found, so up to 9. And all of these are mostly on the mid and the AD carry here of J-Team, who are pretty much the 2 threats on the team. Definitely Things looking bleak for Impunity so far in their first game. Lalva finds a pocket of vision where he's able to look for Smurf. Doesn't find anything yet. In fact, a lot of damage in return for Blaze.
I wonder how much gold Bruce has now. Got himself that solo tower gold, and it looks like it will be the Kraken Slayer picked up. And it will just be sitting on that Vamp Scepter. I actually like that a lot. I think having the Vamp up against the LeBlanc poke from the Static Shiv is a very good idea. So getting that early does feel good. And top tower, you know, hasn't had any pressure really put towards it other than Driver in the 1v1, but certainly making great use out of his top lane counter pick. He's up 45 CS and 4 plates to 0, which feels like it's a bad matchup for Jax. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, maybe not. I think maybe the Arcane Comet does make it a little bit worse, but yeah, again, 4 plates as Gragas with no jungle assistance is pretty crazy when you think about it. Gragas definitely doesn't do a whole lot of damage to towers, so he's had a lot of time to himself up in that top lane.
Yeah, very impressive, and kind of what we were saying about Driver, you know, no matter what happens in top lane, he'll find himself a lead. Nice little graphic there. Infernal Drake is the second drag now picked up by J-Team.
Yeah, Hextech Soul in the next 10 minutes, so 23-minute timer on that, assuming J-Team are able to find them, and at this stage of the game, it does look like they are in the position to do so. So yeah, things looking really good. Both Kraken Slayers now on both the AD carries of J-Team, so LJW getting poked out yet again. Explosive cast just for damage. Flash forward, Everfrost is going to be able to find it. That's a solo kill for Driver.
Very nice. He's going to bring himself an even greater lead here. Well, it's just a clean executed combo, honestly. Even with the tenacity from the Merc Treads was not enough. And Driver, I think he set himself a goal to take all 5 plates in the 1v1 before 14 minutes. And he's done it.
That's insane.
Yeah, very, very nice. As we'll see here, there really isn't too much to it. Just goes for the Flash with the Everfrost follow-up. Not much Jax can do at this point. Already down 2 levels and so much gold.
Oh, hold up. It's Lalva getting found out in the Dragon Pit for some reason. Is going to be able to go down. It is Blaze picking it up. So a shutdown onto this Kaiser could be a ticket back.
Yeah, very, very nice. I think gold going onto Kaiser is extremely important. You wonder if it's too little too late. If you're the side of Impunity, you certainly hope not. And Sherry needs to be careful. He's going to face check Minji here.
Yeah, Minji finding a lot of damage. Isn't going to be able to find the kill. But with that, Shira really cannot contest Minji in this lane. Should be able to push it in as much as he likes now.
Yeah, I think credit to Shera has managed to have himself a CS lead. And we'll see what happened to Lalva. So he's overstaged for a little bit to take the Krugs, but it should still be fine because he's got a lot of pressure on the map. Ooh, looks like he pathed a bit greedy. Tried to go for the Hextech Gate and was found out. At least there was like a lot of cooldowns used for his death. It wasn't just completely for free, but still a little unnecessary.
Yeah, definitely. It is the Evershroud here for that Sejuani, so change up on the build paths as we saw compared to the last split, but certainly offers a lot of CC for that extra damage that the item provides, so.
Now, eyes could be on this mid tower.
Merv Everfrost from Driver. He does find the explosive cast back into the team. Another kill picked up there for this Gragas.
Hey, Gragas is approaching a 60 CS lead while winning his lane and having all this impact on the map. I mean, can you ask for anything more from Driver? I don't think so. And with that, it should be J-Team looking towards that Herald. Would be good to keep the foot on the accelerator here. Try and make sure Impunity don't have a chance to get back into this game because with their comp, or Shera
goes back to
business.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little strange, maybe overestimating his abilities there. I think it is very, very difficult up against the Tristana because the Shiv LeBlanc's win condition is to poke you down over and over. It's really not the same kind of all-in build, not until later in the game. And the problem is that Tristana with lifesteal as well as great extended damage, you can't really do that. And it's now really paying the price.
Yeah, absolutely. Half health on this tower now as Blaze looks to answer that minion wave, but here Glacial Prison going to be used. Smurf going to flash out, but another tower was picked up there mid. More towers going down across the map as well as look at the health on this top lane tower. It's so low. It's going to be Shera coming here to try and defend it, but feels like only a matter of time until that one goes down, especially with Rift Herald in the pocket.
Yeah, Rift Herald still being up with all these towers going down is very, very useful. Have themselves, you know, quickly approaching that 10,000 gold lead. Don't have it quite yet, but shouldn't be too long. And third dragon, only a minute away. I feel like Impunity might want to contest. I don't think they have a super scaling win condition in this game. Maybe if they can just find a pick or a trade, either could be good, but it feels so difficult, I think, to fight up against J-Team, who they've spiked all across the board so early. They just have so much gold.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Zhonya's now picked up for Driver on this Gragas, you have to feel like he's not really ever going to be going down in a fight. And if he does go down, he's wasted so much of your time that you probably lost every member of your team. So things looking very bleak here. I don't really know how they can contest the Dragon, even though, as you said, they might have to just by necessity of not losing the game. Minji, though, a lot of pressure on this top wave, especially with that teleport up on the Tristana.
Yeah, Impunity, they're around mid, but I don't think they can contest. Both their side laners are showing, so need to at least wait for Shera and LJW to push out. Lalva, though, he's getting very aggressive in this top side, drops the Herald, and that should be tier 2 falling not too long.
Driver looking for Blaze. Flash will find the explosive cast, but flashed out from Blaze. He's going to have to use Killer Instinct as well, as this tower is not long for the world. That is every single cooldown off of this Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa has both your kills as well as the majority of your gold.
Arashi has a flank.
Yeah, Arashi finds it. That is going to be a 3-man Cyclone. Nice AoE here found. This might be the ticket back in. And Beauty finding a massive team fight. And it is Arashi going down first, however, as Minji is so low on the side. But it's just so too little too late. J-Team are finding so much damage despite how poorly that fight started. 3 found. Shiva now going down as well as Blaze. It's going to be an almost clean ace.
It is an Impunity. I think you have to feel so sad about that one. You have kind of everything you've been looking for, the flank, the great engage, but it really is, just like you said, too little too late. Feels like they were robbed of that team fight win, but Bruce just so accelerated, cleans them all up. I want to say it was a very nice Renata ult coming through from Enzo, who kind of kept them in that as well, but now the gold lead, getting over 10,000. And how all this started, Driver with the flash onto Blaze, and I think this is pretty important because Kai'Sa losing all her sums, makes it very difficult for her to fight, and she's kind of the most accelerated member. She did get a couple shutdowns this game. We pay attention here to Arashi's flank, which was very, very good. I mean, they found the engage they were looking for. I even feel like, despite being at a gold deficit, if it was just a smaller gold deficit, probably would have come away with a teamfight win here, but unfortunately, just lacked the damage.
Yeah, I think Depth Charge knocked up 4 people. I think Cyclone eventually knocked up all 5. And on top of that, I believe Jack's done 4. So it looked like they had all the tools they needed to win, just didn't have the items.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but perhaps a sign of things to come if this team can stabilize their early game in future. Have shown us at least a little bit of team fighting promise. And now what's your play next for Impunity? It feels very tough. I mean, kind of just feel like you have to wait for the side of J-Team to make a mistake. If they can find another engage like that, though, maybe they can at least grab some shutdowns. Lalva, though, he's so tanky. Feels like if you hit a Nort hook on him, still won't die, even with 5 members on him. It is the Nash's now completed for Blaze, so has himself that 2-item spike. And Minji, he's ready to solo the Baron.
Yeah, we'll be started here. Lalva can tank this up for a long time, and with both Minji as well as Bruce having Kraken Slayer, should go down relatively quickly.
Well, I have to say, I think that's the fastest Baron of the summer split.
Yeah, that is insane. That was an uncontested 20-minute Baron that went down before 20 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's not even that much that can be traded. I mean, all they can really get is this tier 1 bot tower, which, it's really just not enough at this point. I feel like Impunity, they have really run out of options. Maybe they have one last chance to defend their base here as J-Team. They're going to try to set some records nice and early. They're already knocking on the base here. Inhib number 1 falls, and the top inhib now being looked at as well.
Yeah, how aggressive do they get here? They are starting to hex tick gate out, but maybe that is just Bruce trying to position more safely as Minji now starting to get to work on this top tower. Massive amount of damage from both the bomb and the cast. Here we go. We do see a 4-man explosive cast for disengage eventually after a flash out from Smurf, but second inhib goes down now. They are continuing to push. It is a little bit riskier, I guess, than recalling, but with this Baron and how far ahead they are, they should be able to just end eventually. It is an initiation here found. Arashi does get the knock up, but that Hextech is going to go down. Sorry, it is now Cher at 1 HP. Does go down eventually to grab it to him as Minji finishes off one of the towers. Blaze now able to get out. A depth charge used onto Minji is also not going to go down. They should turn their attention here towards the Nexus, although maybe they're trying to farm some KDA. It is going to be Kaiser found. Nautilus found eventually. LTW manages to turn one around, but with 4 people fighting him on this mountain, it should be going down.
Yeah, and just like that, J-Team, they welcome back Impunity's new roster here to the PCS and pick up a win in only 21 minutes and 56 seconds. I have to say, I think that was a very good game played by J-Team.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know the level of Impunity as of yet, but I feel like even compared to last split when they had the sort of weaker teams against them, this looked way cleaner than before. And I wonder how much you attribute that to having Driver. I mean, we saw the impact he had just by himself up in the top lane, managed to get himself 5 plates with a whole tower before 14 minutes, a solo kill. I know, it's pretty crazy. And we've got the Driver dancers.
Wouldn't be Driver without him, but yeah, like you said, I think the ability to create such a huge lead without any kind of impact from your team is very, very impressive. And, you know, kind of bringing it back to, you're right, we don't know how strong the Impunity roster is. I think that they showed us a little bit of promise there towards the end, you know, with that engage that they found, but unfortunately was just not enough. I still think, though, like the J-Team played an extremely good game. I mean, you know, going for the Baron straight away, you know, knowing you can get that, I think they outlaned all across the board. Lava just, you know, where he needed to be at all the times. Could be because Impunity are a weaker side. We don't know yet, but I mean, I think really good signs there for Jay-Z.
Yeah, I think as Impunity, you have to be concerned because level 2, we almost saw Blaze going down in the 2v2 without any jungle influence. We then saw a solo kill from Minji in the mid lane, as well as Driver getting a solo kill in top lane. So all 3 lanes lost before any jungle influence could even really happen. And I think that is a major point of concern.
Yeah, that's definitely worrying because I think that, you know, aside from Driver, you wouldn't even say that the J-Team laners are the strongest in the league, right? Like, I think when you're looking at Minji, sure, he's good, but there's the likes of Mission and Maple waiting for you. And I think bot lane, you know, let's not even talk about Waka, right? So if you are kind of having troubles in the early game, it maybe doesn't bode well, but it's hard to say, right? It's their first game, could be some nerves, you know, coming back, could just be that they maybe didn't, you know, gel with the draft that they ended up being given. So we'll have to see more from them. I definitely don't want to write them off their first game, but man, I'll say it again. I'm really impressed by J-Team.
Yep, so am I. And I think even though we don't really know the level of Impunity as we've touched on, I think just showing how clean they can be when they get a lead, that's really, really promising. Because even some of these powerhouses in the league, I mean, PSG often fell behind weaker teams last split. Yep. Even though they had almost a clean record with Ginger, they did fall behind quite a lot. And so if you're able to get ahead as J-Team and like against the likes of PSG, who I think are my favorites for the split, it looks like you can beat them. I mean, if you're able to play that flawlessly, it looks almost, you know, you almost look to be a threat to take the season.
Yeah, can definitely agree with that. And, you know, when I was thinking at the end of the game there, who I would give MVP to, I'm not even sure. It feels like you could just give to just about anyone. I mean, Driver, you know, had that massive lead in the 1v1. Lava was everywhere he needed to be. Minji finding the solo kill on the LeBlanc, which is, you know, probably the champion on the patch, right?
Yeah.
Along with Nico is just insanely strong. And even in bot lane, right? Like Bruce and Enzo, I think Enzo had massive Renata ults. Bruce found himself a giant lead in the 2v2 as well. So I don't even know we would give the MVP.
Yeah, no, I have no idea either. I think, like, for the most part, Enzo seemed like he had a bit of a quieter game. Obviously, that level 6 ult down bottom, as well as the one that turned around the team fight mid. I think those are massive points, which could lead it to give it to him. But then you don't often, like, while you had a counter pick up and top, you don't often see that counter pick be that destructive. And then again, Lava finding the exact right timing mid, finding it bottom as well to pick up some kills. And Minji just getting pressure across the map the whole game as well. It's impossible to really decide, but here we will take a look at the replay.
Oh, it's a funny looking replay. But here we are. It is Driver flashing on Blaze in mid, which, you know, forced out his sums. And it really felt troublesome here for Blaze because, you know, you're your team's strongest member at this point. Had himself so much gold, but has a lot of difficulty, you know, finding damage in this fight. If you pay attention, you know, Arashi finds that engage. 4-man stun, I think 4-man knockup. But look, all Blaze can contribute really is, I think, a W and an auto attack, which feels like, you know, this is your Kaiser who got shutdowns. Actually, he manages to steal another one, but unfortunately didn't really contribute to the team fight. So, yeah, worrying sign there, I think, for Impunity. They found a very nice fight, but was just too little too late.
Yeah, I think if not for Driver finding that massive chunk on him before the fight, that could have even been a win for Impunity there, just based on how low everyone got. But take a look at damage done to champs. I mean, It is going to be that Aphelios. He often does top the damage grasp, but that is quite a sizable amount over anyone on Impunity.
Yeah, it really was. Just a lot of damage across the board there for the side of J-Team. And I think if we do bring it back to draft a little bit, I think maybe the Jax takeaway was a little questionable. I mean, do want to take it away from that Sejuani, but if you open yourself up to the Gragas, again, I don't think the matchup should be that bad, but if it's going to be, we definitely can't do that again.
Yeah, maybe a learning, sort of something to learn from there. I mean, we did have the Cassante as well as the Renekton banned early, which I think are the two champions currently picked more than Jax. I think those are the only two on the patch, so maybe that was a part of it, just feeling like you had to take it away. You got the LeBlanc, you got the Jax. Those are theoretically sort of the two strongest champs in their role at the moment, but I think, honestly, J-Team found great answers in the Gragas, obviously just a staple counter of Jax, and then Tristana was able to pressure her lane enough for the LeBlanc to really never become a factor.
Yeah, and I think it was nice to see the red side counter picks used properly. Something we kind of criticized a lot last split was those counter picks not coming through. And Bruce, yeah, 34% of his team's damage, does get the MVP. I think you could make an argument for just about anyone.
Yeah, I think this is one that just came down to, the damage. It's like he's done the most damage, and honestly, anyone could have got it, so give it to the AD carry. Bit of bias, you know how it is. Best role in the game.
Whoa. Oh, get a little highlight reel for Bruce. We'll see. I'm not actually sure what he did in this fight, but we're about to find out.
I think it's the same one we just watched. So he did do the most damage in this fight. So, right, nothing yet. Just following the Rift Herald for now.
He's doing a great job.
Here we go.
Yeah, so he didn't have flash here. Or did he use... No, he didn't have flash, so was kind of stuck in the middle of it, but managed to get himself out. It's very nice, I think, once you get to this point, you know, once all those cooldowns are used and you can just kind of chase them down, you can see even starting to walk in front of his Sejuani here. That's when you kind of know the fight is done as an AD carry, right? Once you get to that point where there just really is nothing left for you and you can just hit for free. Did he get a quadra kill? No, I think it was Yoink there.
Yeah. But, I mean, honestly, he played it pretty well. I think one thing that goes a little bit unnoticed, especially on Aphelios, is how you use those timings of cooldowns, because at any time you can really have 3 separate Q cooldowns, because you could cipher between like red gun into the white gun, which then you can use the Q immediately again. So it is kind of hard to keep track of really when you're watching it, but I think very impressive by him the whole game, not just that team fight. And I don't know, J-Team looked really strong. I think looking towards them in the future to see if they can do better than last split, really.
Yeah, you'd hope so. And I think it is, you know, again, very promising signs for seeing a split that was as competitive, you know, as that last one. I feel like it's almost hard to top the previous split because it was just so close for so long. But if this is what the likes of J-Team are showing us already, then I am very excited. But we will be going to a break. Come back soon to watch DCG take on WP.
if this world didn't play.
It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Hello and welcome back to the second game here of the summer split at the PCS, of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And now the next game we have is going to be DCG versus West Point Esports. Now, West Point Esports obviously taking over the spot from Sem9. We don't see anyone returning other than Rallier up in the top lane. What are your thoughts on the roster?
Yeah, I think it's another one where we don't exactly know too much about them. Nuli, their mid laner, he did play in OC under Peace, I believe it was, for... I don't think it was about 3 games. I didn't get to play a full split, but I think he did look promising in those games, so could be something to look forward to. But again, it feels a bit like Impunity. We're not too sure what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. But then we have DCG against them, of course. They are pretty much the exact same with one major acquisition in Mission in that mid lane.
Yeah, I think that is a big acquisition, right? That's a real powerhouse of a mid laner. And I think Nesty, he did carry a lot of games for DCG, to give him some credit, but I think his champion pool really started to kind of show its weaknesses, start to let that team down come playoffs, when it really started to get exploited. And I think Mission, he can play just about everything, and he's looked very, very good on pretty much anything. I think the Stylus may be one of the weaker picks for him, but, you know, for the most part, any mage has looked very, very good. So I'm definitely looking forward to DCG being a top 3 contender.
Yeah, absolutely. I think importantly, I mean, the current patch has Azir as one of the most played champions, and I think he looked like the best Azir in the server. I don't think that is something you can really argue. I think he was just far beyond anyone else in the league on that champion, so definitely something that can be really good there for DCG. As well as, I believe, between the 3 of them in the Hanabi, Hana, and Mission, as you see on your screen here, have 676 PCS games between them, which is an incredibly large amount of games to have, and just shows you the amount of veterancy on this team.
Yeah, definitely a team that will not be lacking for experience. And I think Chris Scarter, you know, someone that we haven't talked about yet, towards the end of the split, you know, kind of up and down, had some very good games. I think it was on the Caitlyn. I think he was kind of prioritizing quite a lot and looked very good on that, but, you know, was a bit hit and miss outside of that. But hopefully, kind of with Mission being that very, you know, stable, very strong mid lane, kind of like Driver in a lot of ways, but for mid lane, I think, you know, allows those side lanes to play with a bit more freedom.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are now going to take a look at their games played between them, and just look at it. How many games that is. That is an insanely large amount of games. Obviously, Hanabi at a time was hailed as the best top laner in the PCS. Perhaps not what we think these days. Could possibly change it around now with the teams like sort of change up. Hana, very strong last split on in that jungle role. And Mission, needs no introduction. We've already sort of talked about it. He's an extremely good player, and I think he can really round this team out. You'll just have sort of no worries about the mid lane anymore. I mean, obviously Nesty wasn't really causing any problems, but now, especially in Champion Select, you have so much versatility in the mid lane.
Yeah, it will be kind of interesting to see how it affects their draft, because Nesty did play a few more of those top lane champions than the likes of Mission would. You know, much more likely to see Nesty playing something like the Gragas. Obviously, Gragas mid, I feel like, has fallen out of meta a fair amount now, but maybe it impacts their flex potential at least a little bit.
Yeah, and we sort of touched on it before, but Chris Carter definitely can go against the best of them, right? We saw one game on Azaya against Waco's Aphelios where they were just trading blows, doing like was it like 13k damage a team fight each? Went to like 55 minutes the game, and definitely a strong player down there in the bot lane. And Orca as well does his role. He generally plays the tank initiating champions, which are in the meta at the moment. I mean, maybe excluding the likes of Melio. But definitely, I mean, strong team, especially now that they have Mission. I think they are my favorites for the game, but again, West Point are a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, I think West Point could make a pretty good run at this split, and once again, makes it more and more competitive. I think here, you know, again, while you're maybe not expecting them to pick up the win, you would like to see a good game out of them. And here is their roster on your screen. Ralhia, 665, Nuli, Prage, and Char. Char, I believe, was a sub, was it for DCG?
DCG, yeah.
Yeah, so
he played like 2 or 3 games, and one of them he was Ashe, and he got the player of the game for that game, where he's hitting Ashe ults from across the map. Obviously, Ashe support not so much in flavor at the moment, but I mean, it just shows you that he has the capability of putting on big performances.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the combination of Char and Prage will be kind of interesting to see. Obviously, you know, we saw Char play support, as you said previously, and I think he looks solid. You know, I was a little surprised to see Char kind of subbed out so early, but, you know, has the opportunity now to prove himself once again, and I guess it's the Taiwan-Philippine alliance.
Yeah. I mean, good to see, obviously. And I think one thing I want to touch on in this team is especially Rallier, as we saw last split, he is extremely feast or famine. I mean, I think the games they won, he had incredible score lines that like probably topped most of the top laners in the league, but then when they lost, he often solo died like 3 or 4 times, lost his tower, and really was a liability. So I want to see him be a bit more consistent, maybe a little bit less aggressive in a lot of those times. I mean, he was really not that good at playing weak side, which top lane generally is currently. I mean, this year in general, it has often been top lane just being left as weak side. I mean, champs like Cassante lend to that, as well as like Renekton can sort of just leave him on an island. Rallia tends to play the like Fiora, Camille, and then, as I said, very feast or famine.
I wonder if that's because he felt like he needed to be the one to carry. You know, maybe he didn't have those teammates around him that he felt like he could really trust to win him the game. But maybe now we'll be able to take a bit more of a, I don't want to say a backseat role, but just, you know, play a bit more, I don't want to say relaxed, maybe just a bit more restrained, right? You know, not going in some very aggressive trades that we saw him previously. And like you said, top lane, not often strong side, but that doesn't mean that you can't carry, as we've seen Driver, you know, even when nothing's really been put towards top, has found himself some massive leads. And I believe it is WP on the red side, so maybe that counter pick will be going towards Rel here.
Yep, definitely could be. I think in the current meta, it would be a little bit weird to have top lane as your counter pick. I think maybe mid, as well as even support, just to sort of team composition counter, often does a little bit more for your team composition in general. But we will head now into Champion Select. It is Vi, Tristana, and LeBlanc banned, so we will have different mid laners this game, as well as it is the Maokai, the Azir, and Aphelios.
Now, Nico has gotten through, and I would not be surprised to see this picked up very early. Kind of curious that DCG banned the LeBlanc on the blue side, which seems strange to me because the mission definitely capable of playing the champ, but doesn't want it for whatever reason. And they take that Sejuani first pick, which does leave open the Nico. Perhaps Mission's got something he's willing to play into it, kind of daring Nuli to pick it, but not being picked up early is a little surprising. Looks like we might see the classic jungle trade of Sejuani and Wukong coming through, especially with that Vi ban, kind of the third piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and Maokai, but again, I can't believe how long these two champions have managed to just remain in the meta as the jungler. I mean, the entirety of the Spring Split, now we've gone into the Summer Split, and it's the same as well as the Ahri, honestly, another staple of the meta. But with that pick, there is still Nico left open, and we have already seen the mid laner here for Nuli.
There is, and worth noting with the Ahri is that she can play the Shiv build as well. I've seen some people play W-Max Ahri with Static Shiv, or the traditional Q-Max with Static Shiv, so it's definitely something they could look for, maybe depending on matchup a little bit. And Nico, maybe not going to be picked up here with the Sedge. I mean, it's still possible. It is a good matchup into Ahri, but, you know, if they did want to go for something like the Sylas, it would probably make sense in this sort of composition. It's Renekton picked up, so he gets that strong top jungle combination already. Maybe instead looking towards Orca's Rakan.
I'm kind of surprised by the lack of priority over this Nico. I feel like it is such a strong champion at the moment that it kind of can just be placed anywhere and do fine for itself regardless of composition, but looks like it will be the Rakan locked in here, so maybe trying to force out some AD carry bans, the likes of Xayah, that match extremely well, obviously, with the Rakan. But first we have to see the pick. It is the Gragas Hover so far. Should do fine into the Renekton. Very much a neutralizer champ.
Yeah, I think when you play against the likes of Sejuani and Renekton, you definitely need something that can survive. Gragas, probably the best champ for top lane at doing that, and it is locked in. So once again, bot lane is dropped here for the side of WP and DCG. They're dropping their ADC in their mid, maybe willing to use Mission's champion pool to kind of get themselves a little bit of a draft advantage. Just kind of curious to see what they end up going for. Xayah is the takeaway, and I think that makes sense. You know, it's very hard for Wukong to really engage on the Xayah, probably the most difficult champ.
Yeah, Melio again banned in this draft phase, and not surprising, very, very strong champion from release and pairs well with Lucian, as well as many other AD carries, honestly. You don't even have to throw in the Melio Lucian.
And now, do you target another ADC? I mean, Aphelios already banned away. They take away the Kai'Sa. I wonder what they're going to look for. Because you probably want to pick away an ADC here on 4, but I'm not sure which one it'll be. And DCG, you know, maybe you do target another support here. Maybe something like the Rel could be looked at. You know, it's kind of been one of those champs that's been creeping up. They take away the Nautilus instead.
Okay, interesting. So we'll have to see what the answer is here. I feel like you do go for the AD carry pick. Leave the support as your counter pick here. I don't think you have to worry too much. It is going to be Varus, and I believe Varus can be played still both poke and on hit.
Yeah, Varus has a variety of different builds. Have to see which one he ends up going for. And now Cascada is going to have to take an AD carry of choice. Ashe is the hover. He's kind of another champ that got played a lot under the Varus. And Orianna, Mission's staple pick, could be picked up here. It is very strong up against the Ahri in the 1v1, but can have some difficulties team fighting against the likes of the Wukong and the Gragas. Now finally, we're just waiting on Cascada's AD carry pick. Will he want himself a bit more threat, or maybe some mobility of his own? Even a cheeky Draven hover in there.
That would be exciting.
I feel like it'd be very hard to play Draven up against the Wukong and the Gragas, but the world's his oyster, and it is the Ezreal, so a bit of a safer option. Now looking at that Leona last pick, I think I like it. Rounds out the comp a lot. Leona or the Rel feels like those are the picks, but Leona often picked into the Rakan, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely is sort of an age-old counter pick there, the Leona into Rakan, and does well into everyone, really. I mean, obviously the low mobility that is on this Orianna can do well at sort of zoning her off and finding angles onto engage onto Mission, who you do really want to be able to take down in these team fights, just based on how good he is as a player.
Yeah, for sure. And which draft are you favoring here? Because I feel like it's pretty close on paper. I'm not a huge fan of the DCG 4-5. Like, I think Orianna and Ezreal is fine, but it doesn't really feel like the finishing touch that really kind of destroys the West Point draft. And on the other side, I mean, West Point, they have a lot of tools, can definitely get stuff done. Maybe worried a little bit about the kind of 1v1 laning in that mid lane, but, you know, solid, I think, across the rest of the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm excited to see Cascada on this Ezreal. I think Ezreal picks can kind of just win you the game based on how good you are at the champion. It's very much a champion that doesn't really have a limit. It's just based on how well you're able to play it. I mean, obviously with players internationally like Def, just phenomenal on the champion and pretty much can pick it anywhere and have an impact. But there is obviously times where if you're not able to sort of use the champion to his fullest, it's kind of redundant and only there to survive, which doesn't do much for your team.
Yeah, sure. And we're just going to have to see, you know, what these teams have in store for us. Haven't seen the majority of this West Point lineup. But again, you know, similar to Impunity, actually, have picked themselves a very aggressive comp in game one. Want to get stuff done. Want to be able to find, engage, you know, be the ones in control of the game. And hopefully, you know, stop DCG. Because even before DCG, you know, they found themselves early game leads, but they weren't the cleanest, you know. They would oftentimes, you know, make mistakes. They'd give opportunities for other teams to get back into the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder how much this Ezreal pick could be leaning to wanting to have Orca sort of roam around the map on the Rakan. Because I think Ezreal is probably the safest AD carry there is in the game, just by fact you have a flash on a like 16-second cooldown. Definitely means that Orca can go find things in other lanes. And of course, having the Renekton, you are able to look up top, as well as the Sejuani to pair with it. A lot of damage and crowd control can be found through those champions. But we are now going to load up onto the Rift, and it's game starting off similar to last game, where teams are trying to find early wards in opposing teams' jungle. But so far, spread across the map, it doesn't look like any will be found.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it'll be too much. Would be surprised to see any kind of level 1 come out. It is the grass picked up by Rel here in the top side, so it's a little bit better for that 1v1 trading, but, you know, maybe lacks the laning strength of the Comet or the versatility of Phase Rush. And Mission, you know, him and Driver must be on the same page. Has himself the Absolute Focus Scorch page.
Yeah, finding a little bit of poke there against the Ahri. Ahri doesn't tend to worry too much. I mean, she also has Second Wind and will be able to get some healing from her passive.
Yeah, it does have a lot of sustain just kind of inbuilt. Abilities go wide. Ooh.
Early fight here. Flash already used by Prage. That is... I'm almost surprised he chose to use it. I don't feel like you ever really have kill pressure. You do maybe get a bit of a chunk, which leads to a lot of pressure in lane, but as does losing Flash level 1.
Yeah, very surprising.
Okay, fight now found. Both supports going on to opposing AD carries, and things are pretty equal from that trade, but Flash being down again from this Varus lends a lot of priority here over to DCG.
Yeah, not the start they might have wanted. But I think he will be safe from any ganks. I don't think there'll be a 3-camp coming out from the Sejuani, and does have jungler pathing towards him, so should find himself in a decent position. Rel here has taken so much damage, and that could be troublesome for when Sejuani starts pathing top.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously Renekton a different champ from Jax, but completely opposite amount of health the Gragas has this game compared to last, so things looking good for the top side of DCG as well as the bottom side already, and we have to be a little bit concerned here. 12 CS to 4 in the bot lane already. As Hana manages to dodge out this ward, Nuli has to be so careful.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose Flash here. Thinks himself completely safe. Maybe the way Mission's positioning.
Yeah, doesn't have the Q up on Sejuani, but is going to be able to find the stun, and he doesn't use Flash. First blood to Mission already.
Wow, very, very nice there. I want to say Hana, the way he used the, I believe it's the Sage W there, was extremely impressive. You know, kind of placed it in a way that he could hit him whether he flashed or not. So really, really nice there from Hana. I think it was Mission who pinged out that ward, but being able to dodge the vision, get in here, and not only, you know, I was thinking this was just going to be a flash, but actually picks up the kill, and it's first blood onto Mission's Orianna. But pay attention to the Sedge W here. It was extremely nice. You know, wait for him to go up for the cannon, and just placed so perfectly to be able to hit it, whether he flashes or not. Very nicely played.
Yeah, extremely well played, and Mission, the exact person you want to get that gold onto, just joins the roster, is able to find their first kill of the summer split, and again, you're not going to be feeling too good as West Point, being that Mission has already found himself a kill.
Yeah, and I think that makes the matchup much more difficult for Ari. I think once you fall behind in this matchup, it can be very, very tough. When you're in those kind of more even states, normally the Ari passive combined with the rest of the sustain from that corrupting pot in the second wind is enough, but maybe now could have some difficulties. Mission, he opts to go for the Merc Treads, which I think makes sense. You know, there is a lot of AP damage. There's also the Varus and the Leona, even the Ari charm. But going for it so early, you know, kind of speaks that he wants to use that move speed very aggressively to take over the lane. Rel here, he went for the laning keystone. You know, he went for the grasp, something that allows for those better trades, but it's still falling behind.
Yeah, Char doing a pretty good job here of holding the waves, so it is going to be Praj picking up most of them as he returns.
Looks like this wave will just be cleared out here. Hana, he's going to go in here. Does have a lot of mid priority. Gets the ward and is willing to contest.
Yeah, is finding a nice trade here, and it is going to be Wukong, chunked out quite a bit. Mission's able to come. Nuli there first, though, of course.
Yeah, there should be a winning 2v2 for the side of DCG.
Ooh, 665, extremely low on the Wukong, but is okay to get out. He managed to pick up that camp, so important for his XP, but is going to struggle now for the rest of the jungling, just based on how scared he has to be of any invades.
It does kind of feel like, so far, DCG just playing this early game a little bit better, especially Hana doing very nicely for himself, and Mission with all that gold is going to be able to have permanent prior and deny Nuli a lot of CS here in the mid lane. Char, he might look on the Orca here, does spawn him out, but nothing to come of it.
Yeah, I mean, he is pretty even here in the bot lane, but being that you are Varus, you don't really want to see that. Looks like he will be going on hit, of course, having that he does have lethal tempo as well as a dagger picked up already.
Yeah, it looks like we'll look for that. I mean, can still go towards, I suppose, the Nash's build as well. I'll have to see. Oh, Nuli, though, actually in trouble.
Nuli in trouble. Has Flash still available, but it is going to be Hana pulling the trigger, and again, finds it.
That guy's the best Sejuani I think I've ever seen. I'll say it right now. Very, very nicely done there from the DCG mid jungle as Mission, who builds up a very nice lead there in that 1v1, you know, with that wave crashing, which was initially given to him by Hana, and then Hana kind of comes back around, manages to punish Nuli even more.
All fight going. Praj uses both of his sums. It is going to be Hana coming again. Char will have Flash available, is able to get away, and the flail will not land. So just sums found, but that is a lot of sums. Both Varus sums as well as Flash on Char are going to be on cooldown. So a lot of value found from Hana so far. Really impressive jungling.
Yeah, kind of a 1v9 performance from him so far. Mission is going to go for a reset in mid. Does he have himself the chapter? Not sure if he will. Oh, he does actually. Only 1,100 gold now, so a lot easier to pick that one up. And with these leads so far, it should be very easy for DCG to win these early game skirmishes, especially around the Herald is maybe where they want to look. And Rel here, he's going to be going for the tank Gragas build, so won't see the likes of the Everfrost. Just wants to be able to brawl with that Renekton, and is starting to bring it back on the top side.
It definitely has a health advantage for now, and there is no teleports available for either of these top laners.
Ooh, maybe a 3-man roam coming up here, but Hanabi, he has the ult. I'm not sure if this works.
Yeah, it does manage to clear out the wave. Pops the ult early, so he's going to get the Fury up and get some more heals, as well as just wave clear as this wave approaches. So I definitely like it. I think that is the safe option, just to pop the Dominus early.
Yeah, I think he was fine, though. I think it was popped a bit too early. Now we'll lack the Dominus for that Rift Herald fight, which I think is a bit of an issue. I mean, maybe they're strong enough that they can get it anyway. It is Orca who has that first move mid, and a lot of mid priority just coming out from Mission. So maybe they can still get it. I think could have held on to it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like with how strong Hana is as well as Mission, should be okay to pick this up. Having first rotate from your support as well obviously helps a lot. And no summoners importantly for Char. So Leona without Flash, if she decides to go in, is not going to be able to make it out again. I think that sort of sways how this fight can possibly look, as Rallier is going to come down and have a look. Hana still aggroing this Rift Herald as Orca and Char now fighting each other. Oh, might come down to a smite fight actually. As the fight starts out, Rallier is going to be stunned up, but it is the Rift Herald picked up. I'm not sure which team found it just yet, but fight continues. 665 find Hana. What else is he going to be able to find? Both of the Cyclones are used. Mission, massive shockwave, finds two. Newly flashes out as well as uses that Spirit Rush, but it's going to be 6665 going down to Hanabi 2. Rallier makes it out with his life, but 2 kills found for the 1 in trade. And I'm still not sure who picked up that Rift Herald.
Mission is the one who walked away with that Rift Herald there. I'm not actually sure if it was smited by the Sage or just picked up there kind of in the fight by the Renekton, but either way, even down that Dominus, it is the side of DCG that managed to clean up that team fight and get the Herald. Was a very nice ulti there that came out from Mission as well. It's a very, very good early game from them so far. Haven't really gotten a whole lot of plates yet, but now with that Herald, should be able to get a lot more. And we'll take a look at what happened. So it looks, I think, initially kind of decent for West Point here. They managed to, you know, get a lot of members up here while zoning out Mission a little bit. But the problem is there just isn't a whole lot of damage here, and they commit a lot onto Hana, who he's already kind of used everything here, so it doesn't really matter too much if he dies. I believe Newly kind of missed the combo onto Mission and then grouped up too much here, unfortunately. Word is taken out. It's kind of all she wrote for that team fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Newly had a really nice cleanse there to not also go down, but we come back to live. It is going to be a 3-man dive up in this top lane, and Rallier is going to be found. So another kill onto Hanabi's Renekton. Dragon is going to be looked to be the answer, but is he going to be safe to do it? It looks like for now, but Orca definitely hanging around suggests there might be an attempt to stop this for DCG.
Yeah, they're maybe going to look for it. I'm not sure they can get here in time. They don't have the ultimates. I think it's better to probably give this one up. It looks like they will, so it's something for the side of West Point, but will it actually matter? It's hard to say. I mean, it does deny any sort of early soul going over to the side of DCG, but Cryscata maybe being looked at, has the cleanse.
Cleanse used. Oh, manages to dodge the Chain of Corruption, but it is 665 found out again. Nice ult there. The quickness from Orca, managing to find that pick, and Hana picking up himself another one as he looked for that Glacial Prison, isn't able to find it, unfortunately, as Char walks away, but both sums available again for Prage.
Does have them. Cryscata, though, he lost his, so we'll have to be a bit more careful. Obviously, he is playing Ezreal, so isn't the end of the world. And, you know, with that mid-skirmish, it was Mission picking up another kill. Looks like we will get a replay of it. So Hunter and Orca, they enter the river, and Wukong unfortunately just caught out. 665 doesn't really have any business being here, has no priority over the mid lane. Maybe needs to try and look for something bot instead. And while I remember, I want you to take a look at Mission's inventory. There's a little bit of dark technology, secret sauce, if you will. He has an alternator. So I'm wondering if he's just going to build this into a Shadow Flame before completing his Mythic. I'm not too sure.
Maybe he might just be looking for the extra chunk of damage it offers.
Possibly, but I think a Blasting Wand does more damage, because Alternator has health on it. But I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see what he ends up going for.
Maybe over time, but possibly Mission realizes he's not hitting that often, and so each time he's hitting it might just get that proc, which might just be the difference. I'm not sure. We'll have to see, obviously. I mean, as you said, a bit of dark technology.
Yeah, something a little different for sure. Mission maybe being looked at around mid, but has very nice vision for himself. I think he dropped Herald mid after they took out the Wukong, it looks like. So they now have 5 turret plates to the name. do the side of DCG. And although they gave over the first dragon, have to be feeling very good about their position.
Yeah, Hanabi now in between towers as Relia is going to search for him. Nuli finds the charm, and now Hanabi's on trying to survive. He's going to pop the ult. He finds a lot of health there from that Q. He's actually looking to find a turnaround onto Nuli. 1 HP, manages to find it at 665, picking up the kill, but what an attempt from Hanabi.
Yeah, it was so close to picking up that kill there. And I think even though he ends up going down, it might actually be good for the side of DCG, because Nuli losing that much HP without having TP does mean that mid tower is going to fall. And Mission, he grabbed himself the Shadow Flame.
Oh, there you go. That is, I think that's the first time I've ever seen this, but I think it's worth saying that out of any mid laner in the region, Mission is the one to often innovate these interesting builds. As we do see a dive now coming out, Hana looking for himself for 2 kills here. Chain of Corruption does manage to land to stop it for now. Char getting low, Q will find it. That is a kill now onto Chris Carter, his first of the game. But Mission's not done. He's trying to look for Prash, manages to find it, and it's going to be the kill. I'm not sure exactly why it went like that, but he does find it. 665 now the target. Clone, nice clone to dodge out of that knock-up, but that was... I don't know if Mission needed to flash like that, but he gets the kill, so I guess he played it perfectly.
Yeah, look, he's inventing new builds and new Orianna combos in the same game. I would like to see a replay, because, yeah, I don't know what happened there, but, hey, can we really argue with the man? There's 4-0-3. Hanabi, he's just in West Point's jungle right now. He's going to gobble up this red buff all by himself. Even drops the pink to secure it.
Yeah, Relia doesn't even care. He's just staying there farming his wave, but there will be red buff now for Hanabi, so...
Yeah, so we're going to replay initial play onto the bot side here. It is just Char and Prage who are caught a bit too far up in lane, and honestly, really nice angle found. Like, it's a difficult one to respect, obviously, and they lost a lot of HP here. Char, you know, he was taken out on the way down, and Mission was so much prior around mid. You know, can just walk down, so let's see. Okay, yeah, I definitely don't think he needed the flash. I think he probably had a couple different things in mind. Is it getting engaged on, though?
Yeah, it's going to be stunned up here by Char. Ball in front of him, maybe to look for that speed. It's going to be able to find it, but Nuli eventually comes in to help the damage. It is 665, finding himself his 3rd kill.
It was, and I think the goal going over the Wukong, I'm not sure if that's the place you want it, but where else can it really go at this point? Rel here, he is forced off that top tower. Hanabi is going to be able to grab this. Has himself a pretty solid lead now in the side lane, upper level, up CS, and plenty of gold from the tower as well.
Yeah, good work for DCG to make sure that any play found by West Point is not without consequence, finding that tower up in the top lane. I believe it's the 2nd tower of the game, and they're continuing to push mid as well as pick up this Herald. So around the map, other than bot lane, so much is being found. Look at that mid lane tower, almost down already. Yeah,
that's even without dropping the Herald there. I wonder... I think the side of DCG can probably take this without even using the Herald.
Oh, it is Hana finding himself another angle. Crown is actually the pickup from Mission, who is going to be found again. He's going for his 2nd 2v1. He finds a 2-man shockwave. A lot of damage. Praj is 1 HP. Mission, no flash importantly, but 665 now low. Fails flash over the wall. Maybe stage jitters, but that is unreal. And Relia wastes teleport as well.
Yeah, well played by Mission there. Wasted a lot of their time. Might even get Varus on the way out. Is having a look at him. And Relia, he's very tanky. I don't think he can be taken out.
Yeah, Varus should definitely be found. Praise should not be...
Oh, so close.
Yeah, it is going to be Hana locating where Praise is. Going to give that kill over to Chris Carter, so more gold onto this Ezreal. And this game is a bit out of this world. There's been a lot of things that have been interesting. I mean, it's first game of the split for both of these teams, so I think you can cut them some slack, but yeah, definitely an interesting game.
Yeah, it has been a little different. Infernal Drake now is picked up from the side of DCG, which I think is exactly what you want here when you're already snowballing so hard. I mean, they've got 2 items on Mission already, very, very early. And 665, he got himself some kills, but when you're getting pushed out of your own jungle like this, it makes it very hard to get back into the game. Did he get that one?
I'm not sure, but I wanted to ask you, do you think Crown is the correct choice in this game?
I think if you're a Chad, you don't buy a Crown.
I think this game you could go to Leandri's. Here, we'll have a look here at what unfolded. I'm still not sure, so we'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, Orianna ult is good, and I think Mission, he kind of knows at this point that he could probably win the 1v2 if he plays it very slow, but I'm not sure how we fail this flash, because we are right next to the wall. Yeah, not sure what to say about that one.
Another fight now being found on Talker. It is going to be a kill picked up again by 665. Finding a lot of kills, this man.
Yeah, he is. Now 4-2-0. Maybe he can be the one to kind of drag them over the finish line here. Obviously has himself a very tall mountain to climb, but if there's anyone that can do it, it's this 4-kill Wukong at this point.
Yeah, looks like another little skirmish here between top laners. Not much damage really being done in either direction. But I want to come back to what I was saying before. I feel like against all the health that West Point have, you'd almost just want the Liandres on the Orianna.
Yeah, I can understand going for some defense up against the likes of the Wukong, but I think if there is something like that, Azonia's might be better. I think I'd prefer to see the Liandres as well. Still though, nice damage coming out of mission. Doesn't really matter what items you buy when you are this accelerated.
Yeah, especially first item, Shadow Flame is going to use the Shockwave. Massive chunk onto Char, but ultimately will not find that kill. 4v5 now though, they are going to be looking here for this tower. Cascada does have to be a little bit careful of this Gragas, but with no explosive car, should be fine. Glacial Prison lands now onto Relia and the Gragas. He's able to flash away, but the reward is that inner tower top lane.
Yeah, and looks like can't even punish anything on the way out. West Point, unfortunately, just slowly bleeding their objectives away here. 665, man. Maybe he can look for something. Not sure if he can. Looks like instead we'll... Actually, he's still around. Not sure he can get here in time to do something, though.
Oh, everyone does get out.
Yeah, well, was close maybe to finding him, but couldn't quite do it. Now down 7,000 gold. West Point, at least they have a dragon to their name.
Update on the Dark Tech. There is now a Blighted Jewel in the inventory of Mission. So getting a bit of early magic penetration in before those MR items can really come through. It definitely accelerates your damage when they start to try and itemize against you. But now there isn't all that much magic resist to talk of in any case. A few Mercury Treads.
Hanabi, he's working on these Groms. Is now up 2 levels on the side lane and a significant amount of CS. Can they kill Rel here? I'd be kind of surprised.
Yeah, Relia really tanky, but so much CC is found that they're really chaining it so well. But again, Gragas is just too tanky, is going to be able to get out. That is the Sejuani ult as well as the Israel ult. Israel, not too consequential, but the Sejuani ult does give you a lot of power when it comes to sieging. Hana jumping the wall here. This man is fearless.
Yeah, probably knows there's no one that can really touch him at this point. And the waves do get cleared out bot. You thought maybe with Rel here getting chunked out that tier 2 tower could be looked at. But DCG, they can't manage to get it for now. Maybe we'll start to kind of set their sights on that top side again.
Yeah, definitely think they can look towards this Baron. They don't have the most amount of damage on the Baron, especially not having that Liandres, but Orianna, as well as Israel, will offer a little bit in terms of being able to take that down. And it is only 20 minutes, but setting up with wards and stuff should be good.
We got a new graphic here for win expectancy. I guess this is in win rate. Kind of interesting. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it's only sitting around like 75%. Yeah. I feel like at this stage it does look like DCG have such an upper hand. I mean, it's 7k gold at 20 minutes. A lot of towers already taken, so much pressure over the map. I'm not sure how it's calculated, of course. I'm sure there's some algorithm to do it.
Oh, Frage.
Oh, the Glacial Prison does not quite land, but it is importantly going to be a lot of cooldowns. Chain of Corruption goes backwards. 665 finding what he can with that Cyclone, but definitely not enough damage. That's 2 kills now found from DCG, as Mission's keen to again 1v2.
Yeah, and I think with that little skirmish there, win expectancy just went through the roof because now DCG, they should be able to just do this Baron. Nuli, he has a flank, but what damage does he really have? There's no follow-up for him here. I'm not... I mean, they have to try something, but I really don't know what it is.
I think Charg just dies before he even gets there. Is going to have to commit the flash, as well as Relia now the target. Cascada staying on there, picking up some honey fruits to ensure he stays nice and low, nice and high, even as Hanabi now farms Nuli. There's going to be a lot of damage onto Relia. The ult does not quite land. Relia is going to go down. Hanabi finds it.
Can he find any more? Doesn't have himself a flash. Does just need to disengage there. Now 10,000 gold lead for the side of DCG. They have a Baron. And what can they get done with it in the next 3 minutes? Also 3 items on mission is insanely strong at this point.
Yeah, Void Staff finished now, so pretty much any MR that has been picked up is inconsequential. I mean, Jack Show maybe you can argue is still going to be very relevant. But at this stage, you have 4 kills on your team, and it's all on the Wukong. Don't know that there's much you can really do.
Perhaps not. DCG, they are just going to pick up this dragon. Kind of dot the I's, cross the T's. Maybe don't even need to. Feel like they would just be able to siege down and probably end this game, but there's no harm really. It only takes maybe 15 seconds, and Mission still needs to push in this bot wave. So you have until that point to set up your siege. And I feel like it's going to be so hard for the side of West Point to hold on to this. You know, they don't have a lot of wave clear, especially not when this far behind. And without sums on your carries, are extremely vulnerable to just being engaged on. They're going to try trade this top tier 1. Again, it's kind of the best you can do, but very similar to game 1 today. It's just, it's not what you want at this point.
Yeah, definitely not. As we see minion waves coming in both mid and bottom, this is really where you start getting choked out of the game. Bottom tower looks like it's going to be going down, no issue whatsoever, as Hanabi trades underneath the tower against Rallia. Kind of cornering them in their own base here, our DCG. Haven't started to look for the inhib just yet, but now Mission turning towards it, getting those auto attacks off. Manages to find that one. Next minion wave coming in should look to get this mid lane tower as well as the mid lane inhib. Cryscada poke is definitely nothing to stifle at, as Prage gets so low there from that shockwave. He's going to have to recall. It's now a 4v5 until he can get his health back up. And do they keep sieging? It's looking like a bit like game number 1, where they are going to just start hitting these towers immediately. Char not finding that Zenith Blade just yet.
Yeah, I feel like West Point might have waited too long. Needed to engage early.
Oh, it is going to be the fight. 665 finds a Cyclone, and Nilly trying to find some damage on the back line. Cryscada and Mission are very low. Rally trying to do what he can, but it's Hanabi in the middle of the fight finding his damage. Cryscada finds Nilly. It is also going to be Varus actually finding Mission, but Char and Prage last alive. They're both 1 HP. Prage manages to find Orca, but 3v2. Full health bar pretty much on Hanabi. It looks like they might be able to defend for now, but we'll have to see. Cryscada dodges out of Zenith Blade once again as Char getting poked out. It is going to be Hanabi going forward. Manages to find that stun. Prage getting so low. Back to his Nexus. Are they going to be able to take it down? Cryscada has to be careful of that piercing arrow. Does dodge it out. It is going to be the game. Game number 2 does go over to DCG.
Yeah, I think expected result, but maybe the way it happened was definitely a little bit different. I wasn't really expecting DCG to kind of come out the gates and just destroy West Point like that. Again, we didn't know too much about them, but it was an extremely dominant performance, and I have to say, credit to Hana on the Sejuani was very impressive. He has to be the MVP.
Yeah.
I think maybe you could give it to Mission. You know, did very well with the lead he had, but that was all set up by those incredible Sejuani Ws.
Yeah, I definitely think pretty much every lead that was found around the map was off the back of Hana. Even this game, we saw him go bot, find a lead there, went mid, found a lead there, and also, I mean, mid was almost immediate. It was like 3-4 minutes into the game. Without Q, he Qs into the bush and just walks out and flays the guy and gets the kill. But then also found 3-man dive up top lane, and I think he all round played the best. And I didn't really see any egregious mechanical misplays.
True.
I mean, there was some crazy happenings in that game. I mean, like, just things you don't really expect.
No.
But I mean, yeah, honestly, Hana has to be, I think.
Yeah, no, it was a very entertaining game. I will say that. I think that, you know, from the start of DCG, it was good signs, at least a little bit. Again, hard to know because we don't really know the team strength at this point, but something that DCG struggled a lot with in Split 1 was Nesty would kind of get a lead early, spread it around the map, and then they'd kind of struggle to close it out, or Nesty would fall behind early game, you know, in his 1v1 or something like that, particularly if he wasn't playing kind of his champions, and then the rest of the map would kind of crumble around that. And I think that, you know, having Mission, it gives them another kind of consistent carry threat in those team fights, as well as in the laning phase. So it could be exactly what DCG need.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important, as you touched on Nesty just there in the last split, is Nesty is still on the team as a sub.
True.
So honestly, that allows Mission and Nesty to both even just go and 1v1 each other, and you actually get a lot of mechanical practice doing that, especially when it comes to laning, and Mission being probably what we know as the best laner in the league already. Maybe Maple now that he's returned, but Mission definitely up there. Will help both of them improve, and I think that means a lot when you go towards the end of the season.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's also kind of potential with draft as well, because Nesty, he does play some of those more wild picks, some of those more niche champions that I think that, maybe you don't want to show them in the regular season, but if you put Nesty in for a game in the playoffs and kind of have him play something like his Talia, could find yourself kind of sneaking away a win.
Yeah, definitely. I think DCG look really strong at the moment. Definitely a good sign for things to come already. And I think importantly too, I think I looked at Mission being sort of who was going to carry, and by no means did he slouch. He definitely did carry, put in a lot of damage on the Orianna. I do question his build a little bit. I don't think Crown was such a great pickup, honestly, but Hana ultimately did do the heavy lifting in this game.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think it's also very impressive because a lot of the time when you see the Sejuani, you kind of think of, it finds those engages and it's a consistent front line, but not often are you being like, okay, that Sejuani really put the game on her back. But I think that game was, very, very nice from him. I'll be interested to see these damage graphs. I want to see, was the Shadow Flame first item a success?
Well, I think it probably was. I think maybe Chris Garda did the most damage just because he played Ezreal. Yeah. I mean, that's often what happens. It's not invisible damage. Obviously, it helps when you're sort of sieging and whatnot, but it's not influential when it comes to like a team fight where you see a massive shockwave turns the team fight. It's sort of just Ezreal every now and then hitting you with a Q. I think Mission probably, he might get the first because he was obviously accelerated in the game.
Yeah, he's very fed.
Yeah, and he found some nice shockwaves and stuff like that, but I also, we don't ever see it, but damage taken graph, I feel like Hanabi up there at the top lane was like in between towers the entire game, and even in those fights, he was just in the center of 5 people, soaking it all up and healing, and a lot was done also on that Renekton, I think, really showing why it's such a pivotal pick in the meta.
Yeah, and I think the Sejuani is starting to look like a problem, right? Like, the Wukong managed to find some kills, but doesn't really have the damage around him, especially when the rest of his team falls behind. And I think Sejuani, it just immediately, it's one of those champs that just builds your comp with one champ. It provides engage, a frontline, tankiness, and also sets up so well with a variety of different combos. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, increased Sejuani priority all throughout the day, but Nico being missing in this game was a bit of a surprise. It was banned first 3 in game 1, I believe, on the red side. But yeah, we'll have to see if it comes through later on. Looks like we will take a look at some highlights here around that first Rift Herald fight that really kind of put DCG in that driver's seat.
Yeah, it is going to be the first blood actually found by 665 up here onto Hana. But then coming down here, we see Mission, a really nicely placed ball there, and manages to find a 2-man shockwave, which does get char killed and almost nully after the flash stun from Hanabi. So finds the Rift Herald, finds 2 kills, and it just really got the ball rolling.
Yeah, and here, trying to contest this Baron 3v5 when you're this far behind, it kind of feels like you have to do something to get yourselves back in the game. But I think there really is pretty much no chance that they can ever do anything here. Don't even have a smite available. Actually, they did have a smite on Ahri with the spellbook, but was going to be a very tall order to get her into the pit there. You can kind of see, Mission just willing to frontline and not being scared of anything. There just is not enough damage.
And I think Hanabi this whole game didn't have the ability to click on the left side of his screen. He just went forward the entirety of that game. And here we do get to see the damage graph. It is going to be Mission with the Shadow Flame Dark Tech, able to pick up the most damage in the game. Kind of a surprisingly low amount of damage on Ezreal, honestly.
Yeah, maybe it was just kind of hitting mid waves and having Varus bounce them back the whole time. Meanwhile, the solo laners were just brawling in the side lanes, so didn't get the opportunity to stack up that damage. Would have been more damage on the Orianna had he had a Leandries, and as we know, damage dealt is the only stat that matters.
That's exactly right. I'm kind of surprised. I know they were just brawling up in the top lane. Actually, Mission getting player of the game. I'm kind of surprised, honestly.
Yeah, I think he played very well, don't get me wrong, but I think Hana was a little bit robbed. He did set up so many of those plays, and while Mission, he did do extremely well with what he was given, I have to give more credit to Hana.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this game looks a lot different in terms of Mission's performance if there wasn't a fail flash bot lane by 665 as well. Because he probably just goes down there if that doesn't happen. But here we do see Mission's highlighted is going to be that, obviously, shockwave here down in the bot wave.
Yeah. Was very, very accelerated at this point. It is up a level over Nuli, and I believe he had the Lost Chapter as well as the Merc Treads. And I think, ooh, dude,
this is not a highlight. This is not a highlight.
Oh, I can't believe they put that
I
in.
feel like that's one of the moments where you want to just keep the ball on your head and flash it.
Yeah, yeah. I think he was kind of like stuck between, should I flash the ball onto him or should I just walk up normally? And I think that little bit of indecision is what led him to doing something that looked a little odd.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be fair, he did end up finding the kill. And as we know, if you find the kill, you played it perfectly.
True.
So no complaints there, obviously. I think there were a lot of weird flashes in that game. There were a lot of weird flashes, but ultimately DCG are the ones to take it away. And I want to come back actually to a point you made about the Sejuani. I think so far we've seen the two teams you'd expect to win pick the Sejuani and then win. So I don't know if it really tells the full story about the Wukong. I mean, we'll probably find out as we come into our third, fourth, and fifth game of the day. But I'm not so sold that it's just the Sejuani's better. I think Wukong's found a lot despite how far behind he was. We saw that massive team fight as well as in that game was the only one really finding any kills. But that will do us now for game number 2. We will be back very shortly for Duish Team versus Beyond.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I'd do it for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? to it. Shit, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Shit, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Shit, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Shit, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let it be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire. Don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear. A cloud is forming. The storm is heading right. Black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello and welcome back to the first day here of the summer split here at the PCS. If you've missed us so far, we've had two very one-sided affairs, and I'm almost thinking like the game we've got coming up here between Duish Team and Beyond might be the same. Obviously Beyond now, I think they have our two picks of most improved player. I think you chose 1116 and I chose Kerez, so I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah, so BYG, I mean, I'm sure we will see it in a second. They have retained their top side, but they have upgraded their bot lane pretty significantly. I believe it's Betty and Kerez as their new bot lane. Both, very good players in their own right, and I think that, that once the BYG top side is unlocked as well, it should be a very, very fearsome team.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to say about Kerez is while he was on, I believe, the team that came last, I think Sim9 came last in the spring split, he actually managed to find one of their only wins playing AD carry. instead of the support role which he usually plays, which while is a bit weird, I think it shows that he has an understanding for the bot lane in general, not just the support role, which can add a whole lot to being able to play as the support.
Yeah, I think kind of just decided he'll do it himself, take matters into his own hands, and honestly, yeah, did drag Sem9 across the finish line a couple times. I remember there was one Xayah game where he looked like one of the better ADCs in the league.
Oh, that's a big
Look,
call.
there's a lot of good ones, but
Yeah.
no, I mean, he played very, very well in that game from what I remember. I think on the side of Duish team, feels like it might be more of the same this split. You know, I'm willing to give them benefit of the doubt, see what they have up against BYG here. But BYG, I mean, they look very, very strong. So we will get the Duish team roster here. So it's old mate JP in the top side, WSL, Zhao2, Pepper, and Nhouse. So it is the same roster, but new top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, they've kept Zhao2 and WSL together. I think WSL last split at least looked like if he was able to find them a win, that was pretty much how they found it on the likes of Nidalee and Elise. He was a really aggressive jungler. Very feast or famine again, kind of similar to Rallier, except possibly better performer in general. And Zhao2, I think he has some really high highs, but I think he had the lowest low of the spring split on Yone. I think he would like 0 or maybe he had 1 kill to like 12 deaths. We're hoping that he doesn't do that again, obviously. I think Pepero and Inhao really held their own for the most part. It was just sort of everything falling apart around them for a lot of it. And here we will see that duo and their stats together. I think not surprising to see them top the damage for themselves last split. I think that's what we sort of saw in them. 3 wins, so is higher than their original 2 wins from summer in 22.
Yeah, 25 different champs played between them is a pretty impressive stat. I think Zhao2 especially would have played a lot of different champs over the split, and not the kind of champs you're used to either, right? Like he played a couple different mid laners. I think we saw Diana from him, if I remember.
Yeah.
In WSL, you know, playing the Elise, playing the Nidalee, to honestly pretty good success. Sort of excited to see, you know, what have Duish team cooked up for us, because I think they are a roster that, you know, on paper, probably don't stack up against the real stronger lineups, but do have some creativity, do have some champion pools that maybe they can use to their advantage.
Yeah, I think I am worried about WSL here because while Spring Split was quite a stale meta for jungler where they had a lot of sort of tank junglers, there were still the Nidalee and the Elise that could come out. And those were, as I said before, what he found the most success on. So gonna have to see if he can really change up a whole lot to make it better for himself here. With maybe he will just play the tank junglers and allow the pieces around him to perform better. We don't really know what the top lane is like just yet. I think that's one thing to be excited about for this team. Maybe that'll add a whole lot of sort of perspective as we get to see him play. But at least for now, I'm a bit worried about WSL.
Yeah, interesting. I think you're right. AP jungler is definitely a bit less meta than previously. But even then, I mean, he was playing some of those junglers when they were off meta, right? Like, I think he even had a Karthus game, which we didn't see from anyone else last split. So maybe he'll still look for them. Could even force out some bans if Beyond are willing to respect his champion pool. Definitely wouldn't want to see him just be trading the Sejuani and Wukong back and forth.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like his style at all, right? And I guess that's something to look towards as we do head into the Champions Select later. But for now, off to Beyond, as we mentioned earlier, they have picked up Betty, who is coming from the LPL. So I think last split we saw Ginger come to PSG from the LPL, which changed that team entirely. Now we get to see it for Beyond, adding Betty as that AD carry. And I think AD carry being such an important role really could change how this team looked. I mean, they did make it into the playoffs. They had a really good run, even taking, I can't remember if it was CFO or PSG, but they took one of those two teams to 5-game series. And I mean, I'm excited for that to see how they can really perform heading into this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think Betty is an extremely good AD carry and has carries to back him up as well. As we'll take a look at some of Betty's achievements here. 2 Worlds appearances, 3 MSI appearances, played for RNG, Rogue Warriors. What's AL?
I have no idea.
Well, anyway,
I don't watch
that's an
the
LPL
LPL
team. So yeah, I mean, people probably remember Betty. I remember some MSI performances, especially where he was extremely good. So yeah, could be a contender, honestly, for best ADC in the league, up there with Wako.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important to also say is that while obviously you have to be a good AD carry to have made those Worlds and MSI appearances, it also means you've played with really good players. And that can sort of help you grow your own team now that he's come to Beyond. And I mean, we've already seen Kongyue, who was one of the most impressive junglers that we saw last split. See if he can add a lot to that player, as well as Kyrie's obviously in the bot lane. And then I think 1116 had some really good looks, and then he never really looked terrible. He never looked bad by any means, but kind of just was in the mid lane and did his job. He didn't really outperform or do anything to really progress the team a lot, and we'll have to look to see if he can do something more here.
Yeah, he did. I remember having a couple really good games on Rise, and I think he could be, well, he is my candidate for most improved player for this split. I have to see how it ends up shaking out, but I think that, you know, a lot of BYG's games before, they, you know, were kind of the early game was built off Kongyue, but they really kind of struggled to get it over the finish line. And 1116 was playing a lot of scaling, and when your team kind of falls apart before the scaling comes online, you know, it's difficult to actually get to play the team fights as you would. So I'm hoping that this split can kind of show, you know, a bit more of that team fighting side.
Yeah. I mean, this is exciting. I'm excited to see how Betty does, because I think in the last split we did, as you sort of mentioned, Wako was the premier AD carry. Obviously there were other AD carries that really took him to his limits, but ultimately he always got the best of those competitions. And now we have someone with so much international experience from a major region, can really challenge to be that best AD carry. And we are going to now head into the champion select. We see LeBlanc is going to be banned out this game. I like the ban. And then Tristana Vi for Duish team.
Yeah, Tristana, Vi, LeBlanc, should expect those to be kind of staples for this meta. I want to see, will the Nico, all right, it is banned away. The Nico, I'm glad to see it banned. I mean, I think the champ is extremely strong on patch 13.12. I was surprised it wasn't prioritized earlier, but either way, we'll see now. Annie is the last ban. So Annie's the champ we've seen kind of fall in priority a lot. It still gets picked here and there. Still very good at engage. It's a decent blind pick. But has kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is a champ that 1116 did play quite a lot of in the former split, so maybe just taking that away from him, as we are going to see Maokai banned for the third time tonight. Now we're going to the first pick here for Duish team, and do they look for that Sejuani? So far it looks like they will, and it is. So I believe that is the second time tonight it's the first pick. The only other champ to be first picked is that LeBlanc, which otherwise has been banned.
Yeah, and you have to think this is matched by Kongyue's Wukong. I mean, is extremely good on the Wukong, and sort of seems like the obvious pick here. Would be surprised to see him go towards something else. Looks like it will be Hoven. And question is, what do you take with this? A lot of the priority mid laners are off the board, so maybe you want to look towards taking something like an ADC instead. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Aphelios maybe, or even a takeaway pick from Sejuani could be good, but I think I'd like something like the Aphelios.
I think you can also look to pick things like the Cassante. I think there's not really a counter to it. You can pretty much pick it into anything, and at worst it's even. But Kai'Sa being the hover here, I think Kai'Sa has a really high skill ceiling. Obviously would be excited to see Betty play such a champion, but Jax now looking like it will be the lock-in, and it is. So Lakai going back onto that Jax. It is, I believe, his most played champion in spring. Going back to comfort as Zhao2 hovering Yasuo.
So Yasuo would be an interesting pick. Would be kind of honestly excited to see. I'm not sure how well it'll do versus Jax and Wukong, but it does pair well with the Sedge. Looks like Renekton could be the answering pick here, but I don't know. Renekton is very good with Sedge here, but another champ that sort of struggles pretty heavily up against the Wukong and the Jax. So I'm not sure it's the best Renekton we've seen all night, but let's see what else they go for here. Will they pick up another melee, maybe stick it in mid lane, or is it time to prioritize one of those bot laners? Could be the Rakan third pick, which we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, so far, if they do lock in this Rakan, it's the exact same pick as DCG had in the former game. So going, I mean, exactly the same. I guess it is just a strong all-round pick. I mean, Rakan, as you've sort of touched on with the Sejuani as well, is you can just place it into any team comp. It fills its role and more. Has so much engage, has peel, just offers so much. It can roam. But ultimately, it is now also going to be Betty picking that Kai'Sa. I think that's the most exciting pick we've seen so far.
Yeah, I was about to say, what a treat. I mean, I think Kai'Sa in general, probably one of those champs that ADCs just really get to show off on. And I think Betty's Kai'Sa, very good pick. And certainly looking forward to this game now. As we'll head towards our second phase ban, they take away the Xayah, so break apart that Xayah-Rakan combo. And I think also just taking away Xayah makes it so much easier for a comp with a lot of engage to play. It's a very smart takeaway there. the side of Doish team, you know, do you just target those melee supports? No, they ban away the Ahri, which is kind of surprising to me because I feel like there's a lot of champs that could kind of fill the diving role at this point. But, I mean, we'll see what the second ban is.
Yeah, Zia is still open, which is one of the premier mid laners in the patch. So we'll have to see if either team look to ban that away, but it might be just BYG. They're actually taking away the Yone. So it does pair well, admittedly, with that Sejuani. It offers mixed damage as well, so it can do better into the Wukong than the Yasuo. But definitely an interesting takeaway here. I'm not entirely sure of the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, so I think BIG probably will just take their support here, leave mid lane to counter. Rel or Leona feels like it should be the pick. You definitely need something that can follow up the Wukong. I'd like to see the Rel. I think Leona might even be better, but I think Rel's pretty exciting champ. It is locked in, something different for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Rel and Kai'Sa also offer a lot, similar to the Nautilus, where you have so much CC that you can stack up those passive stacks for the Kai'Sa to offer more damage. Will we see an exact copy of DCG's team comp?
Could it be the Orianna Ezreal coming through? I'd be a little surprised to see an Orianna picked up, but hey, never say never at this point. And Ezreal looks like it's going to be locked in, so almost running back the exact same draft. I think it's definitely the champs you're up against, though, is not as easy. And Jace, I would be a little surprised to see Jace. It does do very well with Sedge. It pokes as well with Ezreal, but playing Jace up against the likes of Wukong, you know, Kai'Sa, Rel, you're going to have to position so well. Now looking at this last pick here, for 1116, I think the Azir would be good. You know, some sort of big AP carry could be nice.
I think the Cassante is really good here, simply because you have an entirely AD damage team composition here from Duish team, and on the side of BYG, you can have the Kai'Sa go AP. And so you have mixed damage here for BYG, whereas Duish team just have only AD damage. You've now got a Jax, a Wukong, and a Cassante to try and burn through. And even on, like, you have a lot of poke, but what's the poke going to be able to do when you have like 300 armor on 3 of your champs?
Yeah, it definitely feels like a game that if Duish team fall behind, if they can't get those pin items early, are going to really struggle on the side of BYG. And again, you know, questions kind of come back to, is the Renekton and the Jace the right solo lane choices? You know, I think the Gragas could have just been picked up into that Jax blind pick, would give them the AP they needed, a bit more flexibility around the rest of the map.
Yeah, I definitely favor Beyond Gaming here. I think the team composition from Duish team is quite terrible, honestly. I think if you do fall behind, you don't really have a way to deal damage. I think, how are you going to get to the Kai'Sa first of all? Obviously, maybe the Rakan can make it to her, but even then, what follow-up do you have? If Renekton can get to her, then I think it's just Betty mispositioning. But getting through Cassante, Wukong, Jax, and Rel seems like an impossibility.
Yeah, it kind of just seems like Duish team need to make sure the poke from the Ezreal and the Jace lands on the right members, but a lot easier said than done, and if they do overstep, can find themselves engaged on pretty much at a moment's notice. So I think, you know, it's tough, right? Duish team, probably the weaker team, have a very difficult to execute composition, but no, it's a new split. Maybe they'll be able to show us something nice.
Yeah, well, maybe. I think one thing they do have in their favor, perhaps, is they will have a nice skirmish when it comes to those dragons and Rift Heralds early, before any of the armor items can really come online. So I think if they do have a shot in this game, they really have to acquire those early game objectives. But how easy is that really going to be when you're up against the likes of this BYG roster? We know Kongyue is fantastic at controlling the map, sort of controlling vision around those objectives and setting up for them, you know, 30 seconds to a minute in advance. I don't know how well Duish team are going to be able to do it. I mean, if WSL can pilot the Sejuani similar to Hana did in the game previous, they might just find themselves so far ahead it doesn't matter. But again, I think that is a very tall task.
It is, yeah, and I think Kongyue, not just a strong jungler, but probably his best champion is Wukong, right? He's shown so many good performances on this champ, and it just feels like he's so well set up to have an amazing game here. BYG, maybe they're even looking for some sort of level 1 here.
In-how will be found, but it should be okay to just run away. There isn't really any CC that can come here. Just a little bit of poke damage, but nothing too significant.
They do get a nice ward here, so we'll spot out WSL Probably going for the solo start, or actually, looks like maybe he will make the Ezreal leash? Not too sure.
Is going to solo start, but does importantly dodge that ward. So I think inevitably he will go to that Raptor camp, which will spot him out anyway. But for now, his position should be somewhat unknown, especially since we do see JP up in top lane sort of faking the leash on the blue.
Yeah, interesting. See what happens from that. In the bot side, though, it is first strike picked up here by Pepro. He's even got the TP as well, so really kind of just saying he can survive this lane, survive getting all in, and it's not an issue. I think it's bold, right? Like playing against Kai'Sa without a combat sum is a little risky, but it is Ezreal after all, can Q farm from a bit further back, but a lot of the time you kind of really need to be ahead as Ezreal to do stuff into these sorts of comps.
Yeah, Israel definitely a champion that wants to be at your tower versus at his own, but I guess early game that might be a little different, and it could be similar to last game where Inhao is going to be looking to roam, so having that teleport means if you do get low and aren't able to stay at your tower, you can just recall, teleport back and catch most of the minions. As you take a look at all three lanes, it looks like things going fairly as expected. I'm kind of surprised Jax has the push in top, but I guess that is just because JP decided to fake the leash on the blue buff.
Yeah. Does feel like that. Can maybe set up a gank though. Jax just used E on top and Sejuani is around. Looks like he will be spotted out on that ward. Nothing's going to come of it. And Phase Rush picked up here by Zhao. Feel like maybe you need it for the matchup, but not having first strike does kind of weaken that scaling.
Jungle Skirmish comes out. It is going to be the red buff found by Kongyue. Stunned up though, and WSL finding a lot of damage here. Kongyue not healthy enough to really return, but he tries, and Flail will not land, but a lot of trading going on as Yaltu and 1116 get really low here in the middle lane. It is 1116 getting the better of the trade. As now Lakai looking for WSL.
Ooh.
Flash followed, it is going to be found. Now it is WSL. Can he get away? No. First blood found from Lakai. That's red buff now for this Jax in the top lane.
Yeah, red buff Jax. Man, JP's not going to be happy about that one, but imagine how you feel as Kongyue there. You get pushed out of your jungle by WSL, but your laners just collapse and kill him for you. That's got to be the best feeling as a jungler. Just winning those 1v1s in that top and mid kind of allowed them to collapse. Now Lakai, he's going to be the beneficiary of this with that red buff. Might have some difficulty crashing this wave, but once he gets us in, should be in a very good spot.
Yeah, definitely. Again, troubling signs early on in this game, which we've seen throughout the night, really, is just one team takes an advantage early and they snowball the game. So we'll have to see if Duish team can do something to stop that. But as we touched on prior to the game with their team composition, it almost feels like you can't afford to give up first blood.
Yeah, and WSL maybe wants to try to defend this blue. I don't think it's super easy, though. I mean, Zhao is basically dead already.
Well, he does find it, but now what does it cost him? Does it cost him anything? Kongyue, nice clone there. It is going to be his life. So already found. It is Lakai getting low. Backing out now. Can they find JP? Doesn't look like they'll be able to. So just one kill. It is WSL going down for the second time already as Yaltu is running for his life. Kyrie's coming in, gets the speed up, but acceleration gate might be what he needs to get away.
Yeah, I think he will be able to walk this one out, but I honestly think very questionable by WSL to try and contest that. His laners are just a lot weaker, right? Like, Zhao was so low on HP before this started, and there's no way to guarantee the damage on the Kongyue. You know, down a level here is WSL, down HP. Take a look at Zhao's health as well. How do you think you're going to win this team fight? It just doesn't seem possible whatsoever. And Duish team, you know, they really get hard punished for that. I think WSL, he could have kind of just gone on the other side of the map, you know, farmed up a bit. It wouldn't have been too bad, but now, significant lead here for BYG.
has to be careful here. Does have flash available, so we'll just take that flail and walk away.
Will for now. Kongyue, though, his items are looking very good. Is very, very strong. Wouldn't be surprised to see him look towards that dragon before swapping back to the top side. And bot lane's been relatively quiet. I haven't seen a whole lot yet. Looks like Kai'Sa is going for a Noon Quiver.
Probably Static Shiv.
Yeah, could be. I hope it is AP, right? Like, you would expect the Shiv into Shiv Nash's Rage Blade or something along those lines.
I think you can even go Ludens in this game.
Ooh, you think so?
Yeah, I think if you're going AP, because you have no other AP on your team, you're kind of forced to just go full into it. And I mean, the Kai'Sa W spam AP is still extremely strong. And even, I mean, if you landed onto anyone that isn't Sejuani, it should be meaningful. But we do see All Out committed from 1116. Isn't able to find anything for now, but Kongyue following up. Man, 1116 just continuing to go forward. Won't find anything for now. In fact, Zhao really getting the better of the trade.
Yeah, I think that's pretty problematic for Zhao though. Losing your flash before Wukong hits 6 is very bad. There's a very high chance you just get flash altered. And there isn't much you can do about that as a Jace. You're kind of just dead to rights at that point.
Well, Pepero has the flash here. We do see the fight come out. Kira's getting low. He is unmounted now, but Betty exhausted, trying to find the damage. It is a nice true shot barrage, but with the team members all here from beyond, they're able to find one. It's Pepero going down. Next will be WSL. That's his third death of the game as Betty runs forward. Zhao with no flash. He just committed it. Is going to look for the turnaround, but does not quite have the damage. Importantly, gets phase rush and is able to run away.
Can they defend this red buff? I kind of feel like they can't unless Zhao can find a way to hit some poke. It's kind of playing with fire though. Doesn't have a flash. Looks like members of BYG will just walk out after snagging themselves that red buff.
2 kills and the red buff even, and we already see it. First item on the Cassante is just going to be those plated steel caps already, so already minimizing the damage that can be done to him. As we look at the replay now.
Wasn't nice flash from Pepero, but really just feel like he doesn't have the damage at this point. I mean, he hit basically everything he possibly could here, but no one's getting low enough. And unfortunately, WSL is so weak at this fight. Kind of just shows up and gets taken out. Really, it's just 300 gold at this point. And just not really strong enough. And I think if you're on the side of Dirge team, it's tough because I think as this comp, you do want to be ahead, but already falling behind, you've got to kind of cut your losses and play for some smarter fights.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do as Jewish team here. You might have to just set up for a pick. Obviously, Sejuani pretty good at that, and how nimble Israel is can also help alongside that. But they are importantly picking themselves up a dragon, so if it does come down to that dragon win con, they are ahead already in that regard. So good foresight finding that. But it is going to be answered by the Rift Herald up top here from Kongyue.
Yeah, and the Rift Herald is what they can use to really snowball this game. I want to see them look to punish this no-flash Jace. Feels like if you take this Herald mid, you can kill the Jace and maybe accelerate the Cassante to being even more unkillable than he already is. And is this Ezreal going towards Shiv as well? I think it could be. We have seen Shiv Ezreal mid. Haven't seen a bot though, I don't think.
Yeah, it could definitely be, as we see All Out committed here, but is just going to flash out. So was probably intending it to go through the wall, and as soon as it didn't, decides to play safe, flash away, and not give over any unneeded gold.
Yeah, unfortunate misplay there. I think if he had taken him through the wall, was pretty much a guaranteed kill. Does manage to get out though, and is fine. Now with the mid lane Ezreal build, a lot of people have been going for, you know, the Shiv Manamune into the likes of, you know, Lichbane, even looking towards the Ludens and Rabadons and stuff like that. Probably Ludens before the Lichbane, and it does scale extremely well. I've played it mid lane once, and it does a lot of damage late game.
That's good. So they do have AP in that regard. It's a little bit better than I previously thought, as we see more scuffles between the mid laners here as WSL pokes his head in.
Yeah, we'll just clear this all out. The thing with this Ezreal build, though, is it does take a pretty long time to come online, and I don't know if Duish team have that time. We'll see if they can manage to do it. I do think if Pepero can get to that late game, you know, be kind of at that 3-item point with his, you know, Manamune, Shiv, and Ludens, we'll be in a very, very good spot. It's just whether or not he could get that.
Betty's already got his Shiv, so already an accelerated Kai'Sa. As we see a fight break out here, it's a nice counter-strike to land the stun, but JP going to commit both the ult and the flash, but it is going to be Cyclone knocking him up. Teleport coming in here for Zhao could be a bit more dangerous than he perhaps would want, but nice amount of damage there onto Kongyue. Goes to Hammer Form, finds the kill. Can he find Lakai as well? Lakai's so low here as WSL is going to arrive, finds the slow. Double kill now for Zhao.
Yeah, very, very nice TP there from Zhao. Was actually TP up on the Cassante. I'm surprised it wasn't matched here from 1116. Feels like he could have avoided those 2 kills going over, but maybe just thought they were out. And that's the kind of gold that Duish team are going to need. And I think getting onto the Jace is very important. He's going to be, a big part of if Duish team can find their way into this game. Let's get a replay of it. So it looks like JP, he was pretty heavy trading very early. Sejuani is nowhere near. Didn't have the wards ready to back it up. Double dashes and a flash isn't enough to save him. Kind of says how far up in the lane he was. But it is the TP that's answered here. And Cassante, he had it the whole time. I guess there's just nowhere really to TP to. You could TP to the tower, but, it's a long way to run.
Yeah, I wonder if Cyclone landing onto Xiao 2 saves them there.
Yeah, maybe. Or it could have even just, traded one instead of having them both die. But
yeah.
Either way, now the Ghost Blade picked up here for this Jace. Very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. See if he is going to be able to spread that lead through the other areas of the map. I think bot lane in particular would be a good place to try and look, as you really require this Ezreal to start doing some AP damage to stand much of a chance. But 3-man strong as well as Rift Herald here for Beyond in the mid lane is going to find themselves 1 plate, almost 2.
Yeah, nice little bit of gold there. They're on the other side of the Beyond. And I think right now it's only a 2k gold lead for Beyond, which I think is the closest game we've seen so far. At least at this point. I feel like BYG, though, they are definitely in the better position.
Kongyue, relentless on these invades, is looking for the red. It will be WSL managing to find that, but every time this red buff is up, you can expect Kongyue there with his team to try and take it away.
Yeah, not letting him have anything. Taking away the wards, taking away the Raptors. He's finally going to go back to his own side. I wonder if he'll look to start up this dragon. Probably content just to leave it, at least for now.
Like it for now. 30 seconds until this dragon. There is a pink ward on there for Beyond, as well as a couple of wards down pretty deep inside the bot side jungle there of Duish team.
Something that's kind of strange is that we're in a game where the only 2 APs are the 2 AD carries.
Actually, yeah. I guess you could include Sejuani at a stretch.
Yeah, I could see that. Sedge does some damage. I think mainly with Sedge, it's like people normally build Merc Treads against it though.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nice, right? Just a little bit of that MR and the tenacity.
I think that's the best sort of saving grace here, is that the Sejuani almost forces you to get some Merc Treads somewhere in the lineup just because of the amount of CC she provides. But I don't know if we'll see that just based on damage sources. But anyway, Dragon is spawned now. We'll have to see if there is a contest. It looks like Beyond do want to look to contest this for themselves.
Yeah, I think Duish team should probably look to give this one up. Maybe you can look to poke around it, but I think buying more time for your Ezreal to scale could be good. If you do want to fight it, I think you have to land poke before it starts. A little bit landed by Xiao 2, but not onto Betty, which really has to be the target. It's going to be dealing a lot of damage in this fight. It looks like resets will just come out. I think both sides kind of content to leave this. Duish team, they have that first dragon to allow themselves a bit of safety for scaling.
Kid is getting a bit too confident on his recall here. It will be charged at by WSL, who doesn't quite land the stun, but nice bit of chunk there onto this Rel.
Oh, Duish team, I don't think they should start this one. Maybe having a look at it, but wisely decide to back away. Yeah, we'll just have resets coming out.
One thing we haven't said so far this split as well, I know it's a bit late now, but the teleport change between the 2 summer and spring splits is now, it is
Unleashed?
Unleashed, that's it. Unleashed teleport does come at 10 minutes now instead of 14, so trying to give a bit of proactivity to these top laners. Obviously, we do have both the teleports available now, and with the dragon spawning, you have to feel like if there is a fight around it, we will see a full-on 5v5 as opposed to a 4v4.
Probably will, yeah, as WSL now looks back towards this Rift Herald. And there's no Dragon trade coming out, so I wouldn't be surprised to see BYG try and contest this. Although Betty is on the other side of the map, so is Pepero, but he has TP.
Yeah, we do see the fight starting so far. It is Betty who's walking up first, but again, teleport available. Ezreal recalling to get as much power as possible. Lakai finding a lot of damage onto JP here on the side. That's a half health for Nectin.
Yeah, it's been taken out pretty low, and I think Duish team unable to get any good poke. They do TP in on Pepero, but I wonder if the damage is already done. They haven't hit any poke onto the carries.
Oh, nice knock up there found into WSL. The damage is fairly inconsequential, but it's a 4-man Cyclone here found. Lakai in the backline as Betty wails away at their health. He is going to find that killer instinct. Finds one, finds two. Is it going to be a third? It will be eventually found by 1116. That's a 4 for 1, and the Rift Herald will be going over to Beyond.
Duish team, they try and contest when they really shouldn't, and Beyond, they punish them so hard for it. I think you really see the weaknesses of the Duish team comp there. You know that you have to walk up and poke, but if you walk just a little too far, if you overstep the boundary, I mean, you see what happens is Carriers, he finds, I believe it's a 4-man Relo, followed up by so much other CC. I mean, just look at the layering here. 4-man, double ults, and even the Jax, I think, flashed in for a 4-man or 3-man stun, I think it might have been. Either way, Duish team, really up a creek there. Just taken out.
Yeah, wow. What an explosive team fight that was, really. I mean, the Magnet Storm coming out of Rail found such a good engage, and that's what we were saying about Kyrgios, is while he may have been on a bottom team last split, he at no point looked like he was a weak member of that team. In fact, the bot lane tended to be the strongest part of it, and now we're just seeing what that can look like when you have stronger parts around you, and really, really good showing so far. It is now a gold lead extended to 5k, as Rift Herald hasn't even been placed yet.
Yeah, it was a little close in the gold for a time here, but maybe now it's looking to go the way some of those previous games went. It is 2 items on Betty. There's a lot of damage very, very early.
Look how tanky this Cassante is already.
Yeah, it's so strong, and I think the Ezreal, you know, with going towards the Manamune, won't have that kind of full AP damage to really get through him for a pretty long time. Maybe not even this game, you know, with this being this far behind, it becomes very, very difficult to continue to get gold, get farm.
Well, JP is in a world of trouble here, you have to feel. A Hex Flash used here by Kyrgios. Does manage to use the stun as well as cancel the dash, but they are okay to just take that tower.
Yeah, more gold picked up, and they still have themselves a Herald. Wonder what they want to do with it. They've already taken mid-tier 1, which is where you kind of normally see the second Herald used. Maybe instead we'll look to just save it, you know, either for after making a pick or just to kind of deploy on the other side of the map when Baron spawns. We'll have to see what it ends up getting used for. It looks like recalls will just come out for now. A Shiv wave clear though. It is nice. Not so nice when you leave them all on 1 HP.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes it causes you to miss a few CS here then there, but if you're Kai'Sa, you don't have that problem. It just immediately kills the entire wave.
Yeah, that item's fine.
Well, we are seeing the power in the AP Kai'Sa. I believe it was Nash's as the second item, and I don't think we have been able to see what the third item coming out will be. I do expect it could probably be the Ludens, just based on you are the sole AP of your team. Have to wait and find out, as lane assignments looks like the Jace will be matching up against the Cassante for this one, although Cassante now 1116 does find a nice engage. He is low, but that's just because of his all-out. He's going to find the solo kill. No, he's not. Kongyue wants the gold, but that is ultimately going to be Xiaotu going down again.
Yeah, Kongyue, he does come in and yoink that, but I mean, just look at what happens when you have that lethality Jace with that Ghostblade up against a full armor Cassante. I don't know how much he has, but that fight was not going to be close. I really want to see how much armor he has. He just is so strong.
Yeah, WSL now in trouble as he's going to get engaged on. Is Killer Instinct going to come in? BYG Betty manages to find it. That was a lot committed there for WSL, but again, they should be able to find something here. Looks like they're headed towards the Baron with Rift Herald trying to get to work here on the top inner.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way the side of Duish team can contest. They might TP in the Jace, but I really don't think it's possible. And it looks like this could be another 20-minute Baron going through. Okay, double TP comes out from the Duish team solo laners.
I think this could be an all or nothing play here. It looks like Baron will be going down, and if there's a fight, I do favor BYG. Fight comes in. It is Xiaotu going down immediately in-house, so low as JP trying to do what he can do as this Renekton, but it's not enough. Betty finds one. It's in-house now, jumped on by Lakai. He goes down as well. Pepero and WSL are all that stand. It's Baron and 3 found for BYG.
What started as actually
could
gonna
be
have
4.
more.
WSL now going down. Is he going to find his 6th death? Looks like Flash should save him from now, but it shouldn't save the tower as BYG get to work on it. Actually, the minion waves have been depleted, mostly thanks to that static shiv, but my goodness.
Yeah, does the action ever stop? It was a relatively slow early game, but it's really exploded in the last few minutes. As we'll get a replay here, and I think, you know, the side of Duish team, they feel like they need to do something, but ultimately your comp cannot fight like this. You have to land poke before it starts. You see what happens when they can just engage on you freely, and at no point here is Betty even damaged at all. And I think Duish team, you know, obviously they've fallen behind. They have no good choices left, but you have to play towards your comp, and they're not doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I think in all 3 games we've seen some desperation plays come out, and that one was 3 people trying to catch Lakai, which did not eventuate, and now where do you go as BYG? You can really have your pick of the litter. You can go bot, take that inner and get some more gold, or you can probably start to siege up the mid lane tower, which is almost down already, and then look for the inhib.
Yeah, I think pretty much no matter where you go here, you should be going home in a few more minutes.
I think importantly, you don't want to turn for this Baron until the Dragon until Baron's depleted, because you do have the waves in a nice spot, so you will just be losing pressure.
Yeah, I think try and Baron as many waves as you can. They're even going for Baroning 3 waves here, which is normally pretty risky. Normally the reason you don't Baron 3 waves is because you're scared of the engage that can come out. But Duish team's engage is not particularly strong. They have a Sejuani and a Rakan, but there isn't a whole lot of, you know, threat to follow it up. So if they can manage to play 3 waves, can get the best of the
That is
Baron.
Yao 2 just kind of inting. He does get taken down to half, flashes away as Inhal tries to charm up as many people as possible. But this 3v5 is going in favor of BYG as Betty comes in, finds 2, finds 3. Is he going to be looking for the Penta? He's looking for it, but it's going to be 1116 finding himself a kill. It's also 1 found there by Kongyue. It's a triple and another 2. It's 5 found. Lakai's working on the top lane. Looks like it's game to BYG.
Certainly does, and a triple kill there for Betty. Could have been a Penta if things had gone a little differently, and Lakai didn't even need to be in that fight at all. They did manage to win it in what was initially a 3v5, later became a 4v5. And I was saying this game, it looked the closest of them so far, but here at 23 minutes, it is BYG. We're going to pick up game number 3 here, 19-2.
Yeah, and oh, hold up, we're trying to look for some KDA. Are they going to be able to find something? Honestly, can't see most of it. 2 more kills is found. They're looking for a 3rd by the looks of it. It is going to be another one. It's another race. It is the game.
It ended up not being 19-2.
If right there was not just sort of how the whole game went. It was like nothing happening, and then it was just brawl as much as you possibly can, which when you have a poke comp is probably not the best way to play, but
yeah.
Ultimately, Beyond do take it, and I wanted to say, if you thought last game was hard to pick an MVP, this game is probably even harder.
Ooh. I'd give it to Kaz. What do you think?
Oh, see, I was thinking that too, but I also feel like Kongyue set up quite a lot early game, as well as also 1116, finding a lot of pressure onto, who was it? WSL in the jungle.
Yeah, that's true. They had that double solo lane collapse and just killed him. And it's hard to say. I mean,
Kyrgyz's one team fight there with the 4-man Magnet Storm was a big game changer, but I think they were already ahead at that point, so I don't know how much it affected the result. Maybe just sped it up a bit.
I feel like here on the PCS, we don't think about the before. We only think of the moment. You know, at least that's how it's been for the last MVPs.
That's right, actually. Some of them were a bit scripted, it seemed.
Maybe a little bit of bias in the backstage. But I mean, talking a bit more about that game, I think Duish team made things extremely hard for themselves. It was not an easy comp to play, and they didn't play to it. So
yeah.
It feels like there's not a whole lot we can really say about that. I think Duish team should probably look to pick some different stuff. I will say that Duish team managed to keep it competitive in the laning phase, which is a good sign, honestly, because I think last split they were just kind of, you know, destroyed in the early game a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I don't know. I think there's so much to look at to how well they played. I think Lakai up in top lane was getting a really good advantage, and I think some of that stemmed off of JP deciding to sort of base a blue start for no real reason. It's not that impactful because as soon as he WSL's at the Raptors, they know, but he does get behind in the lane push early, and Lakai uses that to his advantage really well as Kongyue helping out and just roaming to find WSL in their red side jungle. I think a lot went wrong there for Duish team. It kind of felt similar to last split, in all honesty. But BYG, I think they looked astonishing, as well as Betty. I don't think he died, and I think he had so much impact there as the AD carry. And he looked really strong. I mean, Feng already looked strong last split, and Betty honestly looks even better. I mean, not that surprised, but really good sign for this team.
Yeah, for sure. And just on that note, like you said, Feng was one of the best AD carries last split. And for Betty to come in and just have that performance in your game one, I mean, again, it's only up against the side of Duish team, but hey, it's still, what was he, 9-0-6 or something at the end?
Yeah, something like that. And I think, like, even in that team fight at the end there, where it was 3v5 and the Tax were just brawling it out, he comes in, like, within 3 seconds of arriving, he'd done, like, 5,000 damage and the fight was over. So really had so much impact on that Kai'Sa. And I think Kai'Sa, as you sort of touched on before the game, is one of those champions that a good AD carry playing it is one of the most exciting champions to see them play.
For sure. Looks like we'll take a look at some replays here. And this was the one the Duish team tried to contest 3v5. I don't know. It feels like if you give this Baron, the game is probably over. So I understand why they're going for it. But realistically, if the only poke you can hit before this fight starts is onto the 5,000 armor Cassante, it's not going to cut it.
No, absolutely not. And we're really seeing the result of that here is there's just no damage to speak of really coming out. I mean, Ezreal is supposed to pretty much be your only damage threat, especially with the AP, especially after Jace just runs in and dies immediately. But he's not doing anything. And even though there's just full armor on the other team, he's not able to find that damage because Mirror Mana as a second item is just opting more into AD, which is not what they needed.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have skipped the Mirror Mana in this build, you know, even just sit on the tier and just build AP. Maybe it's not the most efficient way to do it, but I think given the draft you have, it might be the best decision. Again, though, really not a fan of the Duish team draft. I'm not really a fan of poke comps in general. I think that they work quite well in scrims when people are, you know, kind of inting into you and you're getting ahead for free. But I think on stage, so much it just comes down to someone oversteps, they get hard engaged on, and I don't know, it just requires a level of execution that I don't think is really present for most teams. It is Betty, though, who picks up the MVP, was 9-0-8, so had 2 more assists than I thought, 33% of his team's damage, and a great game one performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're coming into the league fresh out of the LPL, you want to have a standout performance. And honestly, he did. I mean, his whole team played extremely well, but obviously offering the amount of damage he did was certainly impressive. So here we're going to look. I think this is the first massive team fight, which feels a bit more of a Kyrie's highlight than a Betty, but
yeah, well, he was last hitting some kills, which I respect, and he did dive in there at the end. Managed to clean them up. Yeah, I think it was mainly his team's highlight, but hey, he got some.
This should be his, yeah.
He played this very well. There's a lot of cooldowns used, again, initially. Like, so much has been used. He realizes there really just is nothing left to threaten him, and he can come through and clean up. It's a real shame he didn't get the Penta here. He was actually pretty close to getting it. Unfortunately, got stunned and then was unable to get that kill, and I think the other one just went the way of Kongyue, but
yeah,
was actually pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing important there, a little minor detail, is that he plays Kai'Sa with the helmet on instead of the helmet off.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, Control 6 turns the helmet on and off, so maybe that's the way to play. I'm always a helmet off when I play Kai'Sa, so maybe that's why I'm not as good as Betty.
Why the helmet off?
Well, I just think you look more like you're really ready for battle when you have it off. You know, you're like you're just free. You're just free to do what you want. But apparently, you're a bit of a warlord if you have the helmet on.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked like a 9-0-8. Maybe it's time for me to try the Kai'Sa.
Yep, I think so. I think the bit of Kai'Sa mid, some AP. Is AP champion now your favorite?
Yeah, no, actually coming back to the AP thing, I think the fact that you can play static champs bot actually makes the drafting very interesting, right? Because it means that there is potential for building those kind of AD top sides and still having reliable AP from bot. Obviously didn't quite work out for Duish team there, but they fell very far behind.
In contrary, it did for Beyond.
Yeah, exactly.
They're pretty much mirrored comps in many ways, but ultimately, I mean, we'll have to see if there's more of that coming up. But for now, that will do us for game number 3. Next up, we do have CFO versus Halpigs.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Shot the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same.
first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try and try, but never find another me.
my shoulders, turn myself away from the light.
underneath the choir. Call my name in the dirt under my feet. Memories of a lonely road, scorching up where the rivers flow. Feel the storm now coming for me. Gonna rise up. Gonna break these chains. Gonna heal these scars. Take to the streets, leave this world in flames. Leave this world in flames. Leave this world leave this world in flames.
Flex on the beat. It's F Flex on the beat.
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the summer split of the PCS. We're on that monitor. Of course, we have just had our third game of the day, and all three games so far have been stomps. Of course, the summer split even is brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And now looking towards our next game between CFO and Hellpigs, I have to feel again like it might be a little one-sided.
Yeah, I think it should be CFO taking out this one. I'm more looking to see kind of what fashion do they do it in. You know, I think CFO for most of last split were kind of looking like our second best team, but unfortunately kind of fell short in the playoffs. You know, I think they fell all the way down to 4th by the end of it. Yeah, so bit of a fall from grace.
No, I think they came third. It was like
okay.
they were second. I mean, first at the very beginning, and then second, and then right on the very last day, they lost to Frank, which put them at third.
Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, a bit of a fall from grace for them. They did look very strong and just didn't quite close it out. But hopefully now, I believe they've one roster change. I think we'll be seeing it a bit later.
So that is Chelsea coming in. They do still have Slaytrue as the support substitute, but Chelsea is going to be their now primary support, as we will see here. I think the rest of the team looks the exact same. Things of notice, I think, are Rest and Jimmian. I think towards the end of the split especially, Jimmian started to look like a real powerhouse in that middle lane, and Rest, again, one of the top 3 top laners that we have in the region. It's somewhere between Rest, Solo Kill, and Driver in general, but here we'll have a look at Chelsea. He is a hook master, as it would have us.
Yeah, he's got Nort, Thresh, and Blitzcrank listed here. It's a pretty exciting champion pool. 49 games on the Nautilus.
Yeah, that is a lot of, but not a very good win rate. So maybe we just stick to the Thresh by the looks of things. But our 3 years over in the LPL should be able to bring a lot of experience to this CFO team and level them up even more. I mean, they looked extremely solid, to be honest. Even during the playoffs, they did unfortunately go down to Frank at the end in a 5-game series that was incredibly close. But yeah, I mean, I think having someone with this amount of practice in a major region like the LPL should add so much to your roster. We already saw with Beyond Betty coming over, looked like a whole different team really, and now we'll have to see if we see the same thing here for CFO.
Will definitely be interesting. I think when I look at kind of CFO's issues from last split, I wouldn't have just said it was like a support issue, but I think it's the kind of thing where, you know, maybe he brings better shot calling or maybe he brings a bit more stability. You know, maybe that sort of fixes it, because I think CFO were very good in the early game and then quickly fell apart. Like, they made lots of poor decisions. Their team fighting just wasn't on the level of the other top teams, and maybe now they can look to fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the support role is not one you often look towards to be like, oh, it was just a mechanic. This player is more mechanically skilled or whatever. Often it is just they play around the jungler better or they have better shot calling and things like you just touched on. So we'll have to see how much Chelsea does add to the team. But we'll have a look now at Hellpigs with Taco coming back, Godtone, Adiogs, Tide, and IC8. Now, the bot lane stays the same. We do have the same top laner, but Godtone coming in from his streaming career to be the jungler, as well as Adiogs, the new addition in the mid lane.
Yeah, so definitely different, in the mid jungle here. We'll have to see what this actually means. Are they going to play some of those good mid jungle combos? They're two players that haven't played together before. We're not really sure on their champion pool. Godtone was known for Gragas before, I believe, which is, a champ that gets played in the top lane, sometimes mid lane at the moment, but isn't much of a jungler. Maybe he will look towards it, and here he is, the God Gragas himself. Oldest player in PCS history at 34, famous to Gragas and Lee Sin. Aims for top 4 in regular season, which would be, a big upswing from their previous split.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, this guy also owns the team. So if nothing else, he is emotionally invested in wanting to see this team succeed. And you can bet he's going to do his best to make that happen. I think, as you sort of pointed out, Gragas, not so much of a jungler these days. Lee Sin definitely is, but not really in the meta. Although a champ like Lee Sin often can just have his place because it can disrupt a game so much, even when he's not meta, just having a lot of early game pressure and whatnot. Not sure what that says. I'd be interested to find out, but bit of fun here already had from the famous streamer. And you feel like with him being on this team, Hellpigs could become a bit of a fan favorite.
Yeah, definitely. I think that even last split, Hellpigs were pretty exciting to watch. They were kind of a mix of, they did show some fairly creative comps, but they also, weren't super lacking individually, the likes of Sem9 or Duish team. So always a team that I enjoyed watching, other than saying Taco and Taco a million times.
Yeah.
Was their top jungle.
Yeah, just a C and a K was the difference.
Yeah, but we've sorted that out now. Thank you, Godtone, for that.
Godtone. I'm excited. I'm excited to see, like, with a player like Godtone, he's never been in a professional environment, so you can add sort of this uncertainty to the roster, but also he has been playing consistently for years and years and thousands of games a season, and that in itself is a lot of experience and should be able to adapt to a lot of situations. Although solo queue, as compared to competitive play, is a lot different. You can add some sort of, what would you say, like aggression that you find in solo queue that you don't generally hear, can sort of shake up the game, and you are able to find games that maybe perhaps you wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah, can definitely agree. I think there is potential for a big solo queue performance to come through here. Maybe have a 10-0 Gragas game. It would be nice to see. I'm really interested to see how they draft, though, as we get into champs. Ivern is the first ban, so a champion that has been gaining a bit of popularity recently. I guess Godtone's been playing it in solo queue or something, because it is taken away. Nico, very standard ban. Probably will see the LeBlanc come through.
Yep, wouldn't be surprised to see such. And Kaiser is the response here. We saw it last game. Massive impact and look pretty hard to take down, as well as the uncertainty it adds to the draft just based on it. Can go AD, can go AP, so the rest of the champions are more uncertain. Have to look what the next ban is. Do they take out the LeBlanc immediately? It seems like the sensible thing to do, although Draven, taken away from Shun.
Yeah, can't forget about Shun's Draven. I wonder, though, if this means LeBlanc will be getting left up. Okay, the Tristana's ban, which is the premier LeBlanc counter. Now, will they match? Okay, they do. First pick, maybe looking towards the Sejuani now. The Maokai's up as well.
Oh, true. We haven't seen Maokai up until now.
Vi's up as well.
The Gragas hover, I think we might see a bit of Gragas hovering, but yeah, exactly. Maokai and Vi, the first time they're making it through this draft. I think the Gragas won't likely be locked in, although it could. We've seen it top already twice today, and I think it might just be an homage to Godtone. Maokai looked like it will be locked in. It is. Gemini, I have to say, Gemini, kind of surprising he goes for the Maokai, considering last split he looked like the best Vi in the region. It was really uncomparable, the amount of pressure he was able to assert on that champion versus the other champs, but perhaps now Maokai just a stronger champion on the patch and prefers to go with that.
I wonder as well if it could be a takeaway, right? Like we've seen the Godtone likes the Gragas. Ivern and Maokai, similar kind of AP junglers. Maybe they feel like taking that away from Godtone kind of could be the play. He's going to pick up the Vi, though. We'll have to see how he ends up performing on it. And what do you pick with it? You don't often pick your mid laner this early, but there's lots of mid lane combos that pair very well with the Vi. The likes of Ari, Talia, Syndra, all things we saw last split. Would they be picked up this early? Wouldn't expect so. Probably the likes of Aphelios could be looked at. Oh, they go for the Rakan instead.
Okay, good follow-up on that Vi initiation as well. So, like the perk, and again, we've said it a lot, Rakan just can plug and play into pretty much any team comp and fills a position that's needed. So, I like it. I would be pretty interested to see Rest here pick up something interesting like the Darius. It would be pretty cool to watch, but more likely to be this Renekton, which has risen in popularity yet again, which constantly seems to happen.
Yeah, okay, maybe going towards the Jace. It is a flex for them. They have played this both mid and top previously. I expect them to pick up a bot laner here, either AD or support. Support would make more sense, I think. Yeah, oh, actually take away the Xayah. Could be smart. I think Xayah is probably the best AD to play into Vi, and also takes it away from the Rakan. So I think very smart drafting pick there.
Ron, do we see the Gragas as an answer in the top lane? Doesn't look like it. It wouldn't be that good to blind, you don't think? I mean, obviously there isn't really a lane where it does that poorly in, but have to see what they're opting for here. Ari the Hover, wouldn't hate to see it. Likely to lane into this Jace, and while it might get poked out a little bit, it should be fine to play its role in team fights. Also pairs well with the Vi.
Yeah, I think I like the Ari. Decent blind. Does, I think, well with Vi, especially into Jace. Can have some difficulties against the Maokai, though. Second phase bans. Looks like we will target supports here on the side of Hellpigs, and CFO probably could... I'm not sure if you target the top lane counters or you just take away some of those ADs, because there are quite a lot of ADs remaining. Not sure if you could ban them all, but maybe just taking away the likes of Aphelios makes this game a bit easier.
Milio is still up, so you have to think that Hellpigs will ban that.
You think they'll play Milio with Xayah?
I think you can. I think Milio kind of feels like it can go with many different champions. Obviously, Xayah has the ability to stick on you if she's able to get one auto attack on W. So much movement speed comes from that. Definitely feels like something you can pick. As well as the cleanse should do really well into the likes of Rakan and Ari.
Okay, we will see. Maybe they target another melee support. Okay, they ban away the Renekton, which seems sort of random because they have last pick anyway, but maybe just want to try and guarantee a winning top matchup. I wonder if... No, they should still last pick top. Interesting. See what Hellpigs end up doing with that. On the side of CFO, they banned one top laner already. I guess they banned Darius maybe to protect Renekton, but it feels like there's lots of other tops you could play anyway, so I'm not too sure. Aphelios was the final phase ban. Now Hellpigs probably will look to pick up their ADC and last pick their top. But which ADC will it be?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same.
There's likes of Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx. You can even do Tristana bot. We've seen a little bit.
Tristana's banned.
Oh, we won't see Tristana bot.
Oh, okay, so they're going to last pick ADC. Interesting. I wonder if that means they're looking for something a bit, riskier, something like a Varus or an Ashe. But that does leave Rest a lot of top lane counter picks, and he's very good with these. We saw him play a very good Udyr game last split. Gwen, certainly in his wheelhouse. Would not be surprised at all to see him take this into the Cassante.
Yeah, I almost feel like it will be. He's played it into the Cassante many times before to really good results, so not surprised to see that. Alistair would be an exciting pick to see.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, Alistair pickup does look good. I think the Rel also is another strong pick. Ooh, maybe going towards Blitzcrank. I mean, he was known as the hook god, right?
Yeah, that's right. Only 8 games of Blitzcrank was shown on that, though, so this will be his 9th. See how he does on it. Zeri the Hover. Now, I don't know about the Zeri. Does make the game for Blitzcrank a lot harder.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Zeri fan. Well, we'll see. We'll let Tide cook for a bit. Is Zeri back to the AP build now? I think she is, right?
I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, every single patch there's a new Zeri build, so it's hard to keep up. We'll have to see. I feel like it can go sort of either direction. I think there is the AD choice, but the Static Shiv AP might just be stronger, especially being on the premier Static Shiv patch. Now, what team comp do you tend to prefer? I actually maybe prefer Hellpig's team comp, honestly. I think the Vi doesn't find too much value into the Xayah, but can into the Jace, and there is a lot of follow-up for that with the Rakan, the Cassante, as well as the Ahri.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I prefer the Hellpigs. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer their team fight for sure. I'm a little bit worried about their lanes. I feel like they have been kind of countered in mid-top and maybe bot as well, so... Yeah, I guess we'll see if they can get to that team fight stage. They definitely have the easier to execute composition, but I'm a bit worried about them getting there. On the other hand, so far we haven't seen great execution with the poke-heavy compositions, and with the Jace in your comp, it could be a bit more difficult for CFO, although they have made comps like this work before.
Yeah, Jimmian has looked extremely good at the Jace, and I don't suspect he'll look any worse this split. I will say last times he was playing Jace, he went for the Gore Drinker. The Gore Drinker Jace, which now almost certainly should be the Youmu's. Looks like just the stronger Jace build now. So that is a little bit different. He won't have as much survivability as he perhaps was used to in the spring, but I'm sure he's practiced it enough. It is Jimmian after all. Was definitely one of the stronger mid laners from spring, and I imagine he's got even better since then.
Yeah, and I'm real curious to see whether or not this Zeri last pick was worth it. You gave up, you know, kind of having a good top matchup for this. We'll have to face up against Rest Gwen, which definitely has potential to 1v9 this game. And I think Gwen is one of those champs where you're kind of just hoping the enemy team doesn't pick it, you know? It's like so difficult to deal with. If it gets fed, it can completely 1v9, but it's normally held back by the fact that it's not blind pickable, and a lot of the counter matchups aren't particularly great either, but the likes of the Cassante and the Scion have proved to be extremely good for Gwen, and she can just absolutely take over the game.
Yeah, you kind of get to the point of Rift Maker and you're no longer able to die if you're against a tank, so have to look at that as a kind of break point in this matchup, assuming Rest does head towards that item. But taking a look at runes, everything seems fairly standard. We do have First Strike instead of the Phase Rush on the Jace in this instance.
There was a few interesting things. The Ahri has Gathering Storm, Absolute Focus secondary, as well as Eyeball Collection. So I wonder if he's just trying to stack a lot of AP and go for something like a Rabbit on second, or maybe even just wants a lot of AP early. I'm not too sure. Nice little poke there from Rest, and Gemini, is he going to start the Raptors?
Okay, this could be interesting. Now, Gemini should be able to finish this camp a lot quicker than Godtone. Maybe able to just pick up this camp for free and head back to his own jungle without anyone knowing any different.
I think he can contest red, right?
Yeah, looks like he will be able to. He's level 2 as well. Godtone, under a lot of pressure here, is going to find it. So now possibly Godtone at an advantage in this 2v2. It is Jace with pressure in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, ultimately was forced to smite, but completely fine. Ooh.
IC8.
He's
Not in the
deep.
best position. Is going to get hooked. Going to flash away, but he's so low. Guardian proc. Chelsea flashes forward, picks up the kill. First blood, 2 minutes into the game for this Blitzcrank.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it looked like IC8 thought his AD carry was Xayah.
Yeah.
Because if you do that with a Xayah, you pretty much just win the lane. But Zeri, not the same. Can't even hit the same person. Is Tide now going down? I guess he got found by a hook most likely, but Shun finding himself a kill. 2 minutes 30, both bot laners have died for Hellpigs. It's 2-0.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if that's what this guy can do on Blitzcrank, pick him that every game, because, man, 2 kills in bot lane in the 2v2 this early, that's an exceptional start here. We're going to replay on what ended up happening to Tide. It was initially zoned off. I guess he was trying to stay in XP range. Got to level 2, and I think he just ate a hook, most likely. He kind of just has no... There's no... Yeah. No, there's no reason really to be here. You kind of just have to give up that creep, and instead gives up the creep and his life.
Yeah, very troubling start here already for Hellpigs, and I mean, CFO looking very, very strong. Gemini should be up a camp from early shenanigans, and now a double, well, not a double kill, but 2 kills found in the bot lane here for CFO.
Oh, now this is an angle.
This is the hook god. He's looking, forces out a flash mid. He's found 2 kills and a flash mid already. It's only 3 minutes 30 into the game. The hook god seems justified as a title.
Yeah, you know how I was saying earlier about how Hana was the best Sedge I'd ever seen? This guy, probably the best Blitzcrank I've ever seen, has done so much in only less than 4 minutes here. He's basically won 2 lanes for his team, which is extremely impressive. Very, very nice. And I think Yeah, I mean, that's just the beginning, right? Now the flashes are down, can maybe get even more. Topside, it's going the way of rest. Godtone will be moving up into this topside river. I feel like ganking the full HP Gwen, though, is difficult. Most likely we'll just look towards that crab.
Yeah, Chelsea here alone, but does not have flash. Lands the hook now onto IC8. He does have his jump, but he's going to be going down. That's a third kill now in the bot lane. Second for Shun. I'm already feeling like it's looking a little bit over, but Godtone trying to find something for himself here onto rest up in the top lane. Flash available for Gwen this game. It's not going to be the Ghost. Will flash away from that knock-up, and he's okay to live here, but perhaps an angle for Godtone to look towards to try and find something in this game. Yeah,
maybe we can look for a regank in the near future. Notice Maokai is not nearby. Gwen's wave is pretty far up with no flash. I would expect him to go back top after those Krugs. On bot side though, Tide already down 20 CS. Maybe going to lose a few more under this tower here.
Yeah, it does look like Gemini's in the area, and it would be a risky dive, but has the ability to juggle aggro. Like it'll be Dragon instead.
Yeah, has a lot of mid and bot priority, so can just kind of take this away for free. Godtone did not go back top and is spotted out on this ward. So it's just going to be no trade, and this should just be Dragon going over for free.
Yeah, neither jungler has actually recalled yet at this point, which is kind of surprising considering how many camps have been done. But it is going to be Dragon picked up here for CFO. They're 2k gold ahead as well as a Dragon now.
Well, they're looking for something.
They're looking for something. It is going to be IC8 picking up the kill. Definitely not who you want it to go on, but an important kill nonetheless.
Yeah, it is nice to trade something back. I think, yeah, maybe the Blitzcrank Hex flashing out wasn't the best. I'm not sure if he could have saved him, but either way, greedy pathing ends up punishing them. Hook goes wide. There is a red buff here for IC8.
Yeah, IC8 does have the red buff, but he's gone so low. In fact, he's in trouble now. 1 HP, Ignite ticking. Shun finds the last kill, and now he has the red buff.
Yeah, wow, just like that, it was all planned. The buff transfer comes through. Shun has himself a red buff and 3 kills to his name. And just an insane performance from this bot lane. Low HP on the Ahri, did not have flash, was forced to ult away. Jimmy, I don't think he's going to be able to cancel the recall, but can deny more creeps. There is no TP on the Ahri, so she's going to lose at least a little bit more.
Definitely problematic stages here for Hellpigs, but Taco doing okay for himself up here in the top lane. Pretty much even when this wave crashes. You expect Rest should be able to collect almost all, if not all. But we do see now Chelsea finding his impact now on a third wave. Hiding back out of vision, but looks like he will avoid going there for now. Kind of surprised. I thought maybe they could look for that.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a bit too tanky. Might value not showing on the map a bit higher. Will they look for the enemy top jungle? Feels like maybe with Jimmy off the map. Maybe not, but Ahri currently, no flash, no ult on mid-wave.
Yeah, Adiogs. He looks like he's dead. That is going to be Nature's Grasp. Will land onto him. Now Chelsea should be able to find the hook. Does. Knock up. Rooted. It is Jimmy in who finds it. That's another kill found. That one, I have to say, off the back of Gemini, but Chelsea being there certainly helps.
Yeah, Chelsea with the mobility boost can just run around the map, be everywhere at once, and Gemini wants to get active in this top jungle, but most of the camps have been taken away already. Can maybe look for this Herald instead, spawning in only 20 more seconds. Chelsea, he's not done.
Chelsea is looking. He does find another hook now. IC8 rooted. He's going to be going down again. It's Shun. This guy's incredible.
Yeah, give that guy a raise. He's 1v9ing the game right now. He's even got himself a mana crystal. I wonder if he's going to go towards the Everfrost Blitzcrank. I mean, hey, he's earned an AP Blitzcrank game.
Oh, root landed by Shun. Everfrost. I want to see Ludens.
I mean, hey, whatever Chelsea buys at this point, I'll back him.
Yeah, this is incredible. I think I've witnessed him miss one hook. I think there was one hook bot that he missed, and then IC8 went in and died anyway. But I think that's all I've witnessed him miss so far.
Oh, round mid again. Can he get one more?
He does! It's another one, and Adiogs goes down. That's 7 kills found for CFO. It's a montage. It's a Chelsea montage. He's player of the game. I think it's a wrap.
He is 100% KP still. He's been involved in every single one of these plays, and yeah, okay, if this guy doesn't get player of the game, something's wrong.
I guess we'll have to wait for damage graph. He needs to go AP to secure it. This is insane.
Recall's barely not cancelled. Looks like it will be the Herald picked up here, though. Not much they can do about it. And Hellpigs, unfortunately, so far behind in every lane except top that there is just no trade that can come out. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a clinic. I think Chelsea is just putting on an absolute blitzcrank clinic here.
Oh, he's got himself a Kindle Gem. It does build into the Everfrost. It won't be the Ludens. But my fingers are still crossed for that. Look at Shun. Look how much gold he has. 401. A lot of gold in the inventory.
Yeah, things are looking problematic. I think he's going Kraken Slayer by the looks of it.
Duskblade already completed for Jace, only 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Compare that to Ari's items. Looks like she's going towards the Leandries, but is so far behind on items.
I feel like at this stage as Hellpigs, you just sit around your tower until you see where Chelsea is. Because I don't think he's been to a lane in a hot minute. He's just been running around the jungle, but as soon as his position's known is only when you can start to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, now there is jungle attention from both sides around here. Godtone's around for the counter gank, but you can't kill Xayah here. There's no way to kill Shun while he still has the ulti. And Chelsea, he doesn't have a shutdown. Hook barely goes wide. Jimmy and Gemini, they will control this river. It's going to be extremely difficult for Adiog on the Ahri to move down here.
Taco getting low up here in 1v1. When ult available, I feel like you just have to cut your losses and back here as Taco. Ult will be used. Oh, one will hit, surely. Oh, he doesn't even use it. He just flash snips and gets it.
Look at
What is
Gwen's
going
items.
on?
All she has is a steel cap. Still manages to take him out. Mid tower as well. Maybe not long for this world. Survives this wave.
Chelsea finds another. He's actually been knocked into the team. Looks like he'll be going down. Although flashes away, it's not so simple. Zeri trying to find the damage. Chelsea lives. Shun finds one onto Godtone. Finds a second onto Tide. And IC8 will run away.
Chelsea cannot be killed. I mean, he gets blast cone to the entire enemy team. Just instead, rather than being picked, he turns it into an engage.
Ooh, Taco looking.
Ooh. I think Gwen's out.
Yeah, rest. Taco not going to the right bush. Oh, I think he could have got out there.
I think he can still maybe walk this out. Oh, he doesn't have flash.
He doesn't
actually.
have flash.
No,
Should
he's
be a
down.
kill here. So one is found in return for Taco after recalling back, but I'm almost sure his recall would have completed there. I think maybe he got a little bit too scared, but in any case, well played there by Taco to be able to find that kill, find something for the side of Hellpigs.
Yeah, does find something, but it's not looking good. We've got a lost chapter on the Blitzcrank and 6 kills here for Shun Xayah. The game's really getting away from them.
Oh no, Chelsea was going in. Oh, we get to see Chelsea anyway, it's all right.
Yeah, look, he's going in here, there, and everywhere. So he hooks in, gets blast cone into the team. But he manages to get out, and with the Maokai ult coming in, it's so difficult for the side of Hellpigs to continue to chase. Manages to get out in just a sliver of health there. And Shun picks up himself 2 more kills. It's just getting them spoon-fed to him.
Yeah, we did see up top, Taco actually was killed by Jimmy during that replay. I'm not sure if we'll have another replay of that, but you can expect that. Not sure what Godtone was saying there. Looked like he might be a little bit unhappy.
Oh, maybe one more play. It's the super blast cone here.
The Nature's Grass comes in. Chelsea's going to land another hook in any way. There it is. It's going to be on IC8, who will go down. There is a teleport in from Adiogs, and he's trying to find something, but ultimately they don't even have close to enough damage. Rest also ran down there from the mid lane.
Yeah, now 7,500 gold at only 13 minutes here. Game is quickly getting away from the side of Hellpigs. You need to try find some picks with your Ahri and your Vi to get back into this, but it's so difficult because the person you need to kill is Shun on the Xayah, and he's, as long as he has ulti, he can't die.
Yeah. I don't see a way where you really kill Shun. He's got flash up, almost ghost, ulti available. He has to really misplay to be able to be killed here, you have to feel, and Shun's too good to sort of fight himself like that. But here comes Chelsea again. He finds the protect. Oh my god, this guy's incredible.
This guy's the best player in the world. No one else can contest him. What an absolute monster. First game in the league here on his Blitzcrank.
That is unreal.
Yeah, no, he's too good. Check his PC.
Yeah.
This is not normally.
That is unreal. I think every other hook he just threw at them, and that one he predicted the dive over the tower. That's unreal, man. I do not believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. He's got himself the Everfrost. And that's going to be pretty interesting.
Rabadon's next, you reckon?
I hope so. No Dark Seal, though. Bit disappointing, but hey.
Yeah, he could have had it fully stacked if he got it early.
Yeah. Jimmy, can he steal that Raptor? He cannot. Maybe he can look for a pick on IC8, though. Shall see.
Ooh, maybe
the
the
God
pick.
Hand.
Oh,
He's
no.
on the way. Ooh.
Yeah, Chelsea in the area. There was a Hex Flash. It looks like Adiog's had to ult away from it there in the mid lane. Chelsea is so active on this map, and he's finding something everywhere he goes.
Yeah, maybe going to look for more.
Yeah, it is. ICA going to knock him up, actually. It looks like he's in trouble here. Is getting low, but he's not found yet. Everfrost will root two of them. Nature's Grass comes across. It's one found. Goldtone has gone down. Next up is Taco. Rest finds himself a kill as well. The hook lands through everything. He finds Adiogs for another kill.
What am I watching, man? Chelsea just cannot miss. That's the second time this game he has been blast coned into the enemy comp for his engage, and it's worked out both times. I mean, there he just dropped the Everfrost and dipped for a bit, came back, and I mean, there's really not much to it. I mean, 11,000 gold lead now for the side of CFO. Jimmy grabbed himself a solo kill there. It was Tide going for the Shiv Zeri build, but I don't think he's going to get any more items.
No, we've had a lot of quick game. We'll have a look here. Have a look at Chelsea's blast cone engage.
Hey, it works out every time, so he just keeps going for it. He ever frosts him and walks away. You know, made sure to get a little bit of CC here, and I do think this hook was a bit lucky. Or I don't know, maybe he's the best player in the world. I'm not sure, but...
I'm not prepared to call him lucky at this point.
Either way, it hits. He secures another one. He just can't be stopped, this guy. He's got another mana crystal. What are we building next?
What could it be? I mean, I hope it's not like a frozen heart or something.
No. Chelsea would never.
You reckon? I hope not. There he is. He knows. Will he hit one blind? I think that's the only one we haven't seen yet. Is a completely blind Fog of War Blitzcrank hook.
Yeah, he's made a montage out of this game, and that's the only thing missing at this point.
Yeah, we might be in for our longest player of the game highlight reel we've had so far.
Oh, better be a good one. We've seen some ones where it's been team highlights. Ooh.
Oh my! I thought it for sure that had landed. I thought for sure we're gonna see Tide just get eliminated here. I suspect.
Yeah, I think he probably saw. Yeah, he pinged the TP, and I think just decided to finish the tower. I think it's probably the right choice.
Oh my!
That's a lot of Damaskis. Ooh.
Oh my! Wow.
He
That was
found-
just Q and W.
Yeah. Is Leandre now picked up here for Adiogs on the Ahri? I think it's a good choice, but I just don't think it matters. The game is so far gone at this point. I believe this is the third dragon for CFO. Something that they were very known for in the previous split was just stacking up those dragons early, and it's good to see. Nothing has changed. 3 dragons for themselves here at 17 minutes 30, and Nature's Grasp.
Oh, Nature's Grasp. Chelsea's dodging out from the heel, but will not be able to find them. Too much speed coming out of IC8. Does manage to help them secure that tower, though, of course, and that's just another piece of the puzzle to ending this game.
It is, yeah. And I think the fact that Chelsea can just walk up to them and that forces, you know, the Ariel combined with the Nature's Grasp, but it makes it really difficult to hold on to things. Looks like it will be a Frozen Heart on Chelsea. It's, look, can't win them all.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. My new player of the game is Gemini.
All right, well, what's next, I think, for CFO? Really, there isn't much. You can look to start a Baron at 20. You can wait for this 4th dragon in 4 minutes, but at this point, you've kind of done everything you can. You've taken 2 towers mid, 2 towers bot. There is that 2nd tower top that maybe you could knock down, but otherwise, I think you're just waiting for these objectives to spawn.
Yeah, you can also just wait for Chelsea to land another hook, which is pretty much how they've gained everything
True.
so far. Looks like a reliable way to progress the game.
Oh, one more.
Okay.
No, he doesn't go for the blind one.
He's getting speedy, but...
Yeah. Can they hold this tower, though? No ult on Ahri. I'm not sure she can be here.
he definitely threads the minion. Oh.
Okay, now looking at this tier 3 tower, the Herald They can look to keep pushing with it. Maybe they can go for more. Chelsea, he's going to see one over the wall.
Oh, he finds it. It's going to be ICA getting absolutely demolished again. Nature's Grasp onto 2. They are slowing up Tide, who flashes. He has got the ult popping, but no damage. It's Rest finding him as Godtone 1v5 goes in. He goes down. It's going to be likely a sub 20-minute game, which featured highlight after highlight from Chelsea's Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. 21-2 in only 19.5 minutes. CFO demolish Hellpigs. I'm not even sure if it was CFO. I think Chelsea demolished Hellpigs.
Yeah, that was insane. I think that was probably, bar none, the best Blitzcrank performance I have ever witnessed. I think that simply was. I don't think... I mean, there was everything. There was the blind one at the end, the prediction on Tide under the tower. Multiple times he just blast coned into the middle of a team, got out as well as set up kills, predicted the flash or lucky on the flash, whatever you want to say, onto Adiogs, and just highlight after highlight.
Yeah, look, if we can't get player of the game for this, it's lost.
I think we can guess this one.
Yeah,
I
think so.
I think it's going to be Chelsea. I don't think anyone will be too surprised.
No. I mean, look, it was a good game from CFO. I think it did seem very similar to how they won a lot of their games previous split of just, win early game, stack the drags if you need them. If not, you just roll over them and win. So it was good to see, strong performance there from CFO. But Chelsea, I mean, he looks like the real deal. We'll have to see him on more champs, but I mean, so far that was an incredible performance. And if we see that sort of level against some of those top teams, I could definitely see CFO again, being a grand finalist team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after what we've seen so far today, there is so much narrative to go into this split. I mean, you've got Betty against Chelsea now in the bot lane, as well as Waco in that mix. You've got Maple Mission in the mid lane. There's just so much going on. I mean, what support do you think we can see even in our region look that good?
Carriers, maybe?
Maybe? Oh, I don't think it's the same as that. That was
okay.
insane.
We have a one-game sample size, but hey, he did look very, very good.
I guess it is a one-game sample size, but that one game was the most spectacular thing I think I've ever witnessed.
If he just quit now, we'd think he was the best support of all time.
Faker.
Yeah.
The guy could be hailed better. That was insane. I don't know. I mean, we should touch on Hellpigs. I think there's not a whole lot of positives to take away from that game, but then also looking at how well Chelsea played, you can just say, it was like, he was really on form and he caught us out. And it was also their first time playing together as a team on stage. Jitters and all that can come into play. So I think there is hope for them, obviously, coming forward. I think this game's not really going to tell you exactly about them. I think this was just a phenomenal performance. As well as you'll have to say, a misstep really early on in the bot lane. ICH trying to look for a level 1 fight into the Xayah Blitzcrank. Went really poorly and put Chelsea ahead enough where he could just look for everything.
Yeah, I think if the bot lane is more stable, potentially we could see a very different game. Because I think the Hellpigs top side was actually doing fine. Like, there wasn't really... There was stuff happening mid, but again, it was sort of what happened from bot, right? Like, once that Blitzcrank is unlocked and allowed to just run around the map and do whatever he wants, it is just very hard to deal with them. And I think that if nothing happens bot lane early, then we could see Hellpigs, actually contesting this game. Unfortunately, we're not able to, and we'll see some highlights here. This was when Chelsea got blast coned in, but that didn't matter to him. He takes it as an opportunity to drop some CC. Manages to get out here with that Nature's Grasp coming through. And the thing with the Nature's Grasp is you don't see it for so long here as the side of Hellpigs. So by the time you see it, you're already fully committed and don't really have a way out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just really well played there in general. I think the foresight to use that sort of Nature's Grasp to allow the Chelsea to survive there definitely bodes well for their team. I think also... I don't know, there's no real weakness that you could find in this team. Obviously, we had Rest up top against Taco, looked pretty even, but just looking at this damage graph, look at how much damage Jimmy did, how much Shun did. I'm actually kind of surprised Shun didn't do more. I know it was only a 19-minute game, but the amount of kills he had felt like he was doing more damage, but I guess a lot of that just came off Chelsea providing so much for him. And to no one's surprise, it will be Chelsea picking up the MVP. 76% kill, even 12% damage on the Blitzcrank.
12% damage. I mean, did have an Everfrost, which was very nice. Helps him deal some AoE AP damage. I think coming back to the not dealing enough... Oh, actually, we have to take a look at the highlight reel. This is where he manages to hit that predict hook. Once again, another engage started off with the blast gun and the Everfrost roots too. And then this... Okay, we need an analysis on this. Maybe he predicted it. I
Yeah.
think there's a good chance he predicted that, actually.
Yeah, well, he did earlier on in the game onto Tide, so it wouldn't be too... This is it, I think. This is the Tide predict, as I was just talking about.
Yeah, this one was very nice.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
Look at him. Just absolutely punches him in the face afterwards, too. Unreal.
Yeah.
Insult to injury. Anyway,
Now,
as you were saying.
As I was saying about the damage coming out of Shin, I feel like it's kind of just, you know, he has a lot of kills. The enemy team don't have enough health.
True,
They're just
yeah.
dying in 2 autos, and it's just not enough. You know, if he had a target dummy to hit, I'm sure it would be great, but yeah, they just die so fast.
Yeah, and they didn't really get to interact with Taco. That was kind of just a 1v1 up top that never really meant anything. I mean, there was a solo kill each way, but it wasn't too impactful. And Jimmy obviously did the most damage, just nature of Jace, putting out some acceleration gate cues. I don't know. Incredible game from Chelsea. I'm very, very excited to see what that guy can do in future games. I think last split, one of the most hyped matchups was CFO against PSG. And depending on how PSG look in our next game, I think that is a matchup I'm again looking forward to so much to see.
Yeah, that should be a blast. I'm really looking forward to see if Blitzcrank is going to end up being one of those promo bands, you know, like Shin's Draven, like Mission's Azir was for the longest time. And I could definitely see Chelsea's Blitzcrank joining that list. But now, that'll be us for game number 4. Coming up next is Frank versus PSG, our game of the day. Don't miss it.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand, the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines getting
first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
I can see it on your face.
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PCS. We're on game number 5, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And what a game to finish off with. The two finalists of the spring split between Frank and PSG. Now, two very important things to talk about between these two. We now have Kenny Chan on the side of Frank and Maple coming back from the NALCS to play for PSG.
Yes, that's Kenny Chan in jungle for Frank Esports and Maple in mid lane for PSG. And I think Maple, someone that everyone already knows a bit about, right? He's a very storied mid laner. He's been around for a very long time, and he's a very good player. And I think that with him on the PSG lineup, it makes them even more of a favorite than they were in Split 1. And they ended up 3-0 in the finals, so how much stronger can you get?
Yeah, I think Maple between Flash Wolves and PSG, who are his former teams here in the PCS, I think he's won 8 seasons as the starting mid laner for those teams. So I think it's pretty hard to not have this team again as favorites. Of course, they won last split. I think Raku looked like the best AD carry in the league. Ginger looked like the best jungler in the league. And now they have added Maple, who very, very quite possibly could be the best mid laner in the league. So really excited to see how this pans out. But again, Frank, no slouch. And especially the likes of Solo Kill, who is probably the most fun top laner to watch in the league. I mean, some of his Nah performances made Nah look like he was just a hyper carry champ. He was like 1v4 and killing 3 of them at sometimes. And I mean, I think as a rallier as well was phenomenal in many of those games. Not so much seeing those champs as much as we did last split, but here we will see their lineup. And of course, there is Kenny Chan in the jungle, replacing Hollow. Hollow is still on the roster as a sub, but excited to see what this guy brings the team.
Yeah, for sure. I think Hollow, again, isn't really like a problem player for them, but maybe it's an upgrade. Aiming for first Worlds in team's history. Okay, so the last split, their runner-up performance was their best record. They acquired Kenny Chan, I believe that's from Weibo Gaming during the off-season. So it must be a very strong player in his own right. And yeah, we'll see what he can do here. Because I think one thing that made PSG so strong was that Jinjia was a lot better than the next jungler, right? Like, he was pretty uncontested best jungler in the league. And I think that made it just so easy for PSG, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, if Kenny Chan is as good as perhaps he is thought to be, then having him on the same team as Kaiwing, who many people had as their best support in the region, can add a lot of gameplay to this team. I mean, quite often the most impactful roles are the support and jungler, especially when they play together. I mean, we saw it last game, what Chelsea could do by himself on the Blitzcrank. Now, if you can have someone as skilled as Kaiwing pair up with Kenny Chan, could really, really cause some damage here.
For sure. We'll be looking towards that support jungle synergy, see what they can get done. I'd be very interested to see how these teams draft, because I think PSG, you know, typically is the very standard team, just sticks to the meta pretty rigidly. And here they are on your screen here. RG, Jinjia, Maple, Wako, and Woody. A roster that was already extremely strong in Split 1 gets even stronger. And Yubao, I mean, Yubao carried many games for PSG from what I remember, but, you know, Maple, definitely an MVP candidate, right?
Yeah, I think I think Yubao was fairly limited in the champions that he could truly carry a game on. I think it was pretty much Ryze would have been one of them. And then the Tristana, which was kind of wouldn't carry your traditional way as doing damage, but he'd just be such a nuisance in the side lane. But Maple really, really is such a formidable mid laner. And here we'll take a look at his stats. He's been to Worlds 6 times. He's played in the LPL and the LCS. He won 2021 with PSG. And then he hasn't missed a single Worlds while in this region.
Yeah, and I think in 2021, when PCS won both spring and summer with Maple, is the only time the same team has ever won twice in the same year within the PCS. So if he manages to win with PSG here, they would actually repeat that for the summer split.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think important to note that this for the summer split, the top 2 teams go to Worlds instead of just the top team. So tonight's game could very really be a showcase of the 2 teams that represent the region. Obviously a long way to go until we get to that sort of conversation, but just important to note, I mean, it is the finalist of last split, so it's exciting to see it here in the first day. Now we're in summer. And yeah, where do you think this game's going to go? What do you think? Are we going to see anything interesting in the drafts? Do we think each team are going to play in a different way, maybe looking for solo kill to be a carry versus Wako? Or what are your thoughts in that sort of regard?
Yeah, so as I was saying before, I think PSG tend to be the more standard team, but Frank, they've been the ones to kind of bring out different picks, especially in mid lane and top lane. But they are on the blue side. I think it's a bit more difficult to bring out kind of that wacky red side 5th pick when obviously you don't have access to it. You can kind of double flex things on blue side, but it can always be counted in the last pick, which makes it a little more difficult. So I would be expecting to see a fairly standard game here. That being said, there are a lot of OP picks in the meta right now, and it's kind of impossible to ban them all. So you can kind of tactically let some through, knowing that you have an answer to it. You know, the likes of the Tristana picked into LeBlanc in, I believe, game 1 or game 2 today. So maybe we'll see something like that, but not expecting anything too strange.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm most excited to see Ginger versus Kenny-chan, see what the LPL... I mean, Ginger coming from the LPL really, really turned this team into an absolute powerhouse that just demolished the region, in all honesty. And now we've got another jungler coming over from the LPL. We'll see if that is much the same. I mean, obviously Maple also now coming over from both LPL and the LCS, and the most storied player probably that is in the region coming back is huge for PSG. And you have to feel like with how mid and jungle synergy work, that the Junjie Maple duo could almost just become unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, Jinjie with Yubao was already extremely strong before, and Maple, he brings that, you know, increased carry potential as well as a much better champion pool. And that's just going to allow Jinjie to be unlocked even more. So it's really going to be up to Pretender. You know, he's kind of got his work cut out for him, taking on a player as, you know, as strong as Maple alongside Jinjie, right? It's definitely not an easy task for him. And maybe that advantage will look to start in the draft phase, because we've seen Pretender play some different stuff, right? Like he played the Cassiopeia a lot earlier on in the split. He's willing to go for, not off-meta stuff, but, you know, some of the, I don't know what you'd even call them, maybe the more fringe mid-lane picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know what I think is like crazy is that we've talked about all these strengths of PSG so far, and we haven't even touched on the bot lane. We haven't even talked about Wako, who at MSI that's just been far and beyond looked like the best player on this roster. Obviously, it didn't have Maple at the event, but Wako in many games, I mean, they were 9k gold down behind in one of those games. I believe it was against the LJL representative, DFM? DFM, that's it, DFM. And at one stage, now 9k gold down, Wako found like a flash Gale Force ult in as Aphelios to find a pick, and then ended up turning around the game. So this guy is an extremely skilled AD carry. I think he is a different tier than Eminem, which could be a possible weakness in this matchup. I think we've seen that kind of exploited when it came to that finals of spring. But now we'll just have to see how the pieces work around each other now. It is obviously different rosters, and Junjie still holds a flawless record in the regular season for the PCS. Obviously now we're in a different split, but he hasn't lost in the regular season still, so have to see if he can continue that as we head now into Frank vs PSG. I think that's what I'm excited to see, if he can maintain his record.
Yeah, I think if there's a team to do it with, it's probably this lineup. Like you said, didn't even have to touch in the bot lane, but they're obviously a very big part of this. Now, Frank Esports, they take away the Aphelios as their first ban. The Kennen banned away against Argis, something that he found a lot of success on towards the very end of the split. In fact, I think it was in playoffs. where he just had some monster performances on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Buy the answer, so we won't be seeing that in this game. Didn't look too hot, but also it only got played when Chelsea was going on his montage game. Milio early banned this game.
Yeah, okay. Milio, I wonder if this is the thing that kind of Frank and PSG scrimmed each other earlier, and they found that Frank had high priority on Milio, because the first 3 ban is interesting given how low in priority it was. You know, it hasn't been first 3 picked at all throughout the rest of the day, but we'll have to see what they end up going for instead. So there's definitely going to be some power picks up. LeBlanc, Maokai, Sejuani, all options. The Tristana as well.
Yeah, I think even from what we saw in spring, Eminem and Kaiwing did tend to really enjoy playing that Lucian with Nami, and now Milio being pretty much a stronger Nami. Not too surprised to see that taken away from them, as probably in scrims, as you said, it was a high priority in their pick list. Now we have to see what is the third and final ban here for PSG. Obviously, Cassante taken away from Aze, no surprise at all. It is Ivan who's going to receive a ban for the second time tonight.
Okay, interesting. Now, what is the first pick? Because we've got LeBlanc open. We've also got Nico and Sejuani. I feel like it might be best to take Sej and then trade Nico LeBlanc. Alternatively, maybe you think Nico's so broken that you don't care about, you know, the LeBlanc at all. Instead, they go for Kai'Sa, which is a little strange. Now, Kai'Sa can be played into LeBlanc. You can play Kai'Sa with Shiv mid lane into LeBlanc, and it's pretty decent. But still, it's a bit of a strange first pick for me.
Yeah, definitely surprised. I think you expect this Kai'Sa to be going on to Eminem in the bot lane. But yeah, Nico hovered here. I definitely expect it to be seen. I actually, during the off-season, I watched a bit of Junjia's stream, and he was playing a whole lot of Nico on the Korean server, so wouldn't be surprised to see him capable of picking it out here in professional play as well. But it is the Jace ultimately that will be locked in first here. Likely to go mid lane for Maple. Okay, now the hover.
Okay. I mean, I like taking the Maokai. I think the Jace is something that it's like a denial from Pretender as well. You know, Pretender on the Jace has been extremely strong. And Junji, I mean, he was a very good Maokai all split long. Now, the Sejuani being hovered kind of feels like it's the other strong jungler left available. They could go for the Wukong, but I think the Sej makes sense.
Yeah, it kind of feels a little sad to see these two highly anticipated junglers pick Maokai Sejuani. Not the most action-packed of matchups, but here the LeBlanc hover. Wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in. It would mean almost certainly, based on the current picks, that this Kai'Sa would go AD carry and build AD predominantly.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I wonder if they will go for LeBlanc. Obviously, it's, again, very strong power pick. It's not that great with Sejuani, though. And I also think it struggles a little bit against Maokai. But if you don't pick it here, you are going to give it over into ban. So I think you kind of have to take it. And it looks like they will. Now, what is the answer? I mean, the Jace can go mid into LeBlanc, and that's fine. You could see the Nico and LeBlanc too, but then you've got to ban top laners. I would expect they kind of keep the Jace flex. Maybe you take your... I was going to say take your AD, but good look to take a top lane pick here too.
Yeah, I will be a bit disappointed to see Nico fall through the draft in 2 games. I think, at least internationally, it's been such a high priority champion. But maybe the PCS teams don't really rate it as highly as elsewhere, which is fine. It is going to be the Renekton that's locked in eventually, which will be blind, but they do get the ability to now ban 2 champs.
Yeah, maybe you ban Gragas Jax or something, try and take away melees.
I think you
well Sej.
almost ban Darius. I feel like Solo Kill is the kind of person who just rips out a Darius.
Yeah, true. I can see it.
Definitely one of the better champs into Renekton too.
Yeah, I wonder if they're willing to double flex this Renekton or not. Because there's, you know, some champs like the Darius probably can't play that well into the Jace. If they are willing to double flex it. I guess Renekton mid wouldn't function that great against the LeBlanc. So we'll see. There's options here. On the side of Frank, should target ADCs or supports. ADCs, I think targeting Wako, I'm not sure if banning ADCs against Wako does a whole lot. He just has so many. At the same time, maybe you have to. Otherwise, he just runs rampant. They do ban away his Varus. This leaves a few picks open still, though. There's the Ashe, the Ezreal.
Xayah.
Oh yeah, Xayah's still open. Surely that'll get banned away.
Xayah and Rakan are both still open.
Yeah, surely you have to ban one of them.
Certainly feels like it. I mean, even Tristana, Cogmore at a stretch.
Yeah, there's options. Last ban would be the Gragas, the Cassante, or even the Darius, like you said. I think it's a Scion.
Solo Kill did play a lot of Scion, but we have already heard from interviews, I don't know if you remember, that he was sick of playing tanks.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, I mean, obviously it is a strong champion currently. Renekton can't really deal with it that well. You never really get the damage to take him out, even going the Blade of the Ruined King build.
Hey, now, last ban here. Do you ban Xayah or Rakana? I feel like you should. Probably ban one of them.
I feel like it has to be the Xayah. Zeri. Okay, so I almost expect it to just have to be Xayah Rakan here.
Yeah.
I don't see a reason not to. Xayah's fine into Kai'Sa.
I think if you're going to do that, you should probably pick Rakan first, just to make sure they can't take away Kai'Sa Rakan. I guess you can always play Xayah Leona. So there is an option, but let's see what they go for. I mean, maybe they are going to play something completely different, but with the Xayah Rakan combo up, you feel like you should be grabbing at least one of them. Okay, so they take the Xayah.
First.
It gives the potential for Kai'Sa Rakan, but they can play Xayah Leona into it, which I think is still a good matchup.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just saying, okay, you know, if you do want to break up the combo, we have the winning bot matchup. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends. Do you want the better lane or the better comp?
Yeah, I feel like you kind of win either way, and the Kai'Sa probably wants to have a Rell or a Nautilus more than she wants to have the Rakan anyway. Yeah. So if they do pick the Rakan, you've probably won 3 times almost. The fact they don't have that perfect pairing, and you still get a winning matchup.
Let's see what they go for then.
Aatrox.
Take the Aatrox top. Haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah,
it
that's
used to
exciting.
be good versus Renekton though, so we'll see. I'm really interested to see what they end up doing in the support pick. Kaiwing was definitely better on the likes of Nautilus and Leona, right? Like, I think he was much better on those picks, so wouldn't be surprised to see him pick it up. Same time, being willing to play into the Xayah Rakan,
Rell,
which I guess is what's going to happen.
Now, huge team fight capability out of Frank already, with the likes of the Rell, Aatrox getting a whole bunch of health back, and obviously Sejuani needs no introduction. Frank do have a really solid team fight. What do you round out here? I feel like it's probably just Rakan.
Yeah, I think it should be, unless you have something that does really well into Rell. But I'm not sure what hard counters Rell.
I guess Rell might do well into Rakan, but ultimately it will be Rakan picked. Obviously, Xayah Rakan, one of the strongest bot lanes there is, especially in the current meta. And then I feel like around the map, it almost looks like PSG should have stronger lanes, pretty much across the map. It's about really when the team fights and the skirmishes start happening, because if there's not enough poked out by this Jace, then LeBlanc's probably stronger once you start to get to that static shiv and items beyond that. As well as the repositioning available for the Kai'Sa alongside the Rell Sejuani setup. Looks like there is a lot of possibility here for Eminem to really have some effect in these team fights, but Wako, I mean, one of Wako's best plays was on this Xayah pick, and I'm excited to see it once again.
Yeah, for sure. I'm overall pretty happy, I think, with both drafts. It's nice to see. Obviously, these are our top 2 teams from previous splits, so it makes sense that they are, drafting very well. I think the only question mark really is the Nico, which just throughout the whole day has kind of been missing. I mean, it's been banned a couple times, but certainly not the same priority that we would have expected. Like you said, internationally, Nico's kind of that same tier as LeBlanc as just being, the champion to pick on the patch. So the fact that PCS doesn't seem to value it that highly is a little strange, but look, they have their own picks and their way of playing, and at least they play towards it, which I can respect. Have to see what they have in store for us. And this final game of the day, our grand final rematch, as well as 2 new players.
All right, Shock, give it to me. Who is going to get first blood in this game?
Oh, first blood in this game. I feel like Wako Xayah gets first blood.
Ooh, see, I was going more in the direction of perhaps Ginger. I think even though it's a Maokai, a lot of times the Maokais just randomly secure the kill.
Yeah, maybe. I think Ginger's a good boy, though. He's going to give the kill to Wako.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We could both be wrong, and then it's just Frank. Kaiwing on Frank.
True.
I mean, honestly, it could be anyone. I think everyone in this game is just so strong. I think we've seen now... I mean, we saw them play at the Road to Asian Games. I'm not sure if anyone else here saw it, but these 2 teams were pretty much the representatives for both Hong Kong and Taiwan, and PSG, or Taiwan, did win out in that encounter, so you have to expect them to look stronger here as we head into this game as well, but I don't know where they're going to look stronger, because I know Pretender is a very formidable mid lane player. And even last split, when no one was playing LeBlanc, he was. He was one of the only people still picking LeBlanc back then. Obviously, both these junglers are strong, but they're on Maokai, Sejuani respectively, which can set up for their team, but ultimately isn't looking to make plays themselves and carry a game. And then Aze up on top on the Renekton against solo kills Aatrox. I think Aatrox could be a point of talking about. If solo kill's able to get a lead, we know this man can absolutely take over a game. Has to be really looked at and kept down.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it is going to be pretty exciting just across the board to see, you know, how these teams, how these players match up. As well, just because it's a new split, right? It's a different meta. There is the potential that while PSG were essentially uncontested all split one, that Frank can come here and put up a good performance against them. Runes are looking fairly normal. There's a double phase rush on the PSG mid jungle here.
Yep. So we've seen phase rush once today. Jimmyan took first strike, and now we're seeing phase rush again here on Maple. I guess it helps when you're against the likes of Sejuani and Aatrox having that phase rush.
Yeah, definitely Aatrox is one that I always think of Jace needing phase rush against. Top lane matchup will be interesting. I mean, Aatrox used to deal very well with Renekton, but haven't seen it in a long, long time. Level 1. There's pings. Are they going to go for a ward? Ooh. We get a pause.
Yeah. It had to happen. It was always going to happen. We just didn't know when.
It did.
Came in game number 5. And the most anticipated game of the night, I have to say.
Just to build up the hype, you know?
That's right, yeah. I'm excited. I don't think we're going to see another 20-minute game. I hope not. How about you?
No, I hope not as well. I hope this one makes it past the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, I think the problem we have in this game is both teams are extremely snowbally.
Yeah.
Like if LeBlanc gets ahead, she is pretty impossible to deal with. I mean, you can land a root from Maokai on her, and that's about your only counterplay. But then also, the same can be said about Jace. If he gets ahead, it's pretty hard to deal with him. Sejuani does all right, but then as well as the Xayah. We saw last game when Xayah gets ahead, you can never really do anything to that champ, so... I think if one team gets ahead, it could just be another stomp, but these teams both have the ability to not sort of give up too much early game.
Definitely, yeah, and I think that's kind of a cool point to talk about because for most of the previous split, Frank were the much better early game team compared to PSG, but in that grand final, PSG, 3-0'd them in a pretty short amount of time. So really kind of leveled up their early game, and that was before they went to MSI. This is when we're going to get to see PSG, with their learnings taken from MSI, putting them into place here in game 1. I'm curious to see, what it is that they have to show for us.
Yeah, definitely. Now, everyone here in this game has a bit of a weird point, but everyone here in this game does have Flash on D except for Woody, so Woody's the only real player in this game.
Whoa. Okay, level 1 trade coming out there against the Xayah Rakan.
Woody does turn it around, and Xayah finding a bit of damage, but so far it is in favor of Frank.
Yeah, okay, decent trade. Not often do we see bot lanes winning that 2v2 up against the Xayah Rakan. Maybe it's because Woody has Flash on D, so he lost, or F, so he lost the trade.
Can't be that.
Bit unfortunate, but... Oh, level 2 hit here. Can they get anything else done? Doesn't look like they will. So this wave will crash and PSG's bot lane approach to the tower. We'll just be able to grab some of that up. And I'm excited to see this kind of Shiv LeBlanc reach its full potential. We haven't really seen it unlocked so far today. You really need the game to be somewhat stable, at least before you get your Shiv. After that, you can kind of go crazy. But having a slower early game, or if you can, get some kills of your own, feels very, very good.
Yeah, definitely. I think the worst part of Shiv LeBlanc, as you said earlier, is before the Shiv, I mean, the AD components do absolutely nothing for you. It's once you really get that wave clear online, as well as that damage amplification, that Shiv just gets you for giving an auto attack. It really changes sort of how the champion operates.
Now, I will say that the AD is nice for the 1v1 laning, but unfortunately it's really useless for the actual skirmishing. I'm having a look here. Okay, so Pretender has put 2 points in Q. So something that people have started doing is, in matchups when you're against champs that don't have sustain, you can actually just put more points in Q, and then you can W forward Q, proc your Fleet Footwork and your Kirchi's Shard.
Oh,
Hold that
dive
thought, though.
coming up. It is going to be Junjie finding the stun, and solo kill getting solo. Azi will find it. Junjie flashes away and lives.
Wow, he gets
Ooh.
out. Very well executed there from the side of PSG. They deny a huge amount of CS onto solo kill. And that's now a huge lead for that Renekton. Feels very, very good.
That's massive. And I think in prior patches where these two champs found themselves, well, hold up. Kaiwing looking, and it's going to be a stun foul on Wako. It's going to be able to flash away, and Woody with a nice knock up, stopping that fight in its tracks. Kenny-chan actually getting quite poked out, but that's both sums now down for Wako. He's going to have to play extremely safe as Kaiwing flashes forward and looks for more. Wako caught out of position, but he's fighting damage back. Eminem manages to get the kill. Now, is Woody going to be able to find it? He is not. That's a kill traded there. Eminem finds himself, actually, Kaiwing finds himself a kill.
Yeah, very nice plays just on both sides of the map from both teams. And this is what we're expecting to see from our top two teams, at least from last split. Trades coming out in mid. A Pretender with the 3 points in Q is very good at poking, but not very good at these longer trades. Definitely wants to just get a little bit of damage dealt. As we get a replay, so was Wako engaged on initially, forced to burn both his sums pretty much immediately, and took a lot of damage, and unfortunately just didn't respect, managed to kind of batter Kenny-chan on the way out. But I believe, yeah, the wave is coming to them because Kai secured it, but he walks too far up, and Kaiwing, he realizes immediately, flashes on him, and just, yeah, gets the kill.
Yeah, it was a good job by Woody trying to do anything he can there to turn that around, but unfortunately not able to. As I was going to say before, though, in previous patches where we did have Renekton versus Aatrox almost every single game, it was generally thought of as a pretty even matchup, but now that Solo Kill lost that whole wave as well as died for first blood, it should go in favor of Aze from here on out, unless there is maybe a response from Kenny-chan.
Solo Kill, he does not have Flash, and he also does not have a ward in the river. Junjie, I think he doesn't know where Kenny-chan is, otherwise would probably be looking for this. TP comes out from Pretender, has himself the shard.
Remid.
Yeah, has the wave frozen as well. Can he stop the base? Don't think he can, but it's going to be difficult for Maple to walk up and break this. Junjie will probably be forced to come down from top and look towards mid. Yeah, on my way ping comes out from the Maokai. Most likely will just shatter this, make sure it crashes. Even have Woody coming up halfway through the river. Just wants to show a bit of presence.
Oh, we see a fight here. Solo Kill getting quite low. Aze should be pulled back there, and it should be just ult traded. But again, more pressure here given to Renekton in this 1v1.
I think that will force Solo Kill to base. Without the ulti, he will be vulnerable to a dive. I wonder if he'll end up sticking around.
Maple getting the better of the trades
Yeah,
so far at least.
Mercs against that Sedge LeBlanc. Now, looks like Junjie is swapping to bot side. Pretender takes a lot of damage under his tower. One of the big kind of benefits of this LeBlanc build is the fleet allows you to dodge a lot of skill shots.
Aze looking for a dive. Oh, Solo Kill playing nice around that tower to avoid it though.
Yeah. A lot of pressure though, put down by Arja. And Junjie, will he look towards this dragon before Herald spawns? I'm not sure he will. Feels like the Herald might be higher value.
Ooh.
Maple, he's doing very well for himself in the trades, but it is Pretender who still has a CS lead. At least momentarily. How long will it last though? We're not sure.
Should have to back, honestly. It's going to be hard for him to farm. We do see Aze, massive chunk. Solo Kill struggling very, very hard in this top lane. Yeah, Pretender does recall, so should lose some minions. But hold up, Woody is engaged on, is going to be able to dash away. And damage trade 1 at the moment for Frank, although Wako doing his best to trade back.
A lot of damage there put onto Woody. LeBlanc resets, finishes the Noon Quiver, which will give her a lot more push. Can just continue to auto those creeps. But it's a bit more difficult up against the Jace. And Maokai will be going towards the AP build, so will be Demonic. Makes sense, is the only AP on his team, and a solo AP Maokai actually goes a pretty long way. With those saplings, lots of AoE damage as well.
Yeah, definitely does. Although as the game progresses, the Sejuani will become incredibly hard for them to deal with, as just Maokai having magic damage won't really do that much to the Sejuani.
Wako is being
Wako does
forced
not
off
have
this
ult,
wave.
does have flash. He is going to have to commit it here, but Kaiwing now out of position. Is Junji going to be able to arrive? It's Kenny Chan first. He's going to land the stun up on Woody, but now it's turned around. Nature's Grass found. Root also found there from the Featherstorm. Wako doing his best to get out, but it's Maple turning up. One kill found from Maple. It's going to be a Wako finding two and Pretender running with his tail between his legs out.
Oh, disaster strikes there for Frank. They didn't even manage to get a single kill out of that. Just a bit of an overchase. Well, a lot of an overchase under their tower leads to just absolute tragedies. We'll get a replay. So Kaiwing, he goes on Wako knowing he does... Oh, he had cleanse. Okay, thought he didn't have cleanse. Goes on him early, but it's just overextended a bit too far. And Kenny Chan, he tries to follow up, but unfortunately, they just dive too deep. It's very difficult to back out from this point. Maple, I think he hit a really nice shockwave over the wall. Yeah, hit two. And then just flashes over, and it's so unfortunate they didn't even manage to kill Junji here. He walks out on, honestly, quite a bit of HP.
Oh my. Maple being like a aimbot with that shock blast.
Ooh, now Herald could be looked at from the side of PSG. They have a lot of strength in their mid-top lane, and they know LeBlanc doesn't have Shiv yet. So before that point, she won't have the wave clear to contest the Jace. Definitely not at this point as well. And Maple has found himself with a lot of gold. There are lots of pings towards us, and I actually don't think Maple spent his gold from that last fight. So maybe they want to try to delay this Herald until Jace gets a reset off. But instead, I mean, they could trade a Dragon and bot plates. Would be decent enough as well. See what PSG decide to do.
Yeah, another thing to answer so far. It looks like a bit of skirmishing going down in the middle lane at the moment. But again, Wako just left to himself in that bot lane. If he's able to get 2-3 plates, it's definitely worth it. As long as they don't forfeit a tower with the Rift, for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, so they're going to play for the gold instead. Just look to push out mid and bot. Maybe they can get a dragon for their troubles as well. And where can this Herald go for Frank? Feels like it has to go bot. Bot tower looks like it's on 3 plates. So if they can get it down there, it could be nice for Eminem to grab all that gold. Currently though, it's PSG who have themselves the gold lead, and a lot of gold put onto Wako now.
Yeah, and Junji and Wako have fast track into this bot lane, so it should be another plate here eventually found for Wako, although Kenny Chan looking to answer. Eminem has to be careful, almost got rooted up there by that blade caller.
And Wako should be able to grab himself another plate here. No sums yet though. Cleanses up soon, does not have the flash.
Has Featherstorm. Junji on Dragon for now. Looks like the rest of PSG's bot lane will hit up and assist with that, as well as the teleport coming in from Maple on this Jace. Now, Poke, if he's able to land some, if there is a fight to become, should lead PSG to be heavy favorites in any skirmish for the time being.
It is the Shiv now completed by Pretender, so should have the advantage on those mid waves.
Okay,
Herald drop bot.
Ooh, PSG going the greedy route might lead to more tower damage than possibly necessary had they have just gone around.
That's a lot of gold there picked up by Eminem. Does feel good to pick that up. And LeBlanc now, with the Shiv completed, can skirmish very well, but importantly just annihilates the wave. First chain misses, but second one connects.
Maple is going to get rooted up, and it's now Kenny Chan coming in, is going to find the stun. Glacial Prison follows, and unfortunately, Sejuani gets the kill.
Yeah, well executed there from the side of Frank Esports. Maple did not have the flash, and even with the Merc Treads was not enough. We'll get a replay on this. So first chain actually missed, and Maple kind of used that as an opportunity to punish, but unfortunately the second one came out. And without the sum, it was just punished. Probably shouldn't have been playing so aggro with his jungler so far on bot side, and actually, it looks like Junji didn't respect and got punished as a result.
Yeah, it does go down, has flash available. Have to wait and see what happened there, but is able to find the demonic embrace after dying, so will add a lot when it comes towards objective control. Being able to sapling on bushes is really, really annoying to try and face check into as Woody cancels Kenny Chan's back.
And we'll just be able to walk away, and we'll see. So Junji tried to enter River with his, knowing his Jace is dead and with Wako recalling. I'd say, honestly, uncharacteristic mistake from Junji. This is pretty rare, I think, for him to make a mistake like this, but really just does have no business being here with his carries off the map. And Unfortunately, he goes down for it, and I believe that kill was picked up by Eminem.
Yeah, it was. Altson manages to find it. So Eminem looks like he'll be going the AP build as well on Kai'Sa this game. So a lot of AP actually coming out on Frank. They have the Sejuani as well as the LeBlanc and now the Kai'Sa. Kind of interesting. Perhaps maybe not the best decision, but Woody here taking a lot of damage. Magnet Storm misses. That's a massive cooldown now off of that Ral.
It was a bit late there, I think, from Kaiwing. Wasn't sure whether he should pop it or not. Ultimately does, but far too late. And that could be this tower going down soon. It is all sums up for the PSG bot lane. And they know there's no Rel ult, so can look to pressure it.
Yeah. Static Shiv being picked up from Pretender has changed how this mid lane looks almost entirely. Not too surprising. Looks like Ginger managed to pick up that jungle camp. As Pretender looking for something here.
Yeah, didn't get the auto attack off though. Can just look to delete these waves. And Jinjia looks like he is going to look towards bot. Really wants to break this tower. And knows that Kaiwing isn't in the best state to skirmish, missing that Magnet Storm. Although, Frank, they have Prio in that mid jungle and they're moving down the river. Yeah, for now, nothing happens.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Into the Shiv wave clear.
Yeah. As we see Azir here looking for another kill on solo kill. Now, this could be a point of weakness for Frank. Azir again, ult for ult trade, but far higher than the health trade.
And that top tower is getting very, very low. Solo kill doesn't have TP up just yet. But with that Shiv wave clear on mid and bot, it is really difficult for PSG to make any sort of proactive bot play. It looks like, though, similar to earlier today, top tower could just go down naturally. And now Frank looking at this bot tier 1 as well.
Yeah, Wako has to be careful. Cleanse too early, actually, and Magnet Storm back up is going to be able to find that. Straight it out, but Glacial Prison lands, is able to get the Blade Caller out just before he goes down, and they're trying to find something. Kenny Chan low, Junji comes in from downtown to find it, and now Azir arrives. He is a lot stronger than Solo Kill if they are to try and fight, as Pretender's having to flash away. Junji does have flash to follow, but not likely to use it, as they are now looking for Eminem and Kaiwing. Should just be the one-for-one trade, and I am surprised that Junja was able to end up finding Kenny Chan at the end there.
Yeah, it was pretty close. Didn't manage to end up getting him. Looks like Aja took the top tower before he TP'd. There's a nice little bit of gold for him, but unfortunately his TP leads to nothing. We'll see what happens. So, Wako, he clears out most of the wave, but he does commit his E. And the cleanse, it's a little early, but he still gets the tenacity. Unfortunately, though, it looks like it's worn off by the time the Sejol hits him, and he is taken out for free. Manages to hit the root, though, which forces Eminem to cleanse and then flash away from the Rakan. Kenny Chan kind of followed there at the end, and with that TP advantage in the top lane, RJ is able to come down and put a stop to this.
Yeah. All right, very close game. Definitely the closest of the night so far. As it definitely should be. Now, win expectancy graph comes out again. It looks like roughly 60% in favor of PSG at the moment.
I wonder if they've just taken the gold graph and renamed it.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, anyway.
It might have to do with towers and stuff as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm sure there's an algorithm that does it all.
Now, looking towards that Herald, decided Frank, they're going to pick up their second one, although they will be giving over the second Dragon to PSG. So you can definitely see difference in priority here for the teams. You know, PSG, they prefer that scaling, prefer that consistent win condition, and Frank, they want to keep the pressure on. They want to be able to break these mid and top towers, build themselves up a bit more gold.
Yeah, so Hextech Soul will be the soul this game, and honestly, I think that is pretty widely known as either the best or second best of the Dragon Souls to acquire in terms of helping you win the game. So PSG looking good if they are able to continue stacking that up. But with this Rift Herald, they might be able to, might be able to find some access to map control and stop that Dragon scaling.
Yeah, definitely can. Look at that wave clear. The wave is just gone the moment LeBlanc touches it. Doesn't quite have the Night Harvester damage yet, but once that's completed, he can start putting the hurt on. RJ, he's going to manage to keep this tower up, at least for now.
Not often you look at Azer to be one of the carrying forces in this team. Obviously on the Kennen, certainly looked like it at times. But here in this game, he has found himself 30 CS up. The tower, first tower acquired was by him, and he looks in a really strong position. Maybe look at him in these team fights, especially around the coming objectives like the Dragon, to have an impact to really, really pull his team across the line.
For sure, and I think when we talk about Arjun not being the carry threats, not because he's unable, but more just because he doesn't need to, is what he's engaged on.
What he's found, is he going to be able to get out? No, he will not. That is Glacial Prism, Magnet Storm, and the Killer Instinct used there. A lot of ults used, and there isn't many objectives. They will likely get this tower. But Wako should be okay to be able to wave clear the inner.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go for 2. Although Aatrox is moving up, so they're kind of saying they want to play for 2, but I'm not sure they should. They don't have the cooldowns. I think it would be better if Solokill just goes back to bot. I think he's kind of wasting his time right now. Maybe he wants to cover mid, though, and have the rest of the team shift top. We'll see what Frank end up doing with their macro.
Well, Ginger is caught out a little bit here. Is trying to get the phase rush. Does get it, but also stunned at the same time. The movement speed does allow him to get out, though. Was a close call.
So they brought Solokill up, which I think means the rest of Frank should go towards that top lane. They can take a bit more gold, maybe take away that top tier 1. Muramana now completed for the Jace, has hit that 2-item spike. And that is the top tower picked up, and gold lead has kind of been bouncing back and forth between the two teams, but remains at around 1k. And 2 minutes on what is the third
PSG
drag.
positioning very aggressively as Woody and Ginger look for a knockup, but out of sync, unable to combine them both. But now it's going to be Kaiwing who's charmed up. He's found. Ginger picks up that one. Woody goes down to Eminem, though. It looks like it might be a very even team fight. Solokill trying to find whatever he can with that Aatrox ult, but it'll be nothing. It's going to be Azer finding 1, finding 2, and Solokill on 1 HP. Oh, the shock blast only just doesn't connect, but now they're turning for another 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, can they do it, though? LeBlanc is up with Shiv. I think they're not going to. They'd be very brave, I think, to do that. Might have been able to, but I think it's very risky. Wisely decided to just take the win and back off. We're going to replay of how this started. I think it was an engage onto Kenny Chan, which I'm not sure is the right engage target. I mean, there was a lot used on him initially, and nothing really came of it. But I think this kind of position here, with Frank are all grouped in the choke, is really, really good for the Xayah, right? Like, this is so easy for Wako to DPS. It's pretty much safe the whole time, and then can go forward. Nice flash, I think, from both the members here, just to get an absurd amount of damage. Solokill actually made it out.
Yeah, 1 HP, manages to get away.
Night Harvester now completed for Pretender, so can start to put on a lot of poke before the fight starts.
Ooh, the win expectancy actually switched over for a little bit there, but...
Interesting. Well, the gold is still very, very even. 50 seconds on what is the third dragon for PSG if they can pick it up. Frank, wisely, they're setting up the area beforehand. And PSG, they could use this to trade for Baron Vision, but I think they should try and contest. I think just keep stacking up those dragons. Give yourself that very solid win condition, although it could be difficult. They have to go through mid and regain their control. Don't let this Kai'Sa and LeBlanc poke you before the fight starts. They have the engage tools, so they need to go before that happens. Kenny Chan, he's kind of fiending for an engage. Ooh, nice poke on Wako.
Yeah, does manage to land that onto the exact person he'd want to. As another one comes in, ooh. The important thing about the Kai'Sa W, if you are able to dodge out, it does go on an extended cooldown. Kind of works similarly to Fresh, where it gets a reset based on landing. What?
That looked weird.
Yeah, I'm certain that landed, but I guess it didn't.
Might have just hit Sedge. Ooh.
Okay, it is going to be Glacial Prison onto Woody, as it looks like Solokill is trying to come in from the back. Wako running forward, though. Magnet Storm will not hit Wako. So Kaiwing trying to do whatever he can. It is going to be Junjie found on the back, but flashes forward from everyone. They've found 3. They're looking for Solokill. He's on the wrong side of the map. Wako's finding the damage. Kenny Chan last alive. It's going to be Baron. 4-for-1 in favor of PSG.
4-for-1 for PSG. They really show their team fighting is just on another level, and I think with that can get both the Baron and the third Dragon, and they're going to put themselves in a very good position. Would love to see the win expectancy after that one. 5,000 damage dealt by Wako in that team fight. And once again, you know, Wako, he managed to dodge out the initial engage, and then can just free hit. And we'll see it in the replay. And I think something that's a little questionable in my mind is Kenny Chan just, you know, looking for these engages, because it kind of feels like they should let the Kaiser LeBlanc poke first. We'll see what happens though. So LeBlanc is very far from this fight, and Aatrox has TP but has no TP ward. So they use everything on Woody. Oh, they did have a TP ward. Everything used on Woody though, and there's nothing left for Wako. I mean, just look at him. The whole fight he's DPSing for free. And again, I don't think this is how these poke champs want to play. You need this AP Kaiser, and you need this Shiv LeBlanc to get damage dealt first. They're not going to be as good in a just straight up team fight.
Yeah, I feel like that can work if they had have timed the solo kill TP better. Like if they were gonna go for it, get solo kill to TP in quicker, and then Wako's just pinched in between a bunch of bruises and really has nowhere to go, but solo kill only really arrived after the team fight had ended.
Yeah, it does feel like that. LeBlanc is working on the Lich Bane. Whether or not it will be completed before the game is decided, we'll have to see. Third Dragon now picked up, which does kind of put a timer on this game. As Frank, they're going to be forced to contest that fourth Dragon, whether they like it or not. And I think contesting when you're behind as a poke comp can be extremely difficult to execute. You've got to try land poke when your enemy team has control.
Looks like bot tower will be the first target here for PSG. Maple getting a lot of damage done on that. Will be found. Only recalls being answered here. This Pretender finding one for himself up top though. Arzir not able to really deal with this LeBlanc anymore.
And now pings on this tier 2 mid. Frank, they want to try to keep it up, but I don't think they'll be able to. Taking a lot of damage. Kenny Chan once again looking for some sort of engage.
Yeah, they are able to find it.
Ooh, yeah, Wako, he dips pretty low. I think that might be it for the Baron. They did get themselves a nice bit of gold though, and importantly, I think again, secured that third drag. PSG is so good at just 5v5 team fighting around objectives. It's really their bread and butter. So I think this game going to a fourth dragon would be just what they want.
Yeah,
Bane
absolutely.
now completed for Pretender though.
That's really scary as Wako.
It is. Now Wako does have some lifesteal, which is nice. So it means it's not the end of the world if he gets poked before the fight starts, but there's still a lot of damage that can come out from LeBlanc now.
Ooh, Woody is confident.
That was pretty Chad. Now, 20 seconds left on the Baron. Can they break this tier 2 top? I think they probably can. LeBlanc's wave clear though. Ooh. Kaiser has a Shiv as well. Maybe they can't. Maybe they just don't have the waves to do it.
Could look for the Nature's Grasp to push them off, perhaps. So that's what a lot of teams tend to do when they have this Maokai. Wouldn't be surprised to see it come out here. If not, they probably do not get this tower. Looks like they won't commit it.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't used it. I feel like they don't really need to save it, but either way, they want to take it slow and steady.
Ooh. Root almost lands there onto Wako, but not quite, as more scuffles going on in the Dragon. I mean, the jungle, but I'm so surprised they didn't use the Nature's Grass there. They don't really have a need for it until Dragon spawns.
Yeah, it was a little strange. Maple, though, just hit 16, has himself a stopwatch. GA completed by Arja. BT on Wako, so all the core items that they need right ahead of this fourth dragon fight. I think, Frank, they really have their work cut out for them here. Should be a fight that is pretty PSG favored, I'd think, but if Frank can manage to win this, could completely turn the game around.
And it is close. There's no real way to know exactly who will win, although how they've been playing sort of shows that PSG do seem to be favored here. But again, I mean, both teams really want to land some poke before fighting. Obviously, the Jace does best if he's able to poke out Eminem first, and being that Eminem has absolutely no lifesteal, it'll really help the PSG cause. But then, on the same regard, Pretender and Eminem want to be able to land some Ws as well as some auto attacks and weave in some Qs and whatnot as LeBlanc.
Yeah, certainly do. Maple manages to steal away some Krugs. Add some insult to injury. Little side of Frank. You know, once you fall behind, it's very hard to keep your jungle. Especially as a team that can't really afford to face check at this point. You can die so easily. Kind of have to just go through mid and hope you can land some poke before the fight.
Bloodthirster is finished now by Wako, so getting a good amount of lifesteal now to help him if he does end up being poked out, which seems somewhat inevitable. It's pretty hard to not get poked out by LeBlanc unless you stand right next to your Maokai at all times.
1 minute now on this fourth drag. PSG, they're actually setting up topside. Maybe they want to trade the fourth drag for Baron. Certainly could. Alternatively, maybe they just like kind of want to force Frank to give up any dragon control that they might have in mind. Looks like right now, though, PSG just hold all the cards. They have control on both sides of the map. Are getting pushed in bot lane, which could make it difficult to defend this bot side vision, but if they can keep up pressure on the mid wave, I don't see how Frank are going to be the ones to set up first. And then just kind of have to walk in without, landing any poke before the fight starts.
Yeah, and with the 15 or so seconds between Baron and Dragon, it almost feels like with the amount of damage that Wako and Maple can do, they can almost just do the Baron and maybe make it into the Dragon in time as well.
Yeah, okay, engage.
Kenny-chan running forward. There is going to be no CC landed onto him, fortunately, so he is able to get away, but definitely a bad trade for him and his team. Importantly, unlike Spring, Sejuanis don't tend to build the early Warmogs anymore, so isn't going to be able to sustain up from that.
It's getting harder and harder for Frank to contest this. I think they kind of need to land poke, but also avoid getting chunked out just by Maple's J's.
Yeah, that's Eminem's W out, and Pretender finding quite a lot of damage actually onto Azir there, but Azir with the GA is quite tanky. Maple even getting caught out. This LeBlanc is doing so much damage. PSG have to be so careful. Woody now in a bit of a bad position, but it's a Hex-Tech Soul found by Junja. He's done this so many times. Koen goes down. Also, Kenny-chan goes down. Everyone's going down. It's just Eminem and Pretender left. Pretender finds one. He finds Wako as well. He's able to get out with that distortion, but how long can he survive for? There's 3 men chasing him at the moment. Hex-Tech Soul will slow him as well as Junjia's route. He's found eventually. Pretender possibly saved the game with his 2 picks.
I think he definitely saved the game there. Pretender, the hero that Frank needed. The game looked completely done there, and he managed to draw it out just a bit longer. Whether or not they can use that to come back, I'm not certain. 4 dragons now picked up for PSG, and I think the fight setup is pretty much as good as you can get here for Frank. They've managed to find flanks. They've found at least some poke before the fight starts. I think it is just difficult being this far in the game as a poke comp and not being ahead. Solo kill. He spots out Woody before the fight. Everything's kind of looking good at this point. I think, unfortunately, Wako just dealt so much damage, and they don't really have a way to kill him. Once he'd used the Featherstorm so hard, and everything looked doomed here, but they were very low health bars, and Pretender, he takes the opportunity to flash forward, manages to grab 2 very crucial kills, and buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, but importantly, Hex-Tech Soul now on PSG. It feels, if it wasn't doomed before, it certainly feels it now with that additional slow as well as cooldown reduction. Yeah, look at the poke coming out now. Not too much onto Kenny-chan, but just constant shockwaves. Eventually one will find Eminem.
And Eminem doesn't have the luxury of building any lifesteal at this point. Has kind of committed to the AP build.
Maple getting very aggressive. It's going to be stunned up as Woody Shirelli is forward. Does not quite hit the knock-up. Really nice dodge from Kenny-chan there. Okay, disengage. Looking for this Baron now. And all you can really hope for is a bit of poke coming out. Although Pretender, split pushing away in bot lane, does pick up the inner, is now looking towards getting this inhib turret.
Woody's flank.
Yeah, Woody is trying to find a flank here. Is going to find one onto solo kill. He flashes away. He's still roughly quarter health. Doesn't get hit by that Nature's Grasp. And Pretender finds inhib turret down bot. So it isn't all for nothing. They are able to find things on the map, but it's Baron going down. Now, how much can PSG get from this?
I think PSG, they have to be thinking about picking up the game. Alternatively, can just look towards the Elder later, but should feel that they're so strong in a straight-up 5v5. If they can get on these towers early before Pretender has the opportunity to set up as a flank or in a side lane, should be very, very good for the side of PSG.
Yeah, a lot of minions here and not a whole lot of wave clear to get rid of them. So Wako freely heading on to this inhib. It's only slight amounts of poke trying to come out from Eminem. Nothing that exciting really, is Pretender finally getting back now, but the inhib has already gone down. Now what else can they find? It's Aze pushing up mid as the rest of the 4 are trying to slowly work away at this base.
Yeah, Pretender, he gets a very nice chunk on the Maple.
Yes, Wako Woody actually found by that Glacial Prison, but it's going to be turned onto Kenny Chan. He goes down, the Blade Caller finds him. That's 1. They're turning their attention now towards these objectives as Pretender finds more damage on this LeBlanc. Despite how far behind this team is, Pretender is just delaying this game more and more with the current LeBlanc build. It's kind of disgusting how they're holding on.
It really is. The double shiv is just allowing them so much wave clear. It is still 2 inhibs that go down, and that's going to make contesting this Elder Dragon in 2 more minutes extremely difficult. PSG, they should be in such a good position if they can just push out this bot wave, keep control of that bot side jungle. They're going to be in such a solid spot. I think something that's kind of gone under the radar is Arja. You know, this game has almost 100 CS lead and is 6-0-4 in top lane.
Yeah, in what is hailed to be a fairly even matchup as well. Although maybe with champion buffs and nerfs, it might not be these days, but...
Maple, he's getting very low here.
Maple extremely low.
Doesn't have TP either, or any lifesteal, so he's kind of committed to this at this point. He might just need to go take the red buff or something.
Yeah, he's just trying to sit back and do a little bit of poke for the time being, it seems, but bottom inhib now, the last of 3 is under siege as Pretender finds a big chunk onto Woody. He's got Maple and Woody down really low now, but it's Wako who's next up to this inhib. He's able to find it. That's 3 inhibs now. They're pushing into these last Nexus towers. Massive chunk onto Eminem. We've said before, there's no lifesteal for him. 1 Nexus tower is going down. Shirelia's popped. Glacial Prison goes wide. Nature's Grasp found onto Kenny Chan. He's gone down. It's also going to be Kai Wing found. More found. Everyone's going down. Pretender, the one hope this team seemed to have had, has gone down. It's only Eminem left. He's sitting in the base. This will be the game. PSG have taken it.
They have PSG. The Kings remain on top. They dive and manage to take 1 more. At least we got a game that was over 30 minutes, and I think it was pretty competitive. Ultimately, I think it was PSG's team fighting that just kind of edged them out at the end there. But yeah, I mean, both teams look very solid, I think.
Yeah, I think, as you said, I think it was the team fighting, not only at the end there, but around just pretty much any objective that they contested. They tend to have played the team fights better. And I want to say huge props to Pretender, because I feel like part of it's the champion, of course, the champion and the build. But he really kept that team in there longer than they probably should have.
Yeah, credit to Pretender for sure. I think, I want to say throughout the whole day, and honestly throughout the last split as well, poke comps are very difficult to execute, and I kind of wish people would stay away from them. I think having 1 poke champion, like the LeBlanc or like the Jace, is pretty good, but I think when you put more and more of your eggs into the poke basket, it makes your comp much more difficult to execute, and I kind of prefer if people would just kind of stick to that 1 poke champ. So we'll see if that ends up kind of, you know, changing over the split. Maybe people will get better at playing it, or maybe they will just go back to kind of the 1 poke style. Yeah,
it feels weird. I think as a poke comp, you really can't play poke that well into the hard engage that we're currently seeing. Like, it's really hard to play poke when you're just you're trying to sit back and poke, and then a Maokai ult comes at you, because then your entire gameplay can't really be used anymore.
Exactly.
You just have to run away, and then from that, your hard engage, you're now in the face of the people trying to poke, and that kind of just ruins it, as well as just how explosive fights around Dragon and Rift Herald tend to be. You don't have the time to sort of poke around in the most part, because there's just a guy tanking that tanks it up, and then the other 4 members are trying to take down the Dragon or what have you. So I agree. I think poke comps haven't looked so strong. I think they can. But it really requires the right environment, the right team comp, and the right players. The players that enjoy or are really good at playing those poke champs.
No, I think that's the key. They're being really good at the poke champs, because so much of poke is just, you have to be right on that limit of baiting out the hard engage. Because if you can survive the hard engage, you will clean them up afterwards. You can chase them down, you can poke them out. They have nothing left to threaten you. But the problem is, right now, the hard engage is, as you said, so explosive and so sudden. It just, you overstep a tiny amount and suddenly your whole team's dead.
Yeah, you just get Rakan flashed on and charmed, and there's not much to do about it. But I think what we haven't talked about yet is the MVP for that game. Now, maybe we have the same opinion, but I think Aze really
Yeah.
probably should get it. I think Wako might be the second person I'd choose, but Azir being up so much farm in that top lane, as well as, I don't know if he died. I don't think he did.
No, I don't think so.
And it just, I mean, he was only playing Renekton. He wasn't like doing anything flashy by any regards, but definitely I think he would be the MVP for me.
Yeah, I'd probably give Darju as well, mainly because he blind picked and did so well. But Wako would certainly be my second choice, played very well in his own right. As here we'll see that crucial fight where Frank, without landing any poke, do engage on the mid. The engage was a bit desynced. LeBlanc's not really in a position to follow up. Solukill only just now channeled his TP. And by this point already, all the threats have been used and Wako's still relatively untouched. Even has his ulti still, so from this point, PSG, they kind of just ran through him.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we're seeing Solokill teleporting way too late. He only just arrives as the rest of his team's pretty much all dead.
Yeah, and something I feel like we didn't touch on a whole lot was the Aatrox felt a bit of a dud. Maybe it was because he kind of fell behind very early, but this is your counter pick top, and Solokill tends to just dominate games when he gets counter pick. And this game, RJ absolutely gapped him.
Yeah, manhandled him completely. And I think it's kind of surprising. We did actually, if you cast your mind back to the spring playoffs, I think that was the first time all 3 games Azir dominated solo kill, and other than that, we never really saw Azir as a dominating player, as well as we just expected solo kill to just do so well in that matchup. I think back then even there was one game where Azir was up like 80 CS. And so, I mean, now it's not becoming so much of a surprise to see Azir do so well in that matchup, but it definitely was, I mean, midway through last split.
It maybe just has Solokill's number.
Yeah.
Just seems to be playing very well when he comes up against him, and that's kind of the thing with RJ is that most of the time he just doesn't really need to carry because he's got such good players on his team, but if he needs to, he'll absolutely step up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's one of the best top laners at finding their angle in a team fight. I think Solokill's actually alongside him in that regard, but it is going to be Azir picking up that MVP there. Now, did we see a different MVP? Like every role, did every role get an MVP today?
Ooh.
I know AD carry in first game, mission in second.
Did Jungle get one?
I don't know if Jungle got one.
We'll have to check back later. I'm
Yeah.
not sure either.
Well, no, I don't think Kongyue got one. It was Betty. So AD carry got 2.
Yeah, okay.
Only Jungle didn't get one. But 4 out of 5 roles is pretty good, really, for one game of League.
It's a good spread.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, I think there was a jungle robbed earlier,
Yeah.
The Sejuani was very
Yeah.
well. Hana's Sejuani.
Hana
right?
Sejuani.
Yeah.
And that was the AD carry getting it that game. So
Yeah.
we'll just call it 5.
True, we will.
Yeah.
Looks
Have a
like-
look at some of Azir's highlights here. I don't know that they'll be as exciting as perhaps Chelsea's. He just walks in and stuns in a man, but still credit to him. Walks
Yeah.
in, gets the job done, walks out.
Yeah, I
Cool.
feel like it's hard to make a Renekton highlight reel.
Yeah, I
Unless
think
it's
you
like a
have
1v4 or something.
I was thinking you have to really have gone like the old Prowler's Claw, Blade of the Ruined King. You could probably have a highlight reel in there where you've just absolutely one-shotted someone, but pretty hard to as Renekton full
Yeah.
tank. Well, I guess not full tank, but Gold Drinker and yeah.
He
you
did
know.
a good job, though. I'm very proud of him.
I think every team that won today won pretty convincingly. I mean, this was probably the least convincing win out of all of them, and even this was like fairly convincing.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much of that comes down to team composition, as you touched on. A lot of the poke comps lost. I mean, also the Wukongs, I think, all lost. Did Kongyue play Wukong? Yeah, Kongyue won.
Yeah.
He played Wukong. But like 2 of the Sejuanis versus Wukong, Sejuani won, and then Sejuani won pretty much every game today, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that's something to consider as we head towards the future of the split.
Certainly could be. As we'll take a look at today's results, it was J-Team taking out Impunity, DCG take on WP. Beyond Gaming, they kind of annihilated Doish Team, CFO take down Godtone and the Hellpigs, and finally it was PSG, our grand finalist winner, taking out Frank Esports in game number 5.
Yeah, I want to sort of touch on, I think game 4 was Chelsea taking down
True.
Hellpigs. That was crazy.
Ooh, get a look at our week 1, day 1 standings here. A lot of ties and not a surprise.
Yeah, there's a 5-way tie for first and 6th.
Yeah. I think, though, for today, pretty much every team we expected to win did win. The only question mark, I think, was game number 1 between Impunity and J-Team, where we just didn't really have a whole lot of info on it. But for the rest, kind of went as expected. Tomorrow's matches, though, we might see some more interesting matchups. I think CFO, Frank, DCG, PSG Talon could be very interesting. Even Hellpigs, J-Team. Like, there's a lot of really good matches tomorrow.
I think even Impunity Doish team. Because like we don't know really how good Impunity is yet, because honestly, it looked like J-Team were incredibly good. So we don't know, like Duish Team, I mean, I have an expectation for them to be somewhat similar to last split. Not, you know, I'm not seeing a whole lot of improvement based on their current game, but maybe we'll see here how good Impunity is. If they're able to just absolutely roll Duish Team, if it's a close game, if they lose to Duish Team, can get an understanding of where that team really is.
Yeah, I think it would be good to just get a good idea of where the team's levels are at, because right now it's still pretty hard to tell. Some of the games look very one-sided, but you know, over in the LCO, they've just started using best of twos, and oftentimes you see a team just stomp the other in game one and then go on to lose the second game, right?
Yeah.
So it's best of ones. There's a lot of volatility, and just by nature of that, like, we still don't really know about the teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's exciting to find out. I think, like, I mean, we saw Betty come in and BYG look incredibly good, so does that mean that maybe they're looking stronger than PSG? It's hard to say, honestly. I think maybe not, but we've got a whole nother... How many more days? There's like 17 more days of the regular season, so we get to really find out, and I'm sure patches will come in that change sort of how teams are. Maybe there'll be another sort of player come in for a team, and we saw that with PSG last split, so no one really knows, but ultimately that will be day number 1 done here at the summer split of the PCS. Welcome back, everyone, and see you later.